Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello, check, 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 mic check. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another live trial day with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here to watch day 3. It feels like we've been here for so many days, but it's only day 3, right? Sure, Tanner Horner's trial happening in Fort Worth, Texas, and this is about Athena Strand's murder. Shame. Look at this picture. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for this beautiful picture of her. That's been nicely edited as well. Shame, this poor little girl, only 7 years old, abducted and murdered on November 30th of 2022. If you're brand new to the case, please check out the trial prep video because that'll catch you up. Within half an hour, you'll be all caught up with the basics of the case, the timeline, the location, and all of that. All right, so are we ready for some more police interrogation footage? Wow, yesterday it was a full day, day 2 of body cam of Tanner Horner, you know, leading the police astray, lying to them about where Athena's body would be found, and eventually admitting it through an alter ego called Zero. Okay, so that's where we left off. Let's see where I think we want to pick up from there today as well. So let's quickly go here. There we go. All right, so let's put the sound on.
What we did was we just ran because of what was being filmed. We just put a slate up with a honey one.
A little bit of hot mic going on here. Ooh, there's that guy ready to get the defendant in the courtroom. Please like and share so others know that we are live right now as well. If you're new here, we start late on purpose so we can skip over morning breaks and hopefully also lunch break, hey? I'm going to go forward a bit to where they actually started talking a bit. Damn, it was a bit of a late start, it seems like. There, he should be coming into the doors now. Okay. There he is. Wow. Can't help but roll my eyes. He's terrifying, honestly. The way that he talks so nonchalantly about the murder of a child. The way that he said that on November 30th of 2022, I mean, he's confessed and pleaded guilty to abducting and murdering Athena Strand, right? So we're in the punishment phase of the trial. The way he says he went home and watched Game of Thrones with his fiancée, and he had an infant son, and then went to sleep. Really? After murdering a child? Like, who does that? Who can do that? Wow. Okay. So there's no sound right now. They're just showing him entering the courtroom here. Okay, there's the attorneys. There's Athena's mom. Is that her stepmom on the right there? Maybe. Is that her stepmom? I can't see now. I can't recognize. But anyway, here's Athena's mom and everyone in the courtroom. Oh, man. The close-up we didn't ever need, hey? Melissa Loves True Crime said, if I was the dad, I couldn't keep still. I'd have to sit on my hands. Right. Thank you also to Tony Grizzly and who else? Who else was it? Phillies Touchton for the PayPal gifts. Thank you so much. And thanks everyone for the coffees and all of that. I really appreciate your support. Still no sound. Okay. We don't want to stare at him. Now we're looking at the seal again. Here we go. I don't want to stare at him, do you? There. We'll just go there. The state of Texas. Okay.
Sorry, but we are ready to proceed. Mr. Staten, you may continue.
Thank you, George. Appreciate it. Ranger Espinoza, you've been on the stand for a little while here and we're testifying yesterday. So at this point, when we're watching the video, but we cut it off yesterday, we have now gone from search, correct?
Yes, sir.
We have now detained Tanner Horner, begun questioning him. That was the first video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now we have the jail interview video we watched yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now we have the last portion of the recovery of Athena's body video. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, just to make sure, when we get done with that little portion of it, do y'all go back to the jail and have further discussions at the jail?
Yes, sir. At that point, after we leave the field, we come back to the Watts County Sheriff's Office and we conduct another short interview at the Sheriff's Office interview room.
All right. And so that we're clear, and I wanted to ask you something on this video. The second time that y'all went out there to the scene when it was dark and Mr. Horner was walking you around the bamboo and telling you where he had put, or where he had supposedly put her body, what did we hear up above going at that time?
That was DPS aircraft, a helicopter that I had initially requested. My instructions to them were to fly until fuel was low, refill, and keep flying until we found Athena.
And so, going back to the end of this video before we started up again, by this point, how long have you been playing along with this zero charade?
Objection, Your Honor, to that characterization.
Sustained refresh.
How long had you been playing along with this zero charade? That's how the prosecutor asked the question. Defense is like, objection. Legal eye said, I do admire how effective Ranger Espinoza was at reaching out to Zero Tanner. He played the game so well with this clown. He really did. These police officers, Texas Ranger, really asked good questions, right? And they just kept going with, okay, we want to talk to Zero. Can Zero tell us what happened here, there, where Athena is, all of that. So I think they did really well. Instead of just being like, listen, dude, just stop your BS, okay? Just tell us where she is. They played along, which was really, it worked out really well for them, right?
Question. How long have you been playing along with Tanner's story about being Zero?
Going into approximately 6 hours at that point.
All right. But now we've seen, you've recovered Athena's body, right? And we've seen that happen. Why continue to play into that?
It's a matter of playing along with this game if it means getting Athena home. It's also a common practice in interview. As I'm assessing the interview, I know that if I don't play into this game, he could potentially shut down on me, and then the odds of recovering Athena, the window gets smaller. So I have to play into this game. I have to just take the lies he's given me. I have to continue that interview and maintain that rapport, because ultimately, at the end of the day, it's about finding Athena.
Which was so well done. You know, I wish we could see that more in cases. I think they did excellent in this case. Vicky Monroe, thank you so much for the $10 sticker and license to deal as well for your support. And KT06, whoa, happy 39-month Grizzlyversary. That you've been here for a long time. Thanks so much.
So once you've found her, and we'll see that in this video here, is there an additional video after you go back to the jail and have that short conversation?
Yes, sir.
And when does that occur?
That occurs on that same night. Are you talking about the additional video that's occurring there?
Let me clarify. We have the short video you talked about when you go back from the jail on the 2nd, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there any additional interview of Tanner Horner after that final interview on the 2nd?
Yes, sir. There was an additional interview with Mr. Horner where he asked to speak to me on December 7th.
And
Oh boy, is that what we're going to see today? Oh my God. After all that 6 hours of talking to the police and be like, what would happen if I asked for a lawyer right now? You just asked like that and they just carried on talking. Anyway, he requested to speak with Texas Ranger Job Espinoza on December 7th. From everything we've seen, they spoke to him and interviewed him on December 2nd of 2022. Athena was abducted November 30th. All these drive-arounds and all the lies that Tanner was sharing was on December 2nd, and they found Athena's body that night. So now, that would be then 5 days later. Sorry for the pause on this face. Sorry, hold on. There you go. Then 5 days later, on December 7th, he's like, you know what? Yeah, I want to do some more talking. Like, oh dear. Esme Grief said, watching my 25th trial, just 27th one we've covered here. Thank you so much, and thanks for all your support.
Ask you that who requested this interview?
The defendant, Mr. Horner, requested it.
Now, at this point, other than telling you where Athena was located now, is there anything else truthful that Tanner Horner has told you?
No, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, up until this point, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you of how things went down at Athena's residence?
He's given me numerous different versions of how the events of that day transpired.
And up to this point, before we start this video again, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you up to this point about whether he did or did not remove Athena's clothes?
He's also given me numerous versions of what happened to the clothes, if she was clothed or wasn't clothed.
And then also, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you up to this point as to where her body's located?
He gave me two versions. One was at that bamboo, and obviously when he finally decided to take me to her.
Now, when we watch this this video, you're still talking to this alter ego zero during this time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
At some point, do we get Tanner back?
Yes, sir.
Well, how does that happen?
At one point during the course of that interview, after we located Athena's body, he pretends to come out of this psychosis or whatever was going on at the time, and then I get Tanner back for a little bit. And of course, the only time I'm getting the truth is when I'm playing into his game of zero. So I asked to speak to zero because I feel like that's the only time I'm getting the truth.
And do you do that?
Yes, sir.
And what happens?
Zero comes back.
So all you got to do is act.
Yes, sir.
Now, throughout all of this, who does Tanner Horner continue to blame for what happened to Athena?
Everybody but himself.
And has that been a consistent theme throughout all of this?
Yes, sir.
Now let me ask you, when we're doing this, and I'm trying to figure this out here. So when Tanner Horner wants a cigarette, or he's telling you the story about how he wanted to leave her on the scene, who is he then?
I feel like in that time he's Tanner.
But when you start digging in and asking him what happened to Athena and what's going on, who is he then?
That's going to be zero.
When he's telling you that he's worried about his kids and wanting to see his child and things of that nature, who's he then?
Tanner.
But when you guys start challenging him regarding some of his inconsistencies, who is he then?
Zero.
And is this a pattern that continues throughout what we're going to see today?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Throughout the course of the interview, that's obviously, like I stated before, something that I acknowledged based on the interview. And it's very strategic for us because, again, we want to maintain that rapport. We don't need him shutting down because we're trying. Now that we've found Athena, we still need to get to the truth. So if getting to the truth is playing this game, I'm willing to play it.
And so let me ask you just a little bit about this interview on December 7th. We're going to talk to you about it a little more in a minute, but I just want to get an idea here. You said that Tanner Horner asked for this interview, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you go to the jail on December 7th and interview him. Is that audio and video recorded as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is it in the same room that we saw before yesterday?
Yes, sir, it is.
And during this time, did Tanner Horner tell you what the primary purpose of this interview was with you on December 7th?
The only purpose of that interview, which I quickly learned from speaking to him, was that he wanted to cut a deal.
Judge, can you go ahead and finish the video here?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, everybody, buckle up because here we go again to the interview room. Marilyn Cutie, thank you so much for your sticker. I suppose, let me type this rather, hold on.
Get that?
Talking about when it was Hannah talking earlier about trying to break her neck. Did y'all really try to break her neck? It didn't work. Was it you trying to break her neck? Or was it Tanner? Did you? Did you choke her from behind like you said earlier? Did she defecate on herself? Did she shrug?
Damn, that guy is scary. The guy's like, while talking about strangling a 7-year-old girl. Oh my goodness, okay. Yeah. Okay, we already had a preview of all of this, or it's not even a preview, we did a deep dive on all of this yesterday. Here we go again. Yeah, Stefan said he just wants to get a free cigarette. Mm-hmm.
She trying to claw you or anything like that? How's she trying to claw you? Trying to kick you? She actually get a kick on you? She's screaming on you? Wasn't able to. So about it. Did it end quick? So you talked about a sock being in the truck. Is that her sock? You remember where you tossed that at? Y'all remember just some random place for sure?
Tanner tossed the sock.
Tanner tossed it. So it was him that tossed it when he threw up.
Hold on. Say 0. Very important. What items of her did you take to Tanner's house?
Did you take any of her clothes or anything to your house, to Tanner's house? You didn't take anything over there? She was wearing her clothes?
Oh no, I was throwing clothes all over the highway.
You were throwing your clothes all over the highway? Do you think maybe Tanner took some home?
Are you saying you stripped her naked to throw her clothes out the window on the highway? Is that what you're saying?
That was funny.
You thought it was funny? Did you take all her clothes off of her? Shirt, pants, panties, everything?
I left the panties on.
Left the panties on?
So did Tanner take any of the clothes home, you think? You don't think so? You think Tanner
He's
took...
not stupid.
You think Tanner took anything home?
He's not stupid.
I think Tanner
He'll be a
had...
little bitch, but he's not stupid.
I think Tanner had stated to me earlier that he doesn't shit where he eats. Is that why?
That was me.
That was you? You don't shit where you eat? So you didn't take anything back to Tanner's house? Okay.
So the only thing she was wearing when she went to the water was her panties? How long did we talk to you, Zero? The whole time? When did you take over?
When he addressed me as such.
So when we were in the building earlier, was Tanner talking to us?
So if I'd addressed you as Zero from the get-go, you would have talked to me?
Probably. It's only respectful.
I apologize for not referring to you as Zero sooner. But it clicked to me. Tanner, you've been talking. I need to talk to Zero. Thank you for talking to me. You asked to talk to me. You wrote on the board, and I remember acknowledging that. You were trying to get me to talk to you the entire time. I just wasn't seeing it until I was there on the side of the road. I saw it. I heard you calling my name, I just wasn't listening. Zero. Who's got one more question for you?
So her flat pants, the little pants, I think they're at the house.
Okay.
Right. Remember that name? Okay, in the trash at your house. At your house, in the trash?
Just in the trash.
Just in the trash, okay. Okay, anything else there at the house?
Checkmate.
Okay. You're being truthful.
Probably not. Being truthful? Mm-mm. Little bit here and there, little bit here and there. At least he did, not trying to give him credit, by the way, at least he did lead them to Athena's body. Because he was lying to them so much before.
Hey, Zero, when you took her, was she wearing a jacket or anything? No jacket, no shoes?
The jacket, no shoes.
But she was wearing little pants and a shirt?
Yes.
Was it long sleeve, short sleeve?
I think it was short sleeve.
Maybe it was short sleeve. What color was it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
It was dark.
Okay, trigger warning. I just want to show this picture again from when Athena was in the van, just so that we can also just see what was she wearing, and then we can listen to the crap that he says. Here it is. Ready? Shame. Okay, so there's the clothing that she was wearing. And then we're going to hear him lie. His ass off probably, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, just look at him. He's probably whistling there, right? Look at that picture. It's a still from the FedEx van, from the footage that they got from there. Wow. So it is a long sleeved shirt that she's wearing. And pants. Can't see if she's got shoes on. She was last described wearing brown boots. Okay.
Did she tell you she didn't want to go with you?
Of course.
What'd you tell her?
We're going on a ride.
She didn't try to fight you when you told her you were going on a ride?
No. She did keep asking questions.
What'd you tell her?
She told me no. We're just going on a ride.
Just going on a ride? So did you hit her before you dropped the package? I'm sorry, did Tanner hit her before the package was dropped off or after?
I want to talk to him.
No, I want to talk to Zero. I want to talk to you. Because you're being more honest, you're being more helpful. I want to talk to you.
And I went back to him.
I understand.
All it took was a quick motion and I'd be able to sign my own name.
I don't want to do that. I mean, I don't want you to die.
He wants to die. I want him to die, but I want to live.
So if he dies, you die. That's not helpful for you. You know what I mean? And you're being helpful for us right now. I really appreciate that. You said it was funny throwing your clothes out on the highway. Which highway did you throw them out on?
114.
114, so before you even got out of Wise County?
Why'd you take the clothes off, Zero?
It's funny.
A form of humiliation?
She was going to tell.
So you got to punish her?
Did she tell you she was going to tell? She did? When did she tell you she was going to tell?
She said she was going to tell her dad.
At the house or after y'all left?
At the house.
At the house? I understand. I'd be a little upset too.
Zero. That question.
Put him up in some jacket.
Okay. Where did you show her?
In the back of the truck.
Okay. And where were you parked at that time?
Private road.
The private road? Okay. And then when were her clothes removed?
Garage.
Okay. And then what?
I drove off.
Okay. And what was done with her, the clothes at that point?
Indeed.
So her clothes were taken off and you're driving down the road and she's not wearing clothing, correct? Am I correct? Okay. And then what? What did you do next?
Found a place to go.
And where was that?
Bottom of the creek.
Okay. And then what direction did you go?
And I started heading back to the station. And I let him take back over.
Tanner doesn't remember times. Do you remember about what time it was?
About 6:30 when I started heading back, I believe.
When did you put her in the creek? Remember about what time that was?
A little bit before 7.
When did you turn the phone? When did you turn his phone back on?
When I let him take back over.
Do you remember what time that was? Do you remember being back at FedEx, back at his work?
No, I went to sleep.
You went to sleep, so you don't remember?
He went.
You got any questions for me?
Is that it?
No. It's not. I want to get to know you for a little bit.
Why? No, that's
I do.
I don't think so.
You intrigue me, Zero. Does that make sense?
I'll give a different perspective, yeah, I guess it does.
Let's put you inside, get you some water.
What happened? You missed it.
Thank you.
No, sir.
And it's over. The sheriff won't let us in.
Hang your winds up pants and sock out there in the back shed.
in Tanner's backpack. You put him in Tanner's backpack. And that's how they got to the house?
Either way, I think he's faking what he's trying to do here, but he's not well. Damn, he's not safe to have in society. That's the conclusion I think the jury can draw. They could look at this with an eyebrow raised. Yeah, no, keep him locked up. I do not care if it's life without the possibility of parole, or if they decide, you know what, capital punishment for this one. Okay, that's what the jury has to deliberate on. I don't care, just keep him locked up forever and ever and ever. Sure, he's a scary one. I mean, to think that he could murder a child, a little girl, a 7-year-old girl, sure, and what they just described, that the FedEx cameras recorded, it's horrendous. He tried for over an hour. I don't know what that's all about. Did he want to do that? Is he that sadistic, or is he just, I don't know, such an idiot? Who knows? But wow, he's the worst of the worst, this one. Hey, I think the death penalty cases, yeah, it's probably made for people like this, right? Wow, and the way he's like, oh no, 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 no. So we've been debating, you know, I just see the chat like, is he faking this? I think so, but no matter what, dangerous, this one.
Yes, sir.
Ranger Espinoza, I'm going to show you what market states.
How to describe this look? I think he looks ashamed now. Janet, you said it at the right time. The walk of shame. Look at him. He's like, oh my word, what are people going to think of this? Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro. What do you think of this now, Tanner? He's 34 years old now.
Exhibit 38. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's that?
It's going to be the interview from the Wise County Sheriff's Office interview room, which I've initialed.
And that initial again means that you've reviewed it, and is that a true and correct copy of that interview?
Yes, sir.
And just to clarify, since we've got several videos here, this is the one that we're going to see right after where the video just ended. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, the body camera stops, and then the interview room camera would take over. So essentially, you'll see the transition.
Judge Weedover states 38.
Any additional objections other than those previously mentioned?
No further objections.
Okay, those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 38 is admitted.
So this one's fairly short. Can you publish this one?
Absolutely.
I should have a look. Okay. I should have a water right here.
Where do you shower?
It really does. Yesterday someone said it looks like he's holding a baby bottle. It really does look like it, hey. The way that he drinks that water, oh my. So this would be from December 7th of 2022 when he asked to speak with law enforcement.
Go to the bathroom at in your house.
What about a bathroom?
Yeah, where do you go back from that?
My grandmother's.
Okay.
Give him another cigarette or a blankie or a powdered donut, right? Then sometimes, well, I've seen it in many cases, oh damn, then they start confessing like crazy. I mean, he talks quite a bit when they give him a cigarette, hey? Oh, I think he needs another one.
So have you told us everything?
What?
Have you told us everything?
Me?
Zero.
He went away.
No. So who's here?
It's me. Like, just me.
Oh, okay.
Did you have a little zero?
It's not.
Okay, just stand by. Denicia said, I believe the date is wrong. What do you believe the date is? Because what I heard is that it's December 7th. Right? Is this from December 2nd still? Because they just talked about him wanting to talk to them again on December 7th. So are we not there yet? Are we still on December 2nd? Tell me everyone. Because I'm waiting to get to the 7th where he wants to talk to them and then he's really flicking between Zero and Tanner and all of that. Okay. I'm going to take the date off the banner. And then when I actually know a consensus, especially, there we go, from Stefan. That's what I was going to say. Especially from Stefan. Job said December 7th. There you go. I trust that. But tell me. Tell me, you guys.
0.
Tanner,
Yeah.
welcome back. You okay?
I'm a little flabbergasted, I guess.
Why is that?
He's flabbergasted. Well, that's true. Okay, that's a good point. Amy McCammon, that I can, okay, I don't know where my voice is going. Excuse me, voice, could you maybe come back? You said this isn't December 7th, he's still in his FedEx shirt. There you go. That's true, that's true. And a backwards cap.
Because I was in the back seat watching everything happen, and I'm kind of freaking out.
Alright. Was there anything Zero didn't tell us that you can remember, or were you in and out?
I mean, I've been in and out the entire time. He hasn't really let me come out at all.
Okay. Since I brought him
He
out?
has like a weird, he has this like weird type of respect because you actually, how should I put it? You address him, which I think is, he's, okay.
Yeah.
He,
There's a lot to process, Tanner. There's a lot that happened. So,
You see, to take their hats off. Okay, it's time to take the hat off. This guy's about to, that's their way of buckling up. Okay, here we go. Stefan said the audience said December 2nd. Stefan, I was with you. You know what? I've teleported to December 7th, okay? We are done with the 2nd. My goodness, this guy can talk the head off, right? But it is true. He's wearing a FedEx shirt, so I do think it's the 2nd. Well done, audience.
we're going to step out for just a second, okay? And give you a second to process that, okay? Give us just a minute.
Darcy, it's not called multiple personality disorder anymore. It's called dissociative identity disorder. I don't believe he has it. I think he's faking it. He talked about how Zero is named after, he said something with his band and he's got a tattoo and that he He created it. He made it up. That is not how DID works. You don't just create characters. Okay. So I don't know. To each their own. But I don't believe him. I think he's pulling a fast one, as we would say, right? He's faking a little bit. Yeah. Stefan said the Rangers are rolling up their sleeves. Yeah. Their hats are off, rolling up their sleeves. Like, damn it, man. Here we go. G-Bear55 said, I wonder when the jury, I guess you wonder what the jury thinks this is, right? Oh, you mean when? You mean the date? Yeah, I don't know. There's no date on the footage here. If the question is, what did they think? Wow, can you imagine the jurors watching this? I think they would just think he's a danger to society. Okay, now how long are we going to have to stare at him like that? Oh, damn, it seems like quite some time, hey? We don't have to, do we? Should I go forward? I mean, we can see he's doing nothing else. When I go forward a little bit, he's just doing that. He's not even talking. Stop it. Okay, they're coming back.
Hey, Tanner. Tanner. Hey, what's the passcode of your phone? What's the passcode of your phone?
My finger.
There's no numbers?
Yeah, give me a second. 1561.
Really, he reminds so many of us of Stefan Stearns, right? Another predator. Stefan was also like, yawning and just taking a nap and all that. Like, what the hell? I know it's been a long day. This is still December 2nd. But you're taking a nap and yawning and be like, oh, just give me a second and I'll give you the passcode to my phone. Whoa, read the room. Again, read the room. We could just say that for him all day long.
561. 1561. Yeah. Well, we'll eventually need it to, look at your phone. All right. Hey, we're gonna let you get some rest, okay?
I want to talk to Cassie.
You're gonna talk to Cassie. Cassie in a minute, okay?
I want a video chat.
Cassie is his fiancée. Was his fiancée.
We'll do that for you, okay? But right now you need some rest. All right?
She's still waiting on me to call her.
You got something handy? Just write down Cassie's number real quick.
Yeah.
It's in the phone.
Is that on top? You know it?
No.
You don't.
What's her number? You don't know? Oh, you don't know it? Okay, we'll get it. We'll get it.
It'll be under my recent calls. It'll be under my name because I've never saved your number. Okay.
Ranger Espinoza, before we get to this next video, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that, in the very beginning of this, there was a question asked to Tanner Horner about did he take any items from the house? What was his initial answer?
No.
And then when, I believe it was, Danny Briley was asking about her panties, what did he say that he did with those?
He stated they were still on her.
Okay. What do you know about that statement?
That was a lie.
And why do you know it's a lie?
I visually could see her body, and I was privy to information of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor, that is hearsay.
Overruled. Just don't testify what the information was.
The clothing was located at Tanner's house.
Objection, Your Honor, that's based on
Sustained.
hearsay.
That's sustained.
Now, let's talk about that. As part of this interview, one of the officers mentions to Tanner Horner that there were some pants located at his house. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
And does then Tanner Horner now remember that there might be some pants at the house?
Yes, sir. I believe he stated they were placed into a backpack.
And did he state what he had done with the pants at the house?
They were thrown in the trash.
I want to clarify this here. When asked why he took her clothes off, what did he say?
It was about humiliation.
Objection, that is mischaracterization.
Or
You say it was funny?
Yes, sir.
Oh my word. He said what? When they asked him why he took her clothes off, he said because he thought it was funny? That's shame. And Texas Ranger Espinoza was trying to say it politely, like he said it was about humiliation, like objection, mischaracterization. Okay, let's say it how it is then. He said because it's funny. Sure. Yeah, somebody said this is beyond disturbing. There you go, Rice Bear, right?
Now, any of this information that we have as to what he said about throwing the clothes out the window, is that what he said? He threw some clothes out the window?
Yes, sir. I believe the statement he made.
So all of this information about that, if we wanted to know if that information is true or not, what would we need to know if that information is true or not?
Based on the course of this investigation, I knew that was a lie.
And in this particular investigation, did you obtain any additional evidence at a later date that would allow us to determine if any of the things he is saying is true or not?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Video evidence.
Now, let's move on to this next interview here, because I want to make sure there's been a lot of video evidence here. This next video is about 2 hours, right?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And this was the interview that Mr. Horner requested of you.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about...
Okay, so the next interview they're going to show would be from December 7th of 2022, the one that Tanner Horner, aka Zero and Tanner, requested, right? Okay. 2 hours. Are we going to have to watch 2 hours of that? Oh, my goodness.
In the beginning of that, and how did you come to find out that he wanted an interview with you?
On that particular day, I was contacted by the Wise County Sheriff's Office and advised that Mr. Horner had sent up a kite, which is basically a letter that says, I'd like to speak to the investigator.
And do you remember about what time that you arrived to conduct that interview?
I can't remember the approximate time.
Secondarily, you said that's on December 7th. So how many days is that after you locate Athena's body?
Approximately 5 days.
And how many days after he had murdered her was that?
It was going to be approximately 7 days.
So a week after he's kidnapped and murdered Athena, he's wanting to talk to you again.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said earlier that he had indicated to you the purpose of his interview. Let me get a little bit of feedback there. Purpose of his interview was he wanted to cut a deal. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir, I did.
And let me ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure. He wants to speak to Texas Ranger Job Espinoza again because he'd like to cut a deal. Okay. Yeah, I don't think so. Too late for any of that. What do you mean? You already led them. You admitted. You confessed to. They had video evidence of him abducting Athena. He confessed to it. He led them to a body. Now, 5 days after they find Athena's body, he's like, I want to cut a deal. I don't think so. That's not how that works.
When people say that they want to cut a deal, what does that mean?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
I'll let him answer. Overruled.
Basically, obviously, in my time in law enforcement, with my experience, we always have people that want to essentially have us be a conduit to the district attorney's office as far as if I'm truthful, will the district attorney's office show us some type of consideration or maybe lessen our charge or do something if we're more helpful, which is a common practice that people do in order to reduce their time.
And in this case, is that the case here?
Yes, sir.
And so, as part of this, who arrives to conduct this interview?
Myself and Investigator Oliver.
Again, same interview room we saw before.
Yes, sir.
And so on the first part of that video, is that where we see you guys discussing what this proposed deal he has? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then later on, is there also a discussion about Tanner Horner telling you about things, for example, his work history?
Yes, sir. That's common in interviews. What we do is, especially on this one, it's more controlled. Kind of things are settled down now. What we'll do is we'll obviously get through the constitutional rights, and then we'll go through some historical questions, obviously what you want, and then we wanted to learn a little bit more about him, work history, family history, things like that.
And in this case, did you go through that with him, his work history and his family history?
Yes, sir.
And did you go through his dating history and, for example, his having a baby with Cassie, his girlfriend?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that would encompass some of that family history.
And were you able to discuss with him as far as work, the locations and places is where he worked?
Yes, sir. Yeah, previous employment, things of that nature.
And then also scattered through this interview, is there also still references to this whole zero thing?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about the deal he wanted to cut. Okay. Prior to talking to him, did you advise him of his rights or have a discussion about his rights at that point?
Yes, sir, we did.
And he had asked for this interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Initially, what is his basic proposal that he makes to you as far as this deal he wants?
Basically, just a brief synopsis of it is I want to be freed with an ankle monitor. I want to spend Christmas with my family. You guys can monitor me, keep track of me, and I'll fully cooperate in this investigation.
I hope they played along for a bit. Sure, buddy, that sounds great. Okay, so just sign over here and then we'll make that happen for you. I mean, Athena's favorite holiday was Christmas. She was so looking forward to it every year. And that's what her family said, right? And the package that he delivered was ironically her Christmas gift from her stepmother, right? It was a whole set of Barbies. But he's like, look, man, I just want to get out of here. You're on an ankle monitor. You can monitor me. And spend Christmas with my family. I mean, let's cut a deal, bro. Wow. Okay. So
that's his proposal. If you'll let him out, then he'll tell you the truth.
Yes, sir.
Now, during this time, did you ever agree to anything about that?
No, that's another thing. We can't make any promises. We can never do any guarantees. That is not in my job responsibilities, and I am 100% forthcoming with people on that. I can't make you any promises. I actually told him that's not going to happen.
And as part of this interview, you said he wants to have Christmas with his son.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, he says that if he can do that, he'll tell you everything. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you essentially, he wants you to give him something for him to be truthful about what he did to Athena on November 3rd.
That's correct.
Now, it is part of this investigation and questioning. Do you ask him some questions during this process about the why and what happened to Athena?
Yes, sir, I do.
And at all points in this, does he volunteer any additional information about that?
No, sir. Usually when we start talking, he diverts back to this deal, refers back to it, and then it's more me essentially trying to pry information out of him. Just, hey, be honest with me, talk to me, tell me about this.
And so does this process of you trying to question him and then him wanting you to give him something to tell the truth, does that repeat several times?
Yes, sir. Yeah, throughout the course of the interview, you could kind of see how that plays out.
And that's in the first part of the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
The middle part of the interview is what you're talking about when you discuss all of the history. Is that right? His family history and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of this, do you also have another detailed discussion about this whole zero thing?
Yes, sir. We speak about it.
And let me ask you a couple of questions about that.
That's also a good point. Apollo Freya said, I doubt his family would want him there for Christmas. I mean, they know exactly what he's arrested for, what he's confessed to and all of that, right? And then be like, I want to be with them for Christmas. I don't think grandma wants you there. Or your fiance. And thank goodness you can't be around his son. Sure.
At any point during all of this, does Tanner Horner ever take responsibility for what he does, what he did?
No, sir.
And during all of this, do you ask him questions about whether he feels remorseful or not?
I do.
And at any point, does he directly express remorse for what he's done?
No, sir.
Does he ever say that he's sorry for what he did?
Not that I can recall.
Did he ever ask?
Has he shown any remorse now? Up to now, it doesn't look like it. He walks into the courtroom, all thinking it's swagger. It's not. It's really maggot. But anyway, Bulldog Detective, this is from the Smashing Pumpkins song, right? Somebody said this yesterday as well. The lyrics of the song called Zero, I think, by Smashing Pumpkins. Emptiness is loneliness, and loneliness is cleanliness, and cleanliness is godliness, and God is empty, just like me. Oh my.
To apologize?
We don't know if that's why he called himself Zero, if it was after Smashing Pumpkins or whatever. There were many things we learned yesterday about Zero. That it's characters from movies that are also called Zero. There's many songs with or Zero and all of this. So he just said it's got something, he did say it's something to do with his band. So he did say the word band. So that would lean towards Smashing Pumpkins, I would think. Not that he's that band. But I mean, he also thought he was a singer. He has a YouTube channel, so wow.
To Athena's family?
I believe I asked him if he wanted to say anything to the family.
And what was his answer?
He just said he wanted to give him a hug, I believe was the response I got.
Judge Matt?
Yes, sir.
And Judge Espinoza, I'm going to, a little out of order on the numbers here. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 275. Same questions as before. Do you know what that is, and how do you know what that is?
It's going to be the reinitiated interview, and it's going to have my initials on it with a date stamp of December 7th.
Indicating you've reviewed this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this a true and correct copy of the interview?
We
that
heard
you
it.
gave on December
7th.
With Tanner Moore?
We all heard it, right? 7th, December 7th, okay. So when it comes up, it's the 7th, right? We're all on the same page, am I right? Okay.
Yes, sir. I believe this one may have a redaction that was requested by the defense
Okay.
based on my review.
All right. But that's included here.
Yes, sir.
Judge, we would offer State's Exhibit 275.
Any further objections other than those previously given?
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Okay, those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 275 is admitted.
Judge, this video is about 2 hours.
I anticipate what we'll do is we'll start, and about halfway through or so, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back in and finish it, okay? Yes, ma'am. You need a break? All right, let's take 10 minutes and we'll get started, all right? 5 after 10, we'll start, everybody.
Oh dear, they need to empty their snark tanks and then come back to deal with a 2-hour police interview from December 7th of 2022. You see, Tanner wanted to talk to the police again because you know what? In 5 days, he came up with a really bright idea. He was going to cut them a deal. I'll tell you everything that I did, all the horrific things, but just let me out, okay? Because I want to go home for Christmas. Sure, buddy. I really wish they could have just played with him a bit. Yeah, sure. We can make that happen for you. But first, tell us everything. And then when he does, just say, sorry, I can't do that. Sorry about that. Wu-Tang Alex said, I bet they need a break every 10 minutes. Okay, let's go forward. Why are we waiting? I'm just waiting around here, but we can actually skip forward, right? Okay, here we go. Get him, sir, get him. Okay, sorry. Patty Garner said, wonder what his band members think of them. I don't know. Are they in his head? Does he actually have band members? I don't know, because he was singing by himself, making noise by himself on his YouTube channel. It was pretty terrible. Red Winery said, I love interrogation sessions. I'm probably, yeah, you see, we got to do our 20 squats soon as well, as soon as they come back. It's time for a stretch. Okay, hello. There he is. Always sits and takes a sip. He thinks he's at the juice bar, you guys. He's like, okay, I'm at the buffet. What are we watching today, guys? No. He thinks he's at the movies. But you're not. Sure. Imagine if they actually decide that he deserves capital punishment. He's gonna learn today if that happens, eh? Wow, okay. Shui Art Therapy, my closed captioning is always on. You have to turn it on your side. You got to click the CC. When you say the CCs are always delayed, talk to YouTube. I can't do anything about that. You know what I mean? So just know it's always turned on from my side. There were 2 times, okay, twice in the Corey Richards trial that I forgot to turn it on, and I told you that then. I told you. I admitted it. But it's always turned on from my side. You can turn it on. Just click CC on your screen. Just remember that when a live stream is finished, it takes YouTube a number of hours to process that live stream and make it available again. Okay. So here we go. Here we go. Are we there yet? Here we go. December 7th of 2022. Tanner approaching the police with a bright idea. Jenna said, won't just be his foot slammed in the door prison. That moment was so funny yesterday. Man, like, if you missed it, I made a YouTube short for you and I made a timestamp for you. Tanner had his foot outside of the vehicle, the cop car, right? And they didn't, I don't know if they didn't notice that. I can't actually say they didn't notice that. He had his foot outside and the Texas Ranger was just slamming the door to try to get it closed. And he's like, ow, ow, ow. Then he put his foot back in. That was great. Good moment. That's right, sarcasm. You said live CC is always behind as they're populating what's being said. They aren't behind on replays though. Technology's great, but I don't think it's there yet where it can just be instantaneous while live, right? Right? Oh boy. Okay, let me do my 20 squats. I'll be right back. Oh, that's what he should be wearing in the courtroom, seeing as he pleaded guilty.
And then we're gonna go through some formalities, okay?
So did you get the big man yesterday or what?
Okay, it's, before we kick off into anything, obviously you have constitutional rights, and you have been appointed attorney, so we're gonna go through some of that. And first and foremost, the reason we're here is because you requested to speak to us, is that correct? Yes. Okay, who did you ask to speak to us?
The guard.
The guard, do you remember the guard's name?
I couldn't tell who it was.
Okay.
Was it male or female?
Female.
Okay, so female jailer on, you remember about what time that was?
I don't have a clock to look at.
Okay, that's understandable. So it says 9/11, around 9 o'clock p.m. last night, you requested to speak to an investigator again in reference to your case. And when we make it aware of your rights again, okay, because you have constitutional rights regardless of the fact that you have to speak to us. Yeah, absolutely, that's really. So you have the right to remain silent and make a statement. Any statement you make is against you in trial. Any oral or written statement you make is against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to hearing the question to any police officer. If you can't afford an attorney, you want to be appointed to advise you prior to hearing the question. You have the right to terminate this interview at any time. You understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who your attorney is?
I can't remember the name.
Okay, but you do have an attorney and you have consulted with him, and now you're asking to speak to us, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and you do understand your rights and you waive those rights, correct?
I mean, I understand my rights.
Okay. You understand your rights and you know you have the right to counsel, that you have the right to this interview anytime, right? Okay.
Sir, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
I'm going to get offended easy.
Sorry, I have a lot of female jailers.
Okay, so name and date of birth.
Obviously,
Okay, perfect. All right, Tanner, so obviously you have some questions for us, right? What's going on today?
I've been thinking about this for literally hours and I don't know how.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Yeah. I think we'll eat and cigarette for 2 days.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure.
Is here?
Yeah, it's going to help you relax.
I mean, maybe, I guess. It just feels weird doing it inside.
It's okay. I've done it numerous times.
This is my home, so.
Is that going to help you relax?
Okay. So what are you just thinking about for hours?
Use that water bottle smash tray and use this to drink. No, you want to chug it.
Leave a little bit in there.
What have you been thinking about for hours?
So I imagine you have basically a list of bullet points that you want to know from me, correct?
Yep, absolutely.
There's only one thing in this world that I want.
What's that?
I don't want a month. You can't do that, I understand.
You don't want what?
I want a month.
A month of what?
Even if you want to put ankle monitor on me, GPS monitors, check off with you. Like, if you give me a month with my family so I can have Christmas with my son,
Yeah.
I'll tell you everything.
I'll be completely honest with you, Tanner.
If that's beyond your power, I understand.
Yeah, no, it's something that I can't even feasibly think that's possible, but I don't know that for sure because I'm not the prosecutor. I'm not, the courts. I don't know that. So it's above my head. It's a question I'd have to ask.
I'd be willing, even if y'all set up cameras outside the house,
you know what, Tanner? Give me some good faith. We talked a bunch that night. You were completely honest with me. Completely honest with me. I mean, and I think that goes to trust because there's a two-way road. I think you trusted me and I trusted you to do the right thing and tell me the truth. And you did. Literally, I'll tell you right now that it's okay. Don't worry about that. That's volunteer. Don't worry about it.
So,
We'll have somebody clean that with that.
Listen to me. Small details, right? Remember, I kept telling you that I did a small piece of a bigger picture, right? So you told me the truth, and you walked in. And obviously, in today's modern world and with our capabilities, we can make a lot of things. We can corroborate a lot of things, right? We can put all the pieces together and see if you're telling us the truth, and you are telling us the truth. We've literally, I mean, we've got everything nailed down. Even if you go into the store and get the cleaning materials, all that, we know all those things, right? So a lot of the what has been answered. I think I told you that from the beginning, right? Right? What happened has been answered. What path you took has been answered. Where you put her has been answered, right? That's the biggest thing for me. I think I told you from day one.
Yeah, like what more? That's actually a scary question. What more does he think he can tell them? It's probably just more lies. But as Texas Ranger Job Espinoza just said, you've already told us you abducted her. You already told us you tried to break her neck and then strangled her. You already told us where her body is. We already found what? Yeah. He's like, but I need a month. Look at him doing business, everyone, in his jail outfitty with these little slides on. Just need a month, guys. All right. He's that out of touch. He really can't read the room to the point where he's like, look, guys, I want to talk to you. Just give me a month. All right.
He's like, just let me bring her home, right? I think that was the statement I made to you, and that was my sole intent. I just wanted to bring her home. And we got her home now. But a lot of why this happened hasn't been answered. And I know that you want some good faith and some things that are beyond my power to do, but I think you got to give me some more good faith on why this happened. Why did this happen?
Well, the thing is, I'm willing to tell everything. Even if you have to make a list, I'll make video entries of every detail of everything. If you can somehow give me a month just to be with my family, that one last month, if you can talk to somebody, anything.
Athena didn't get that month. She had a whole life ahead of her. She was only 7 years old, and her favorite holiday was Christmas. And this, I've just got bad words in my head. This creature is like, just give me a month to spend Christmas with my family. I just can't believe that what he's requesting. What about Athena? What about her family? Yeah, he has no remorse.
That's all I want. I just want to be able to have one Christmas.
I can't promise you anything.
I know you can't promise.
I can't tell you that that's even possible, nor am I going to begin to give you any false illusions. Because I think from day one you asked, how many questions did you ask me there on the side of the road and I answered you truthfully?
I didn't count.
But how many times? You asked me several questions. Did I avoid your questions?
No, sir.
I answered you directly, correct?
And I appreciate you.
Yeah, and I was truthful with you.
About this.
Well, it's a two-way road, Tanner. It's that two-way road means that what I expect of you, you should expect of me also. So I'm not going to.
That's why I'm not like upset that you're telling me that it might not be possible.
Yeah.
If there's like a sliver.
Yeah, I'll tell you where we're at right now is you got to give me some good faith and answer that question for me. You got to answer me the why, right? Because that's what's weighing on me, is why this happened. We don't have to get back into detail if you don't want to right now, but that's a big question I have. Why did this happen?
Sir, I want to answer everything you have to say. But the main motivation behind me wanting to talk to you is I literally just want to see my son.
I understand
I
that.
want to be there for him on Christmas. I want to give him that good Christmas feeling. I want to be able to leave
Tanner, answer me
videos that he can look back on.
Absolutely. 100%.
Charlie P456 says it's definitely not possible, you POS. Imagine if they answered like that. That would be nice. Wish we could see that. But they got to keep the rapport going. Okay, we know that. Also, he dropped some ash on the floor there. Okay, careful now with the cigarette.
I would want to do the same thing. But you got to answer me something. You got to give me some good faith, right? Are you willing to do that for me? No, hang on. Listen to what I'm fixing to ask. 'Cause I didn't even ask you what I'm fixing to ask. I'm just asking you, are you willing to do that for me?
It's the only thing I want. And that'll give me anything you want.
Did you know what you did was wrong?
Of course. No, I haven't been on my medicine in 5 days. It's starting to wear off. I've actually been crying. Do you know what that's like? Not being able to cry for months and months and months.
Tanner.
Do you know what that's like? I'm the victim here, sir. Okay? So I want to go home for Christmas, and I've been crying for days because my medication has worn off. Do you know what that's like? You know who knows what that's like? Athena's family. Athena herself, by the sounds of it too. What she went through when he murdered her is absolutely horrifying. Just even based on what they've described so far, right? And now he's sitting there on his ass in his clown outfit there, being like, do you know what that's like? Huh? To not be able to cry? Finally I can. No one cares. Literally no one. Not at all.
Are you remorseful for what you did? Obviously you're telling me you're crying, but I mean, I'm a father. I took a fucking...
Well, that's one way to avoid the question, right? Are you remorseful for what you did? I'm a father. I took a effing... Did anyone believe that? You just avoided the question.
I took away something from someone. I already have something there. Oh, that was jail, I guess. All I want is just to spend one last Christmas with my son, and I'll tell you everything. Like, all while I'm
Ted, you got distracted and you didn't answer my question. I said, are you remorseful for what you did?
I'm a father.
Still avoiding the question. That's strike 2. He's out of strikes. Okay, I'm just saying in this context. Texas Ranger Job Espinoza, you didn't answer my question. Are you remorseful? Ash in the water bottle. I'm a father. Okay, sperm donor. And the question is, are you remorseful for what you did to Athena?
Tell me about that. Are you hurting inside for Athena?
Hurting for her, I'm hurting for her family. Like, even if this was some random person, I'd still be hurting for this child.
Well, what would you want to say? If her mom and dad were here right now, what would you want to say to them?
I put the illegal list of 0 questions, by the way.
What's that?
Is there a sliver of a chance?
Oh my word. I don't know what, I couldn't hear exactly what he said, but something like, these are really hard questions. Giggles, scratches his half beard. And then, listen, a sliver though. Can I get out for a month? Just stop with these questions, okay? These are weird questions, Texas Ranger Espinoza. I just want to get out for a month, okay?
Hey, Montana, and I told you that. I'm not going to promise you anything. That's way above my head. And I'm going to shoot you straight just like I want you to shoot straight. I don't think there's that possibility. Now, is there a possibility for you to receive equipment and things to make videos for your son and things like that? I believe so. I believe that may be a possibility. Obviously, you're going to get to talk to your family. There'll be a time and place for that.
I mean, I have a lot of rights that even along with my own family. Like, you've probably seen what that backyard looks like. My grandmother was telling me she needs that cleaned up for over a decade, and that just... If I'm on like house arrest, something like that, I'd be able to right those wrongs. If I was on house arrest, I'd be able to actually give my son a Christmas. I'd be able to, you know what I mean?
Jan, where'd you come up with this idea? Is this your idea or just something you saw someone else or somebody tell you?
I pray about it.
Pray about it. God speak to you.
I like that. Tanner, would you come up with this idea? Asked so innocently. Instead of, what the hell is wrong with you? Is actually the question, right? Hey, Tanner, would you come up with this bright idea you have to try to make a deal over here and be like, come on, man. You saw my grandma's house. Let me just go there for a month.
He said this is what you should ask for.
So, Tanner, let me ask you something. I answered your question just now. You said I'd answer around it, but I didn't answer around it. My question was that I told you that, one, I didn't know if this was possible, and two, it was way above my head. And I'm not going to sit here and give you false hope, right? Because you and I started from day one on shooting each other straight. That was our relationship from the minute we met. And I'm not going to begin to start jacking that up right now and not shoot you straight. So I've answered your question. The only question I have is, and you got to help me out here. You said you were a parent, right? So as a parent, my question to you was, if Athena's parents here were here, put yourself in their shoes for a minute, what would you say to them?
I don't know what I would say.
I mean, would you apologize to them? Would you explain why you did this? Or, I mean,
I don't know what I would say. I would be speechless.
What would you want somebody to say to you if somebody took somebody from you?
If you can make this happen for me somehow.
listen to me. Here's the deal. Again, I'll go right back to what I said before. I don't put in a minute, you know. I'm not going to begin to give you false hope, right? I'm not going to begin to tell you that this is possible. The current offenses, the charges that you've been charged with, I don't believe that's something where they let folks, you know, obviously if you can post bond, you have your constitutional rights for that, and you can be with your family if you can make bond. There's that side of it. But other than that, I'm not going to start with giving you false hope or telling you things. This is above my pay grade. That's a question that will be for prosecutors, judges, and different things that I don't have the answer to, because I don't think that's possible. So, that being said, if I wanted to sit here and bullshit you, which I'm not, and I haven't done from day one, I would give you false hope, and I'm not going to do that. Okay? Because, again, I think our relationship goes into telling each other the truth and shooting each other straight. Now, I think you can save a lot of grace and save some face here, which you've already done. First of all, hang on, let me tell you something, Tanner. From the bottom of my heart, I want to personally thank you for letting me bring her home. Thank you for that. Because guess what? That wasn't for me. That wasn't for you. That wasn't for anybody in this community. That was for her parents. You let me bring her home. You let me bring her home so she could rest and so that family could get closure. So thank you for that. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for letting me bring her home. I genuinely appreciate that. I don't think I ever got to really express that to you. Okay? So, again, thank you for cooperating with us. Thank you for being truthful, honest, transparent. I do see a little bit of remorse on you. I do see a little regret in you. And I feel you as a parent, as a person, right? Just because I wear this badge doesn't make me not human. I'm just like you, right? I'm a person, I'm human, I have feelings, I have emotions. Right? Do you understand that? So quit thinking of me as a police officer right now, think of me as a person. And understand the human aspect of this. The human aspect says that we know the what. Now the family needs to understand the why. People need to understand the why. Now we're going to start expanding our casting a little bit further. Now we need to explain to this community why. Now we need to explain to the people why. Officers. This case has impacted everybody tremendously. I personally, all over investigators that were on the front line, I didn't sleep, man. Days looking for Athena.
Do you know her parents' names?
No, sir.
Her father's name is Jacob. Her mother's name is Maitland. Her stepmother's name is Elizabeth. They want to know why. They're curious as to why it happened.
If I don't go to them next time I see them, because their question when I see them again is, why did this happen? We know what happened. We're always going to know the what. We get hung up in the what too many times, but we never understand the why. And you can go play every person I've talked to in the past. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you I haven't worked cases like this before. I have. And every single person has always helped me understand why, because there's always a why.
Let me tell you something, Tanner. Last night there was a prayer group for this going on, and Jacob specifically asked me why this happened to us. Why did he get taken? He wants to know. I mean, He's got 2 other daughters. But he'd like to know why this happened. And I couldn't tell him. I looked this man dead in the face and I couldn't tell him. I said, I don't know. He hasn't answered that for me. He doesn't want to talk to you right now.
Tim, I know what you want, and I'll listen to it. And you know, I've been honest with you and upfront with you, and you have been with us as well. But if that's something that you can help us put that piece of the puzzle in, then that's very important.
I know there's a lot of other details you have, what you want to give us, if we can grant this, but the why, it is pretty big for his family. This helps with their closure.
Would you be able to talk to a judge?
Yeah, you know what I'll do? I'll do is I'll convey what you've told me here today. I'll convey what you told me here today. I'll convey to the judge and to the prosecutors, and I'll convey to the department heads what your request is, right? And I'll also convey to them that I've told you this isn't something that I believe is feasible. Because again, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you. I'm not going to sit here and give you false hope. But if you want me to relay something, I will. But I think as good faith, I think answering the why is crucial.
The answer would come after I got,
Yeah, and it's fine.
Jared, I want you to understand something. It's not crucial about the case. That's not what he's talking about. It's crucial to the family. This is not about prosecution. It's not about putting you on trial. The why is crucial to the family.
We need to, let me help you understand this again and walk you through. The what happened is done. We know what happened. You were helpful in what happened. You literally walked me step through step on when you took Athena, when you killed Athena, and where you put Athena, and what you did after you killed Athena. That's the what happened. What you did after, up until the day you came here. We know what happened because of you. Because of your cooperation and your assistance and your willingness to let me bring her home. That is what happened. And those answers have been answered. So that's what I want to help you understand. Would you agree with me on that?
yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. But can I speak for a minute? No. The reason I wanted to do this I want to spend that one last Christmas. I have videos of Christmas morning and waking up, going to go sit, I go under the tree, see his presents. Videotape the entire thing and have him be able to look back on that. This isn't even really about me at this point. It's about that little boy. I want
This was never about you. You were never supposed to be involved in this. But here we are. This is Athena's life that he took. Athena's justice for her case. But he's like, this is not about me. It's about me spending that last Christmas with my son. Oh, please. My goodness. Grandma Pumpkin said, this is extremely heartbreaking. After losing a 5-year-old son in 2008. I'm so sorry to hear that. You said, Grizzly, mods and fellow Grizzlies, for saving my seat. We will save your seat. Thank you so much. You said justice for Athena. Thanks for being a member for 15 months, and I'm so sorry for your loss.
this because I want to be able to, for him to have something to look back on. somehow by some million and one shot, y'all were able to put me on a monitor, put cameras around the house, everything. If y'all were able to do that, I would go no contest. All I want is that one.
But, okay, so he didn't get his month, and he didn't plead no contest, but he waited 3.5 years to get to day one of the trial, and he's like, yep. The judge was just like, okay, Mr. Horner, how do you plead? He's like, guilty. You took everyone by surprise. What? You're pleading guilty. Okay. Can you do that in front of the jury, though? Which he did. But he still wasted 3.5 years of everyone's time. You know what I mean?
1 month time. Hell, not even a month, technically. Just end of the year. You know what I mean? That 1 month time, that one last crucial time for my son. I would give up everything. I would say, just throw me in a jail cell forever. I don't care. I would give up everything. I'd give up all my defenses. I'd give up.
I mean, come on. Can you believe what he's asking of them? He would just give everything. Well, you should have thought of that before you did what you did, right? Esther said you always plead not guilty first. Not always. They can plead guilty if they want to. They're just not advised to by their attorneys, right? Even though he confessed and everything. Everyone's like, what? And then he pleaded not guilty? Uh-huh. Pleaded not guilty. But at that point, at his arraignment, he could plead guilty if he wanted to and just stop right there. You know what I mean? But no, this is then the prosecutor had indicated they are seeking the death penalty, and off the case went. 3.5 years later, here we are. And then on day one, he's like, yep, guilty. Okay. So we're in the punishment phase. Dabba Dootsie, thank you so much. Dabba Dootsie, yeah, thank you so much for your $5 sticker.
Everything. Plead no contest. Give you the information that you want. Everything. That's what I want you to convey to the judge.
I'll convey that to the prosecutor, to the district attorney of this county. I'll convey that to him for you. But again, I tell you this, that is not like what you're requesting is more than likely not possible. I'm not going to sit here, and again, you know we can't make we can't make any promises. We can't give you false hope. We can't give you any illusions of what's going to happen. You know what I mean? It's like I'll convey it, but for you. But I can tell you what the answer's going to be. Does that make sense? Thank you. What are your thoughts, Terry? What are you thinking?
I guess I'll just wait on the response at this point.
What do you want to say to this community? What do you want to say to the families? Is there anything you want to put out there to do?
No one deserved any of this.
Have you spoken to your family?
My mom and my grandmother are currently coming today.
To see you? You know what time they'll be here?
Pretty soon, from what I'm guessing.
Okay.
Is this y'all's one?
No, that's yours. Everything we got is for you.
Right? Angelo said he needs to be told his Christmases are over. Then and even now. Could someone tell him right now? Whisper. Can it be a hot mic moment? You'll never have Christmas again. Oh, too soon? Okay. Stefan said, is he drinking out of 3 bottles? I mean, last time he also had 3 bottles there. I think he is. I mean, there's 3 people in the room. One would think it's 1 for each, but he might be. That could be all for him.
Either way, that's basically my price. And then,
Yeah, so let me kind of reiterate some things. For me, right, when you do that for me, so, yeah, I'm just going to, a couple of things, some of the things that I want to kind of talk to you about. I don't spend a lot of time talking that first night. We covered a lot of things, but one of the things that we didn't get to was the human aspect of it, right? Emotions and feelings, and early on from a young age, we're always taught right from wrong, and then as we come up, through life, as adults, we become the persons that we right through the course of times. But obviously, one of the main things that I asked you that night, and it's just something that has concern for me, is has anything like this ever happened before?
No, sir. Nothing like this has ever happened. Ever.
You've never killed anyone?
Nothing like this. Did you hear I said it? Nothing like this has ever happened before. I do think it could be the first time he's ever killed someone. And he killed a child, a 7-year-old little girl, Athena. But he does have sexual assault charges and allegations from his past. So part of his crime he's done before. You know what I mean? Well, he's accused of. He's accused of doing before. There are charges. He's not convicted of those yet. And there's other allegations. So part of it, I would speculate he's done before. But the killing part? That was probably his first time. Especially on the job. But now he's like, no, sir. And here he's just talking as Tanner this whole time. Tanner is ready to tell everything, not zero, like you guys are pointing out in chat. Interesting.
No, sir.
This is the first person you've ever killed.
Nothing like this has ever happened before. I cry when I run over dogs at work. Like, I've cried over a squirrel before, dude. Then why fucking feed homeless people, man? Then why Athena? If you cry over a squirrel, this is a 7-year-old human being.
And what did you cry over a squirrel for? What happened to the squirrel? Do tell us. That's another point. Any animals you harmed, huh? We heard how you talk about dogs. Sorry to go there, guys. I'm just thinking what he just said. Oh, you cry over a squirrel and homeless people. Not Athena, though. Okay. Now do tell us more about the squirrel, the dogs, all of that.
Wasn't me.
Who was it?
Now that I haven't been on that medication, I haven't heard from Zero in like 2 days.
So I don't even know what medication he's claiming he's on, but he's claiming when he's on medication, that's when Zero is around. That's also not how DID works, dissociative identity disorder. Okay, dude. He hasn't heard it from him in 2 days, okay? All right. Can they talk to Zero, though? Can he tell everything about the squirrels?
I know you're being a little evasive right now on to about some of the things, rightfully so, right? This is your meeting. You call this meeting. You want to speak to me. I know that you want to put it on your terms, right? But I do ask that you show me the respect that I'm showing you, because this is a two-way street. Honestly, by all accounts, if you hadn't reached out to me today or last night, we probably would have spoken again for a long time. I wouldn't have had the opportunity to sit before you for a long time. It would have been a while. So what I'm trying to do here is not only fill those, primarily first and foremost. Feel that void, feel that emptiness, feel that why for them. Because it's not about me, it's not about you, it's about them. It's not, again, I'll reiterate that. It's about that family, it's about that closure, it's about what you would want as a parent. Right? Closure. That's why I'm asking you those questions. That's why I asked that why. Again, I'm not going to sit here and pretend.
I told you the why the first night, though.
Which is what?
Come back and watch the videos. Y'all have access. I told you why it happened.
So the whole reason we took her is because you bumped her with the truck.
And knocked her down with the truck.
And then it just spiraled out of control from there.
So I'm my hands at that point.
So if you
At this point, I'd like to say, put Grandma on the stand. Put his fiance on the stand. I'm so sorry, but please, so that we can hear what he's actually like, huh? What is this guy like? Is he a total POS all the time, or, you know, does he lie a lot? Probably lies a lot. Anyway.
never bumped her with that truck, this would have never happened.
Nothing would have happened. I'd be at work right now. I'd be at work, saving up for Chester's Christmas, getting everything ready, just trying to get us into an apartment. I was this close. I finally got a new car. And I was having to drive the freaking work trucks home for like a month because I didn't have a car. Because my car broke down several months ago, and then Cassie's broke down. Like, life was getting really bad. The stress was getting too much. I'm not a violent person. I'm not a bad person. I've never been a bad person.
Would you say for the majority?
I'm sorry, but we'd all probably disagree, right? Do you think he's a good person, you guys? Is he a good person? I'm not a bad person, he says. Just gonna abduct a 7-year-old. Drive around with her for an hour, try to kill her for an hour. And then, you know, take all her clothes off and throw her in the river. But I'm not a bad person. Yeah, he needs to look for a long, hard time in that plastic mirror in his jail cell because he's a bad, very bad, the worst of the worst kind of people.
Your life, you've done the right thing.
I've always done the right thing. I've never been a violent person. I've never been a bad person. The only bad things I've ever done is, like, occasionally I'll smoke marijuana, but that's legally that's on its way out the door anyway, eventually. So, like, slowly things are going to get better. I'm not getting into all that. Like, that's literally the worst thing I've probably done in my life.
I would say so.
Probably not, based on the sexual assault charges you now face. Multiple of them. Against, you know, minors. Yeah. This is how he manipulates her. I wish they could have I mean, these guys are doing great. But have a female interrogator in there as well, you know what I mean? To talk to him a different way, you know? Just to see all the angles of how this guy manipulates. Oh no, I'm not bad at all. Never done anything like that. Yeah, Stefan said, no wacky tobacco in jail. None of that. Is that what he ran out of? Is that the medication he hasn't had? That's probably it.
I'd say so. I would hope so.
You can look at my history. I'm not some deranged psychopath. I'm not some criminal.
I don't think you are either. I don't think you are either.
I'm an autistic, weird dude who likes music that other people tend to shun at.
Well,
musician. I was in a Christian punk band at one point. A Christian punk band. Not gonna lie, the vocals weren't the best, but you know.
the alien vocals?
Oh no. Oh yeah. If I were to jump on a kid, your jaw would probably drop.
Yeah, it sounds like it just.
So 6 hours later from December 2nd of 2022 and all that crap, and now we're on December 7th when he asked to speak with him. Only now does he bring up that he says he's autistic, so it would be on the autism spectrum. But that's the first time he talks about it, and the defense was like, I don't think anyone's going to believe the DID he's claiming to have, probably from movies he watched. I think, though, what we're going to go with, is that he's on the spectrum, and that he shouldn't be sentenced to death because of that. Because that's what they did in the opening statement. But to think how much time has passed, and only now he's saying that, and he's saying, like, I was in a Christian pop band, as if that's, like, gonna just make everybody ignore that you just admitted to killing a 7-year-old and threw her naked into a river. Okay then, dude, no. This is the worst of the worst, right?
You put your hands on your knee just now.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah, I've worked years mastering my craft, and at this point I write my own music, I've written my own music, but I haven't really, I had lyrics and everything, but I never really got to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Put it out.
Yeah.
I mean, smart, freaking talented musician. You work for a living, being a productive member.
Shame. Texas Ranger Espinoza working so hard now, trying to just boost his ego a little bit. Tell us more. You're amazing. You're so talented. I mean, I can show you the YouTube channel again if you want. You're all gonna say, no, I won't. But he cannot. There's no talent. Zero. Okay? None. So.
Society. Yeah. So you can see where that why, and you've answered the why. If you're telling me, if you'd never bumped Athena with that truck, she would have never died. That's the why, right? That's some of the why. You paid by all accounts on your statement. The first night was that if you were scared, that you were going to get put away for vehicular assault and go to jail, so you panicked and took her in the truck. And then at that
These are all things that have been covered.
I know, I'm just saying, that's the why, right? She died because she was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Essentially. Please have another cigarette.
In a minute, we'll just let the smoke die down. I'm not just let it settle for a little bit. I'm not a cigarette smoker, tobacco smoker, so honestly, I know
you were probably chucking up a little bit.
Yeah. So if you'll just give me, I smoke essentially clear for a little bit, we'll get you okay. Again, I know that you're
That would be him pointing out that you're the most inconsiderate POS ever, because you're like, more and more cigarettes. And he's like, I'm not a smoker, okay? You're just filling up this whole place. Could you maybe give us a break with that? No, it's like, wait, what? But I want another one. I want what I want. Give me a month at home.
Little girl said, breaks my fucking heart, dude.
I'm personally, I'm glad to hear that, because if you do show some type of emotion, right? If you do have some type of remorse, that goes a long way, right? As opposed to just a cold-blooded killer monster.
If I was a cold-blooded killer, I would have been killing people for years. You know what I mean? Like, I have a conscience. I have feelings. I'm just a person.
No, you're not. You wish.
It was a decision that was made at the, you panicked.
It wasn't my decision. I wanted to let her go. There's other jobs out there. He didn't want to let her go. Now I haven't even heard from him in 2 days.
Zero.
No.
What were you doing in your eyes like that?
Can you do some research on something for me?
Sure.
Can you look up some of the potential negative psychoactive effects of potentially Prozac.
Let's talk about that real quick. What medications are you on?
Yeah, what medications are you on, dude? Now, he's going with a medication defense, guys. He's now ready to blame whatever medication he's going to tell them he's on. They're like, we'd like to talk to Zero. He's like, can you guys do a favor? Can you do something for me? How about you go do some research? Oh, wow, okay. Diddy Dishman, thank you so much for your sticker. Yeah, the angry face, huh? Mm-hmm.
I know you told me that first time.
Yeah, I'm on Prozac, Stratera, and...
Hang on. Stratera?
Yeah.
Spell that. It's alright. Prozac, Stratera, what else?
And Remeron for times when I can't sleep. I literally only take that one.
And Remeron?
Remeron, yeah.
Remeron?
Also known as Merzapine.
Who's your doctor?
Foreign dude that works at NHMR Penn Square.
Do you remember his name?
Again, foreign dude. I have no idea how to pronounce it.
Penn Square?
Yeah, Penn
Where's
Square.
Penn Square?
It's a NHMR clinic in Fort Worth.
You mentioned my clinic in Fort Worth. Can you write that down? Penn Square. You mentioned my clinic in Fort Worth.
Oh, you did the same thing.
What's that? The same thing?
Yeah.
That's a habit of mine. I got about this week. Broke the same one time, so it's the hardest sometimes.
I do that because as a drummer, like, you can see scars from years and years of playing drums where I just like busted my fingers on freaking snare drum.
Do you see any other doctors, Tanner?
For him, it's weird because when I started getting back on my medication about 7-8 months ago, I'm guessing, like what ended up happening was I was going through like a suicidal episode, right? And you know, instead of leaving my son here without his father, what I wanted to do was get right.
Get some help.
So initially I went to Millwood to, you know, because that's where I originally got patient and all that stuff. And they said they had this outpatient thing called eye care. So I went through them, and you know they helped me get back on my meds and all that stuff.
So let me go back a little bit. Do you care if I get to know you a little bit better? Just real quick.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's just literally start about.
He's like, yeah, we could talk about me all day, bro. Ask me anything. Let's talk more about me. Less about Athena and her family. And less about anything other than let me out for a month, Christmas, and then let's tell you about my music. Wow. Sunny Way said, throw that spaghetti. That's what he's doing, right?
And I'm not going to interrupt you. I'm going to let you do your thing. I just want to know, Tanner, where did you grow up? Where were you born? What did you do? Where did you go to high school? All that stuff. Tell me a little bit about Tanner.
I'm pretty much born next to Fort Worth. My dad's a fucking crackhead. Like, if you type in Horner, pardon my French. If you type in Horner at like Parker County, my dad's name and my brother's names come up a lot.
Okay.
You know, I try to disassociate from them because...
What's your dad's name?
Terry
Horner?
Senior. My oldest brother, his name is Terry Horner as well.
Okay.
He's junior.
So born and raised in Fort Worth.
Yeah.
Where'd you go to school?
Multiple places.
Okay.
Multiple places for elementary.
What elementary around Fort Worth or around Parker County? Or?
Yeah, like Fort Worth.
Okay. So multiple places in Fort Worth. You don't really remember the names. Where's the last elementary you landed at?
Last elementary was Eagle Heights.
Okay. Which is in Fort Worth.
No, that's technically, I think, Eagle School District.
That's a school district. Okay.
Yeah.
And then where'd you go to high school?
High school, that was Hazel. The years before that, I was just kind of moving around a lot. You know what I mean? Because my mom is a heroin addict, so most of my life I was actually raised by my grandparents. Well, my grandmother and my step-grandfather, which I consider him more cemetery.
Okay, so it's since passed out, sorry to get lost.
He passed a few years ago, a little bit.
So he pretty much raised you. What was your childhood like? Was it good? Was it bad? Was it rocky? Like,
I didn't realize how bad it was when I was younger.
okay.
Because, you know, like, I didn't realize, hey, why is my mom always gone? You know what I mean? Why is my dad never around? Like, for a big portion of my childhood, my dad was in prison. And my mom in and out of jail constantly. Like, when my mom and my grandmother sued me, I actually worked on this clever line. As soon as I answered that phone, and my mom's on, she'd be like, oh, how the tables have turned.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a little nod to seeing her in jail most of my life.
Yeah.
So my grandparents raised me, and you know, I'm glad they did, because I wouldn't be the kind of person that literally buys fucking homeless people food. You know what I mean? Like, there's been several points.
They taught you right from wrong. They make you the person you were growing up. Probably instilled some work ethic.
Yeah, he wants everyone to believe he's a really good person, but good people don't walk around saying, I'm a really good person, I buy homeless people food. See, that makes me like really good. I would never, you know? No one believes you, dude. Stop saying that. Stop bragging about that. Who does that? Anyway.
The work ethic, that came later.
Okay.
Yeah, the work ethic I didn't really get until I was a father.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Sorry. Work ethic. Oh, the work ethic came later. You were on the job as a father of an infant. Shame. Again, I say he was a sperm donor. He can't just claim to be a parent all of a sudden. But okay. You're a father. His work ethic didn't come along until he was a father. Oh, well, what did you do while on the job? Abduct a 7-year-old girl and murder her. Wow, quite the work ethic, hey? Yeah, you can see it really improved. For anyone just listening, I'm doing like air quotes, okay? Oh, yeah, it went so well.
I was always in and out of jobs. You know what I mean? Like, my 20s were interesting. I got to live my 20s to the fullest.
Yeah, tell me about that. What do you mean by that?
We know, we've heard about the charges and what you did to teenagers, allegedly.
Bands. Play show after show after show. It was great.
Yeah, good times.
Yeah, like especially Sacred Sound, the Christian punk band I was in. It was that time when I met this girl, Nicole. Oh my God. Bunch of crazy.
Yeah.
Bunch of crazy. That woman stressed me out so bad.
What's your girl's last name?
Baka.
Baka?
Baka, which
means cow?
No.
Baka.
Funny story. So I ended up, I watched.
Now he's ready to tell funny stories. Okay.
Right? You know, like One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, all that bullshit. And, you know, sometimes if I caught up with the English dub, I'll watch the subs, right? And that's when I learned that baka in Japanese means stupid. So,
okay.
I know. So, I definitely never told her that, but, you know, I thought it was funny because she's dumb as a brick. You know, she actually, with Sacred Sound,
I hope she's watching. Ma'am, if you're with us, tell us. You saw the red flags flying, right? That's why you stressed him out, huh? Is that what it is? And he's like, oh, she was dumb as a brick. Says you, talking about work ethic when you killed a little girl on the job. Dumbass. Yeah, my goodness, he's frustrating to listen to. I'm gonna do 20 squats. Let's go.
pretty much gave me a choice, like, hey, it's her, the band, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I chose her like an idiot. She ended up, I'm not racist, I swear to God, but she did end up cheating on me with 2 different black guys. So, which eventually ended up telling me later on what was really going on. And actually, y'all can send this in a Fort Worth. So she, one of the guys that she cheated on me with, right? She put rape charges against him, right? Mm-hmm. I ended up meeting up with the guy while doing Uber one time. He ended up showing me the messages. she had been cheating on me with him for like 2 months. What he's saying has happened was one time when they were messing around on me, right? He came in her, and there's no way she'd be able to pull that off as my kid, because clearly about as white as glue. Yeah, that's you know, that's when I went through my first like suicidal depression and all that. So
What year was that? You remember?
It was like 4 or 5 years ago, something.
Okay, pretty recent.
Yeah, that was the first time we went to middle.
So that's really the first time you had any type of issue series over a girl. Essentially, you were heartbroken, right? Was that a proper conclusion? I don't put words in your mouth.
I mean, yeah, 3.5 years like down the drain like that. So yeah, that's
you loved her.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, ironically now supposedly she's a lesbian.
Yeah. So that's kind of your first, obviously, rough upbringing a little bit with your parents, but for the most part, your grandparents kind of filled in that void.
I mean, I was like 20s when that happened.
Okay. And then, so where, after that, what are you doing there? You're Uber driving, where are you working?
Yeah, I'm doing Uber at that point until I lose my Tahoe, which, you know, she ended up telling the finance company that I was only on liability. So, yeah, that got my car taken away. So I was jobless there for a bit, but I was doing pretty good. Like,
where were you at? Where were you living at then?
My grandparents.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not until I got on Cassie that I moved out.
Okay.
With that, I was like 300 pounds when Nicole broke up with me, right?
Just because you started eating, kind of depressed, kind of doing that thing, or what?
I got stagnant, I got careless. So I got up to like 300 fucking pounds, right? So after the breakup, you know, I get put on medication, all this other stuff, and I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna get myself in a natural routine. So I would wake up every morning and I put myself on the keto diet, which holy shit, it works. So I would eat 4 sausage patties, 4 eggs when I wake up in the morning. I would wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, go out in the Uber until like about 5, 6 in the afternoon, right? Then I'd go to the gym, run for I would listen to an entire like music album, and I'd run that entire time. That was my routine for like 3 months. I got down to like 215. Keto literally sheds off your fucking body fat. It's insane.
Yeah.
So I was doing good.
Okay. So he's talking about music, food, fitness. Look, dude, just, you can't see the big picture, right? Do you understand what's going on here, Turner? I don't think so.
And ended up actually going out and socializing a lot more because, you know, I've always been an introvert, you know, all that stuff. I'd rather sit at home, like, watching anime, play my guitar, do all that crap, right? But something told me not. I actually need to go out and be social. So on Friday nights and Saturday nights, what I would do is I would go out to the bar, and that's where I met, you know, some friends, you know, Karen and Stacy. Stacy's actually a dude. I think his actual name was Randy or some shit, but, you know, he likes to go by Stacy for some reason. So I remember his last name. No. Yeah. Funny thing is, he's like one of my best friends. You know, like the last name things never come up because it's like, it's Stacy.
So you met him at where?
Electric Cowboy, which is sadly shut down now. Shut down.
I remember Electric Cowboy over here.
Yeah, it was a fun place, you know. And
so you met them all there. Is that kind of like a routine? You don't have a routine?
Yeah, we had a routine there for a long time. And
tell me about that. What would y'all do?
We'd just go and hang out at the bar. Like, we pretty much ran that shit, you know what I mean? Like, we were the regulars, you know what I mean? So we'd all just hang out, do our thing, you know, and that's when, you know, I lost my car and all that shit. So I ended up needing work, so I started working with my cousin Bert and my dad.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
what's his last name?
Rodriguez. I know, it sounds strange, right? Because I'm white as shit, but yeah, his name's Bert Rodriguez, but I worked for him, and, you know, me and my dad worked for him. We do AC work, which, you know, it's fun, but, you know, it's hard work. It's hard. Like, we were installers, you know what I mean? We take out units from the attic.
Oh yeah, no, that's hard work. I've seen it. I've got some buddies that own a company that do that, and man, they're constantly just sweating their butts off.
Yeah, this one time the fucking unit fell out of the ceiling, right? I caught it. Okay, those things were like 200 pounds, so I decided to brace my knees, and I caught that shit. I was like, oh god! Hurt my knee like a motherfucker, more than my back, but that's because I actually braced correctly before doing it. But, so, after that, I started going more to guitars and Cadillacs, because that's where my cousin wanted to go instead, because it was just like, oh, fuck, I like your cowboy. There's no chicks there, blah, 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 that whole thing, you know, like, he was just getting over a separation, which, you know, that always sucks, you know, so he starts going through like a midlife crisis, you know, he gets like a freaking not dirt bike, but he gets a motorcycle, like a Yamaha. Yeah. You know, like he's in his early 40s at this point, you know, and he's sitting there acting like he's 20-something.
Kind of a little midlife deal, kind of going
on.
So
definitely midlife crisis, but, you know, I helped him through that because, you know, he's my cousin, I love the shit out of him. But,
so where's Bert live? Is he living near Hazel too, or what?
He did live in Hazel. It's actually a funny story on that. So with that separation he went through,
I wonder what this detective is writing. Bad shit crazy. Can't read the... Loves to talk about himself.
He wanted a percentage of the house, and his girl wanted a flat amount of, like, I don't remember what the amount was, you know, but it was a flat amount. And then fast forward through time, and housing goes up. That means his percentage, his money went up, but hers stayed the same because she wanted a flat amount. So, yeah, he came out on top on that one. Like, when they finally were just like, hey, let's go ahead and finish this out, because, you know, like, COVID put everything back a lot. So, he ended up getting this huge payout because they had to sell the house, you know what I mean? Like, there was no way around it. So, I don't know where he is now.
Obviously, you hadn't seen him since he essentially got some money and forgot about his family and friends kind of deal, or what?
No, I think he's having a house built. I just don't know where. Probably like Joshua or something.
Okay, Johnson County area.
Is that that county?
Yeah, that's Claiborne, Johnson County. Yeah. But,
so I don't know where he's at. And as for my dad, last time I heard him, he was telling me, hey, I'm homeless, can I have a place to stay? But I'm sitting here living with my mom and my grandmother, like, I can't help you out. But, yeah, during that time, I'm going up to Guitars and Cadillacs. That's when I meet Cassie. And we just hit it off really well.
Okay.
Like really well.
Yeah. Tell me about that. How'd y'all meet? What do y'all have in common?
Well, we're both dorky as shit. Like, personality-wise, we're super dorks. But Cassie, I met her and it just kind of clicked, which is really weird because her mom was trying to hit on me, and her mom's like...
So she threw her mom at the bar? Or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my. I don't believe him. Her mom was trying to hit on me, and her mom was like, ooh, he says, no, that's you. That ooh is for you. Do you look at the mirror? It's you. All you, dude.
She knew her mom at the bar, and her mom was interested in me. I clearly was not.
Yeah.
She's like, hey, your daughter's a lot cuter, man. Like, you're like 50.
Yes, I get it. Yep.
So.
And you'll be 50 and beyond when you're still in prison. Ha ha ha. No one will ever want you ever again, if anyone ever did. Ever again. Oh, actually, you might have some friends in prison that might. I don't know.
Y'all exchange numbers? How's that going?
Actually, I didn't talk to her for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
She legit thought I was gay because I ghosted her like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, that. I had a bad problem with like ghosting girls because like I'd always get to that point where we're flirting, like all this other shit, you know, like sometimes we'd sleep together, all that shit, but then like afterwards I'm just like, shit, I don't know where to go from here. So, you know, yeah. So
they're like, yeah. Suzanne, thank you so much. Again, I know I keep saying it, but I just remind us. This guy is accused of well, not accused, he confessed and pleaded guilty to, okay? So he abducted a 7-year-old, took her clothes off, tried to kill her for an hour, eventually did murder her, that she had blunt force trauma and she was strangled, and then threw her naked into the Trinity River. And here he is talking about his sex life now. And I mean, this is, 5 days after they found Athena's body. 5 days. We're not talking about months down the line, even that would be inappropriate. Days. So November 30th of 2022 was when he murdered Athena. This is December 7th. We're within a week later and he's talking about all this crap? Wow.
Tell me about that. How long y'all, what year did y'all start dating?
we started, okay, our anniversary is on October 26th.
2000.
And our third anniversary was recently.
So we're talking 2019 on that.
Yeah, like right before the pandemic.
Okay.
You know, and she had lost her job at one point. Like her mom's always been a bit kind of abusive towards her ever since, you know, her parents split up.
Yeah. So you meet Casey. What's her last name?
Cassie.
Cassie. What's her last name?
Wait.
Yeah. I couldn't remember. So y'all meet around 2019, and is it immediate y'all are dating or exclusive or?
Well, our friend Jackie helped us with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But which Jackie always had a thing for Cassie's brother, but.
Who's Jackie? Jackie, what's her last name?
I have no fucking clue.
Just kind of an acquaintance or whatever, friend.
Acquaintance. Actually, the first night I met her. Yeah, that was the thing.
You hook up with Jackie or what?
Yeah, okay. No, I actually, before I met Cassie, as I said, like, I would ghost girls, but I definitely made a habit of being a little bit of a, you know, man whore.
I was going to say, you sound like a little bit of a player out there, man.
I used to be.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Guys, he was a player. He used to ghost girls, okay? Everybody wanted him. I mean, Stefan Stern spoke the same way. Of just like, Stefan Stern said that Madeline Soto and her mother were fighting over him and just looking at him and just saying how amazing he is. I don't think so. Not at all. No. That's a lie that he tells himself. Why else is he targeting children? You know what I mean? Do you really think he's ghosting? Or unless that's just his, oh dear. That's a whole nother psychological angle. He's not into adult women. Oh my word. He's just ghosting them left and right. And now, based on the charges you face, also SAing teenagers. But anyway, damn, he's got an ego. They've done well to make sure they butter up that ego real nice and get him to talk a lot. Sure.
I started realizing getting older, I need to kind of
settle down.
Yeah, settle down essentially.
Okay, so tell me about you in Cassie's relationship.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's really great, man. Like, she ended up, after a couple months, moving in with me at my grandmother's house because, like I said, her mom's slightly abusive. So she ended up moving over with me, and you know, we ended up getting jobs, all that stuff, but then, you know, Cassie lost her job. I don't remember what job it was or what happened, but she ended up getting those, you know.
You don't remember where she worked though?
No.
Okay.
She's had several jobs. She ended up getting like stimulus checks in, right? So after a little bit of getting those stimulus checks in, we're just like, hey, let's go get an apartment. I'm buying a car for my friend Chris, and, you know, we get an apartment out in Arlington. It's the same apartment complex as our friend Jay, so, you know, we at least know some people out there. So we're out there for quite a bit, just living our lives, that whole thing. I get a job at Papa John's, which I actually used to have that job at Papa John's a couple years prior when I was with Nicole.
Okay.
But so the Papa John's out in Pantego.
Pantego, okay. What did you do for Papa John's? Did you work the front or did you do everything?
Delivery.
Okay.
Yes, I was the number one delivery boy.
Yeah.
Though I will say this, UTA was in our delivery zone, right? And I hated it when I delivered there because, and I'm not mad because I realize it's a cultural thing, but people from India think tipping is disrespectful. But when you're a pizza delivery driver, you're basically living off tips.
Yeah.
And they don't tip at all.
So there was probably a lot of Indian folks in that area, I guess is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I mean, they're going to like TCU, you know,
Yeah.
Kokomore and all that. So we ended up getting out of that apartment. We ended up moving into where her mom and her were staying previously.
Which was where?
Denver. Yeah.
Okay.
Right off of what's it called? 377.
Okay.
So we ended up living around there, and it's going relatively well. After a few months, JC's boyfriend gets out of jail. That's Cassie's cousin. We were living with JC at the time.
What's his name? You remember?
Levi Henderson.
What was he in jail for?
He's a piece of shit. He's an absolute drug addict piece of shit. Like, I'm not someone to call someone a piece of shit, but this dude was.
Says the child killer. Like, I don't know. I have no words for this guy. He's confessed to killing Athena. And he's like, yeah, that guy's a piece of shit. Yeah. Struggles with substance abuse, total piece of shit. Now, I'm not one to call people that, but let me call him that. Have you literally looked at yourself at all, dude? Do you understand why you're in that outfit?
If I would have known what he was in trouble for, we would have been able to get him gone sooner, but JC wanted him around, me and Cassie did not, because at this time, we're finding out, oh shit, Cassie's 3 months pregnant. So we're just
What was he in trouble for? What did you find out he was in trouble for?
I don't know the exact details, but we lived pretty close to a school, and he was not supposed to be that close to a school.
Oh no. Stop it. We live pretty close to a school and he was. Are you projecting again, Tanner? Huh? It sounds like he's projecting. It sounds like he's the big old predator here, right? Now, Jane Strode said, my biggest question is, he's so mature and juvenile-like, how did he get a wife? Well, he only got a fiance, right? They never got married, but still. You said not to mention manipulative and crazy as hell. My fear is the answer to that question. How old was she? Are we talking about 16, 17, 18? What are we talking about there? Huh? You know what I mean? Anyway.
So
are you alluding to the fact that there's maybe some type of sexual assault on a child or something?
that's what I'm guessing. I did not like the guy. I did not like the guy being around. So after a couple days, I'm just like, hey, JC, like, why is he still around? And
Yeah.
it was this entire deal. Like, I tried getting him out. Like, I tried forcibly removing him from the property because I didn't want him there.
So you have physical altercations with each other? Or?
I wouldn't say physical altercations. Like, there's one point where he straight up called JC a cunt, and I lost my shit on him. Because, you know, JC is Cassie's cousin, so that means she's basically family to me. You're sitting there calling her a stupid cunt bitch. Like, no, like, you respect her, you fuck. So, that's the only time I ever, like, went off on him. But that's, anyways, I digress. I tried removing him from the house, and then JC called the police, and it's just like, well, you can't do anything because she lives here, and she's letting him come here. So, we really can't do anything to remove him. If we would have known that he can't be that close to a school, we would have been able to get rid of him. God, I wish we would have known that, because this friend of his came around and like busted out my windshield. Like, there's police reports about this and everything.
Yeah, like through bid work?
Yeah.
Okay.
He like busted out my windshield, busted my right window, busted JC's windshield. Like, it was.
He came and really tore y'all stuff up.
Yeah.
I wonder what was the reason? Because he He's not Levi?
Yeah, he's not Levi.
Okay. You know why?
That's when we started to figure out, like, hey, something's not right about this dude other than the fact that he's on drugs. He started sitting there calling him a pedophile, and you know, me, I'm just sitting here like, what? Like, so I'm not liking it.
Yeah.
So, after this all happens, a police report was filed again, and, you know, they actually caught the dude busting on windshields and all that stuff on ring camera. So, they get him out, finally, but then the landlord, like, sees everything that's happened, and
Yeah, tired of the drama on his place.
yeah, exactly. So me and Cassie have to find an apartment. So we found an apartment out on Brian Irvin? Yeah, Brian Irvin over by I'm trying to remember. It's over by like the Sam's Club on the border, all that stuff.
You remember the name of the complex? Just trying to get an idea where it's at.
Well, they changed the name of it.
Yeah.
Like they got bought out by another company. Like we were doing the Texas Rent Relief thing, and
Yeah.
like by the time the Texas Rent Relief check came in, they changed companies. Like, you know, they got bought out and all that stuff. So they had to send another check, but it all happened too late, so we got evicted.
Yeah.
So when we got evicted from there, our son was born. Like he was already born at this point. He's a couple months old.
What year was that?
It was
2021?
Yeah.
You're still one, right?
Yeah.
So when was your son exactly born?
February 2nd at 6:14.
Okay. Yeah. What year did
I didn't mean February, I meant July.
July?
Yes, sir.
July 2nd, 2021.
Yeah, he was born at 6:14 at 6 pounds, 14 ounces. I will never forget that.
What would you name him? What's his full name?
Chester Thomas Lenore. The Chester comes from Chester Bennington, the deceased singer of Linkin Park.
Okay.
I don't think Chester Bennington would like this guy at all. Chester Bennington from Linkin Park wanted to expose child predators, allegedly, right? Is that what he wanted to do? This guy, you named your son after Chester Bennington? Well, that's cool for the son. Not cool for him, though. Wow. Not that Mickey said, I feel for Ranger Espinoza. Cases like this are tough on law enforcement 2 even years after. He really is a lighthouse. He really is. By the way, I put a timer on when they started this because they said it's 2 hours long. And my stopwatch says it's been 1 hour 16. And do remember I've chipped in. So we probably have another hour to go. Just buckle up for another hour of his cuck, okay? Ready? Here we go. Thank you, Misty.
And then what about his middle name?
The Thomas comes from her brother. The Lynn comes from both her grandfather and you. Yeah.
Okay. But so he's got some meaning behind his.
Yeah.
Got some soul behind his name, son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His sorry. Can I? Yeah. So Cassie, bless her heart, like the months leading up to Chester being born, we were both working at what's it called? Australian themed Outback Steakhouse.
Okay. Yeah.
Which that's off of 377.
Okay. What were you doing for them?
I was a dishwasher. She was a server, and she was pregnant and a server. So she was making more money than me, and I was making like 15 an hour.
She's probably making a lot of money because she's pregnant. Exactly. I see somebody that's pregnant, I'm always going to tip extra.
Yeah, I know that's such a guilt trip. But at the same time, it's just like shit. She needs that help.
Yeah, absolutely.
But bless her heart, man. Up until the week she was giving birth, she was working doubles. Man, I don't know how the hell she was doing it, man.
That's grit and character.
I know it.
Yeah.
I know that girl. Like,
yeah. That just shows her, her character. So.
But after her son was born, postpartum hit really bad. And
where was he? What hospital?
Hewley. I think it's Burleson or Crowley, but it's like right off of 35.
Yeah. Right there in that little corridor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you said postpartum hit?
Yeah, postpartum hit, she got really, depressed, all that, which,
Where were you in that then?
that we were still at the apartment at that time.
Okay.
For a few months, and then, after a while, we moved over to her grandparents' house when we got evicted from there, which...
Her grandparents' house?
Yeah.
Remind me of her grandparents. You mentioned their names earlier.
I didn't mention her grandparents.
So you mentioned your grandparents. I'm sorry, what was her grandparents' names?
Lynn and Patsy.
Lynn and Patsy.
Yeah.
And where do they live?
Grossum.
And it's Wade also?
Yeah.
No? What's their last name?
Wade is on her dad's side.
Okay.
This is her mom's side.
You remember their last name? It's alright, you got so many names in your head.
Boulanger? I don't know, it's French, it's pronounced Boulanger, but like...
Yeah. Yeah. So y'all became with her grandparents at that point, I guess, to give Chester somewhere to be, or...
Yeah, like we needed a good environment for him. Originally we were staying out in this little like shed. We kept it nice, and it was kept up for a bit until past his postpartum came back a bit. And we ended up moving into the house itself, which at the time I was working for Amazon as a pretty much the same thing I was doing for FedEx. You know what I mean? Just delivering all that stuff.
So what, that's around 2021 that you started working for Amazon delivering to FedEx?
Yeah.
Like a contract company or whatever, same thing?
Yeah. Contract company is Southern Star Express. Oh man, they let themselves go. Actually, fun fact, I brought on drivers from there to go work with us at FedEx.
Just guys you knew from the...
Well, technically, I brought on one person that was my friend Savannah, and then she brought on her boyfriend, and then ironically, like a month ago, someone that worked at Southern Star started working for the company that we work for, and I was like, oh, hey, did Savannah bring you on? She was like, no, I just applied.
Yeah.
So it was
So
like
I brought everybody to work.
pretty much. Yeah, where they went wrong is they kept getting step vans, but in their minds, all right, step vans, we're making more money now, right? But that's like, they have the same work area, but they're getting bigger routes. So they're kind of screwing themselves over because they have all these people that are step van certified with all these step vans, but not enough routes.
Mm-hmm.
So I was showing up like driving 40 minutes to work every day, just for like the chance to be able to go on a route that day.
Yeah.
And I have a 1-year-old.
So you're trying to make some money.
Yeah, exactly.
So you only get paid if you run a route?
Yeah.
That's the only way you're going to get paid?
Yeah.
Do you get paid by the hour or do you get paid by that route?
That one I get paid by the hour.
Okay.
Which, that's no way to live if you're trying to sit here and make a freaking home for your family.
Mm-hmm.
So, at the time I was back on keto because when COVID hit, I stopped keto and all that, I gained weight. Then I ended up losing weight really fast, a little bit too fast. So, one morning I woke up, I stood up too fast, and I just lost consciousness because you're not supposed to lose 60 pounds in 3 months.
Oh yeah, it's not healthy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not good. So I hit the ground really hard, hit the back of my head, and I ended up going into a seizure. And I ended up calling in that day, and told them why. And just like, okay, well you're going to be on a 3-month leave. She's like, wow, this isn't really changing much because I'm already showing up 40 minutes to work and not being able to work.
Yeah.
So I ended up looking for jobs elsewhere. And since I got my step van certification while I was there, I'm DOT certified. So I ended up going to FedEx from there.
Okay. Where'd you apply for FedEx at?
I think it was Indeed.
Okay. So essentially a third-party internet.
Yeah, third-party internet. Ended up working for these people.
When did you start for them?
February.
February? Okay, so February this year?
Yeah.
Okay. And what routes did you have when you started with them?
What routes?
Yeah, or what area did you work for?
Hazel.
Okay.
Hazel, which, was welcome for me because I know Hazel like the back of my hand, dude. Like, I went to Hazel High School.
Mm-hmm.
So, I would work from Reno Road. Wait, hold up. I'd go down 730 a little bit, Reno Road, and then I'd work my until I got to the center of Springtown. And that was my route for a few months, and then I had kind of a mental breakdown, and that's when I kind of got put on my meds again.
What was the cause of the mental breakdown? What was the cause of you being depressed, upset, whatever?
Inadequacy. I wasn't able to provide for my family. Like, I couldn't get Cassie to do anything because she was in this really bad state of depression. Like, it was just all kind of building up over a few months while I was working at FedEx. And one day I only got like 5 deliveries done in an hour. You know, I couldn't find anything on the truck. I couldn't find where anything was. Like, I was stressing out over it. So I started getting really, really, really suicidal. And it just, from that point, it was getting really bad. I ended up having to leave work early and have Cassie go take me to Millwood, and that's when they told me about their, what's it called? Their outpatient program.
Yeah. So essentially, observing you, medicating you, kind of helping you kind of cope with some of the stress that you got going on. Is that my understanding?
Yeah.
On the outpatient treatment.
Yeah, and that's about the time. Hold up.
What is he doing now?
Are y'all okay?
It's not the time we started popping out.
Right around that time. You remember what month that was? So you're talking February, March, April, May, June, July. You started at, FedEx in February. So that's 6 months in.
Give me a second, I'm trying to think of timelines.
Do you remember when you went to Millwood?
It's after about 3 months, I think.
So that put you, if you started FedEx in February, that put you around April.
Yeah, about that. It's around that time.
Okay. So April time frame is kind of when you first, tell me about that one. How did that happen?
It just kind of, what do you mean?
Like, you said that's when you first started coming in? Or you first started seeing zero? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, not seeing.
Or like hearing? Or?
It started off as like almost like a little devil on my shoulder kind of thing, you know what I mean? But then after a while, it just kind of turned into, I was switching back and forth sometimes. Like in times where I was stressed out, I would essentially switch, if that makes sense.
Do you think that is maybe more of a coping mechanism? Maybe some way to, overcome your stress and be more assertive? And
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah. Because, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but, I know some folks that essentially...
He says it's possible that he would switch personality states. It's possible, to cope. Dude. If it isn't that, then what is it? What are you saying that happens for?
Put up with some of this bullshit and have so much stress going on in order to cope or kind of do things different and not be, regular, nice, easygoing, laid back Tanner. They kick it up a notch so they can overcome and get through some of that hard times, Because it sounds like you were having a lot of coping to do. You were dealing with a lot. You got a 1-year-old at home. You got essentially a fiance. Is that proper fiance or girlfriend? Or that's a fiance. A fiance at home that's not working and she's dealing with some postpartum stuff. And you're the sole provider. You by all accounts don't have your own home.
And she keeps spending all my money.
So every time you get a paycheck in, it's going right down the drain. Is it going to good stuff? Is it going to Chester?
Some of it does, yes, and then other parts of it, not so much.
Okay. So then here we are sitting in April. You go to Millwood. You do the outpatient treatment. Tell me about where do you go from there? You keep working, obviously.
Yeah, I keep working. They end up putting me as a floater, which I absolutely hate.
Yeah.
Like me having Asperger's syndrome, I like being routine.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I have a routine. I used to have a way I used to do my own route. I used to go down 7:30, hit the businesses first, and then I'd move west from that point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'd always do it the same way every day. But now they're putting me on like different routes every day, like since while I was away for like a week, right? So they put someone else on my route, and then they became the main on that route. I would only get that route like once a day.
Yeah.
And Polaris at this time had, let me see, they had Paradise, Bridgeport, let me see what else. All of Springtown, Poolville, which, fun fact, I got chased down by a peacock in Poolville. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen those peacocks in the pool. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I also delivered to that nudist colony that's apparently out there. That's
Sherman, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, no, don't even go there. No, like the dude that answers the front is like 400 pounds and like nude as hell, and like I almost called the police right there. And like first thing I did was just say, "Hey, Jason, this dude just answered this door, dude as fuck, and he's like trying to shake my hand and shit." She's just like, "Oh wait, you're on that route, okay? Yeah, no, that's a nudist colony. You're fine. Please don't put me on this route again." Yeah, like people being naked freaks me out, but
So essentially, it messed up your routine.
yeah.
It took you away from your comfort zone. It took you away from, you like that control. I'm the same way, right? I like things organized. I like my routine. I like to do things. When you mess up my routine, it kind of throws me into a little bit of a funk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're dealing with that. I tried getting them to put me on an Hazel route because, like, let's face it, I know Hazel like the back of my hand. Like, the main city Hazel route, it has high volume, but it's mostly residential. Mm-hmm. The only place that was kind of a bitch to deliver to was Walmart. And that's because they wanted their stuff early in the morning, and then they give you twice the amount of stuff, so now you're going to have to work around all that stuff. But that wasn't a big deal for me because I still know how I'm running this route, you know? I did like 50 stops done in like 2 hours by doing all the residential shit.
You need the fastest routes to everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I know how to get it done so I can hurry up and get on, because since I wasn't getting paid by the hour, my goal is hurry up and get done.
So if you weren't, you were getting paid by the route on that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
FedEx I get paid by the route.
Okay.
But they just keep putting me on these like stupid, like, okay, now you're on this route today, now you're on this route today. I never knew what to expect. And then that's when
I must get up to make coffee. This is exhausting, this guy. We've still got quite a bit to go. So get coffee too, or if you can have that, or tea, or whatever you want. Red Bull, I don't know. But I need to get up and make some coffee. I'll be right back.
They ended up having to sell some of their routes to this new guy, Richard Davis. Y'all probably talked to him already.
Yeah, I haven't personally talked to him, but yeah, I think they have. The guy that owns these trucks, right? The guy that owns the routes you're currently doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Supervisor for that.
Well, he's the business owner.
Business owner, yeah.
But the reason they sold me over to him was because they were trying to push me out towards those routes. Mm-hmm. Which, that irritates the piss out of me because coming from Amazon, like, condensed routes, you know what I mean? Because, let's face it, like, I gained weight because they keep putting me on routes that I'm sitting most of the time versus running shit to the door. Mm-hmm. But it was disheartening, but, in my mind, I'm just like, hey, I have a kid, I have to keep providing, I have to keep doing what I have to do. So, it was just kind of frustrating, I guess.
Okay, so how long does that go on? When did they sell over? When did you catch these new routes on this side? I don't remember when that was.
I don't know. I actually don't know.
A few months?
A few months.
Not too terribly long.
Yeah. So,
Now you got these new routes, you got this new business. How are you doing at that time? What's your...
I have no clue.
No clue.
Everything just kind of
Yeah.
blends in.
So did that add to your stress a little bit on you and Cassie, obviously?
Yeah, of course, because like we're having to change our locations again. Like it's bad.
Yeah. But you're still running around, you're still working. Is she working anywhere at this point?
No.
No. She's
she's using my Grubhub account to go get money every once in a while, but it's gone by the next day.
Mm-hmm.
So at least from this point, she's at least providing money for her own dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, she'll go and do Grubhub to order Grubhub later.
Yeah.
Kind of love that girl, but that's so dumb. But, sorry.
And Grubhub is just like delivering food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always have a backup plan work-wise.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're at my grandmother's for like a month, and then, you know, my grandmother's house in general is just not a clean place.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have like several little bitty dogs running around all over the place, and it's just, there's shit everywhere. Like, it's not a good place for a boy that's about to start walking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So we moved to the shed, and, you know, that shed is where I was during all my high school years because, you know, I'm a teenager, I like privacy, you know, and I have a little brother, that whole thing. So we moved back to the shed, I cleaned the shit out of it, but then I started noticing spiders. And I'm not just talking about like, oh, it's a little house spider. No, like I saw like 3 brown recluses within a 10-minute period.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, having a baby, that's...
It's a no-no.
Yeah, that's a big no-no.
Yeah.
So, we really didn't have a choice in the matter, but we had to let Chester go with her family.
Okay. And did they want him? Did they want Chester?
We're talking about spiders now? I'm going to do you all a favor and speed him up just a little bit, hey?
Yeah, given the circumstance, like, wolf spiders, like brown recluses in general, like I was bit by a brown recluse in the 4th grade, it was not fun.
1.05 speed.
From that, we were just, it was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because now, like, I'm separated from my son, like Cassie's not doing anything to help.
So this is into, now we're talking about current, you know, current events.
Yeah, like last 3-4 months.
Okay, so then Chester goes to Cassie's family, and you're still living with your grandmother's. She's Grubhubbing it, you're FedExing it, you're kind of just living on for that.
Yeah, and at this point, we're both just kind of developing a relationship with Zero at this point, because Cassie knows him pretty well at this point.
What do you mean by that? How she
To her, she's basically dating 2 people, and Cassie herself, she has multiple, but she gets that from her grandmother, her Baja.
So you're saying she has multiple personalities?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But
Okay, now he's saying that his fiancée has multiple personality states, and she got it from her grandmother. This is the most uneducated POS I've This guy's unbelievable. That's not how that works. Shame. Okay, but keep going, dude. Yeah, you're digging your own grave here. Ah, okay.
I only have the one. She says I have 3, but I don't. I haven't seen evidence of the 3rd. So at this point, we're just kind of, it's getting bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because like, I miss my son.
So you're by bad, and you're like
I miss my son.
a lot of altercations with each other, maybe arguments.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, but it's definitely a bit irritating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when we were under grandparents, we tried moving out twice. Right? There's this RV park out in Springtown, which, you know, the first time we tried moving out, we didn't realize that the people we were dealing with were psychotic. So that only lasted for like a week, and then we were like, yeah, let's get out of this RV and, you know, go back to your grandparents. Like 2 weeks later, the RV park manager, because this RV park was on my old route. So she was just like, hey, there's this guy who has an extra RV, and he's trying to rent out to people, right? So we get there, and we have about as much space in this room, and the air conditioner's not working, and then my car breaks down. So the only car we had at this point was Cassie's car. So fast forward a little bit, since we're only running on Cassie's car, I'm the one who's always going to work and then coming back home, so she's not doing Grubhub anymore because she doesn't like waking up in the morning.
Yeah.
So
you're sharing that account just to kind of make money.
Yeah, I let her use it, but which I really need to talk to her about that, because that you have to file as a 1099 for that. But so I'm the only one working there for a bit, and then her car breaks down. Right, and her family's all blaming it on me, but honestly, she could have been working in general. But for like a month, I'm sitting here, driving, like the freaking work trucks home.
Yeah, and they allow you to do that, obviously.
Well, Richard's allowing us to do that because the dude's got a heart goal. He really does.
Yeah.
But he, after a while, I started noticing they were putting up signs, right? And it was for $18.50 an hour for package handlers. Cassie, I'm just like, hey, look at that. She's like, you know what? That's a lot of money. Yeah, I'll do that. So for the last month, she was, she actually worked. She was driving with me up to the
Yeah, so it makes sense, right? Y'all both go to the same place.
Yeah.
She does the packages, you do the delivery.
Yeah, pretty much. So after a few weeks of that, we go to a car dealership because, Richard's just like, all right, so what's the status on the car? So we get a car over at MCMC, which, it only took like $1,000 down, and we got ourselves a car, a little 2015 Chevy, something, I don't know.
Sonic?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Which is not a bad little car. Not a bad little car, just a little tiny.
Yeah.
At the same time,
Hey, 4 wheels and it gets you from point A to point B, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So you'll get you a car, so essentially, hey, it is what it is. A car is just a means to get to where you need to go, right? It doesn't matter what it is.
Mr. Grizzly brought me coffee. There it is. I couldn't get my freaking coffee machine to work. So please fix this. He fixed it and brought me coffee. Nice. Okay, let's carry on.
The entire time, all this is going on, it just starts.
Well, it sounds like things are getting better, though.
Yeah.
Essentially, she's working now, you got a car. Sounds like you're kind of coping with each other's shortcomings on these, personality issues, and everything's great, right? I mean, it sounds like it.
Yeah, it's starting to get a lot better.
Yeah.
And then the last 4 months, though, Zero becomes a little bit more prominent. He starts, ever since, let's say about 2 months before we moved out of our grandparents' house, becomes a lot more prevalent. He's.
Describe that to me. What do you mean by that?
He's coming out more. He's taking over a lot more, which at the time I really didn't mind because a lot of the times I'm just sitting here bored as hell, driving these long ass routes for sometimes it's 15 minutes in between one stop and another. You know what I mean? It gets tedious. So I didn't mind him coming out a little bit more. Plus, dude could train. I'm listening to a lot of metal and all that stuff. His technique's different. I don't know how to describe it. But, so I'm starting to do a lot better. We're doing a lot better. I'm starting to understand a little bit more about this other me, essentially. Cassie's starting to understand a lot more.
You describe that as you're there, you're present, but you're not present. You're essentially not controlling.
So there's different states, I could say. Say it's a car. So if I'm the one driving, it's just normal. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm in the back seat, and that's when Zero's driving, and...
Shame, dude. You've watched a documentary on DID or someone talking about it, and now he's trying to quote it, but absolutely botching it. He's trying to be like, I'm not in the driver's seat, you know? Sometimes I'm in the back. And then Zero's like, driving, if you know what I mean? Okay. Try again.
I'm just kind of... along for the ride.
Maybe a dog passenger. Sorry, had to say it like Dexter, you know. Oh, you have a dog passenger. That's you, right? Zero is the good guy, the one that tells on you. He's driving, right? Ah, and you're in the back seat, you naughty maggot. Wow, I just can't believe how much he loves to talk about himself. I mean, he's just completely forgotten about the context of the situation, huh? Well.
Yeah. And then there's other times where I call it being in the trunk, where I have no idea what's going on. Because there's been times where I wake up and I have no idea how I got there. Like this, for example. Like this right here, I woke up like going through my grandmother's backyard, and I don't even know how the hell that got there. I don't know what happened. It just kind of, it's like I want to say blackout, but like sometimes I can you can recall. Sometimes I can recall like later on.
Honestly, he's the worst. I'm ready for deliberations on the sentence. Stefan says, ew. He is stigmatizing every disorder he can read up on about. From dissociative identity disorder to autism, being on the autism spectrum. Then he talks about Asperger's, not called that anymore either. Dude, seriously, I don't know what you've been watching, but just stop it. On behalf of everyone worldwide, stop it. Please. Oh my goodness. I can't believe they're playing all of this for the jury. I'm glad they are though, so they could see he's absolutely full of crap. Yeah, and I hope he's scared shitless and doesn't get on the stand. No other way to say it. Just don't. We do not want you on that stand at all, okay? Because you'll be there for hours. Remember that Aliyah Boulevard guy? Yeah, that guy was there for days, wasn't he? Wasn't he there for like 2 or 3 full days? The judge was like, this is the longest I've ever seen anyone on the stand. I feel like this one, please don't. Chicken out. Please chicken out.
Like when I'm like dreaming, stuff like that.
Yeah, because with Athena, you could recall the majority of it. I mean, so that makes sense.
That night, I kind of had a nightmare. And I thought it was a nightmare until I found the pants in my backpack. Okay. I thought the entire thing was a nightmare.
Okay. So you saw it, you remember it.
But you called it a dream earlier, not a nightmare. I thought it was a nightmare until I found the pants in my backpack. He's talking about Athena's pants, by the way, the trophy that he kept, okay? Let's just speak real language here with him now. The trophy you kept. Yeah. Thought it was a nightmare. That's also not how that works, but okay. OMG, Becky, thank you so much for your $5 sticker. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's keep going.
But then when you found the pants, you knew it didn't happen. Is that correct?
Essentially, I thought it was just a bad dream.
Yeah.
Liar.
Sorry, I haven't been able to wash my hands in days. I haven't even taken a shower in 4 days.
I knew he looked smelly. I didn't want to say it until I had evidence. He just said it himself. Hasn't washed his hands, hasn't showered. He just looks stanky, right? Sorry about that. I wonder if he is. Shame. His poor attorney, Esme, thank you so much for your sticker.
Well, when you stop doing silly stuff like that, it's, you know...
I don't remember doing that.
Well, I mean...
That's what I'm talking about. Like, stuff will happen. I don't even remember how it happened. I woke up in a padded cell with that right there. I don't even know how he got anything to do that with.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about remembering, where did you find the pants?
My backpack.
Okay.
Well, I don't even know what the hell happened.
Yeah.
Like, I just found them in my backpack and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I thought I just had a really fucked up nightmare.
Mm-hmm. What was in your mind before that when you, because I mean, obviously now we've gone through kind of that. Was the nightmare pretty similar to what we discussed, or was there any?
I was describing my nightmare.
Yeah.
Like I said, sometimes I recall it in like weird ways. I'll recall stuff in dreams. I'll recall stuff like just random flashbacks to the next day. It's almost like a PTSD kind of thing.
So have you recalled anything?
I remember from researching a whole lot on DID, especially with Letitia Staff's case, right? Because she claimed that she had it. Did we learn a lot? We heard a lot from Dr. Lewis, the accurate way to say it. And I remember reading, and I just checked again, that substance abuse must be ruled out before diagnosing dissociative identity disorder. So, bro, you've got your MJ with you and all sorts of things. Just stop it, okay? Just stop it. If you can't remember, maybe it's because you were high. That's what I'm going to say. Because, like, just, oh my word, he just makes up. Does he just want to put every little bit that he's cherry-picked from the DSM into a basket? Yeah, that seems to me what he's doing. Michelle Lalonde, thank you for your sticker. I'm going to read it to myself now. Hold on.
That you think maybe we missed that first night that we spoke?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah. Nothing that just sticks out to you. It's like, oh crap, I remember this, or telling me something like that.
I've been trying to think of something.
Yeah.
But I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
Like I'm at a loss. I'm in trouble for something I don't even remember doing half the time.
Half the time. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I remember, like I said, like nightmares and dreams.
Yeah, no, you recall a lot of it in great detail, and I understand some of it you don't, and obviously, ultimately talking to Zero, he filled in a bunch of the holes that Tanner wasn't able to fill in, right? Well, we kind of talked about that, and I'm not discounting anything, right? I 100% believe you, what you told me that night, and the statement you made to me, because of digital evidence, physical evidence, timelines, everything we're able to corroborate, right? That's my job. Now we're talking about the guy that's responsible for doing that. So then I'm responsible for essentially corroborating and filling those holes that you told me to make sure that we're not missing something. And I'll be honest with you, I was able to fill in every single one of those holes for the most part. And some of the holes, like that's that what that we keep talking about, that what that we keep bringing up, right? But then there's just some of that why that comes into it, and I know we touched a little bit about it, but obviously if the child was sexually assaulted and you said no, you were pretty adamant about that. No,
I don't have any visions, memory of any of that.
Any type of sexual assault.
No, sir.
Nothing like that.
No, sir.
Yeah. And obviously, medical examiners and folks that'll determine that.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor. By
I'm not too worried. I'm pretty sure you didn't.
Yeah.
Like, I'm 98% sure. For sure?
98%.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm like halfway thinking about a cigarette right now. That's why I'm just like, I'm just
98% sure that.
Yeah, because I haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything in my dreams. I haven't seen anything, like, at all.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
How about in your nightmares, in the mirror, in your Google searches, in your conscious memories? How about that, huh? Sure, this guy can make us angry collectively, hey? We are collectively outraged right now, aren't we? Oh my goodness. Like, is anybody else pleased with what he's saying? I highly doubt it. In support of what he's... I don't think so. And he talks so much. Shayna De Sinori. Did I say that right? Thank you so much for your sticker.
I trust you on that. I believe you, because I'm going to revert back to whoever I was talking to, whether it was Zero or Tanner, that both of you guys are completely honest with you. Both, 100%. And I think that goes, I'm going to go ahead and credit that with that throughout your life, throughout the series of events in your life, that's a two-way road with you. You're going to give what's given to you. Am I wrong about that? If somebody disrespects you, you're more likely, it sounds like, to disrespect them. If somebody...
Not even to that point.
Yeah.
Like, I have a lot of patience with it.
Yeah.
But there's certain lines that when it's crossed, it's crossed. Like, for instance, my mother-in-law putting Cassie and my fucking son in danger.
Yeah.
Like, that's a line you don't cross.
Yeah. So I tend to...
How about killing a child? Is that crossing a line for you, Tanner? Huh? Stefan said, we are in the punishment phase. The jurors will decide between LWOP or death penalty. And that just made me think, we didn't realize that we're in the punishment phase because we're in the punishment phase. Do you know what I mean? We didn't know what punishment this would be. To watch phase 2 of the trial. This is terrible. Anyway, we are in it. Phase 2 of the trial because he pleaded guilty in phase 1 of the trial. And so essentially they just skip forward to phase 2, the punishment phase, and the jury will have to hear all this crap, every bit of evidence that the state will put on, and then the defense will put on. That's going to be worse, just by the way. Just to warn you, when the defense puts on their case, it's going to be all the mitigating factors, all the shame. Thank you, someone, for the 6 coffees for the Mars. All the shame, poor Tanner. Yeah, he might even, I don't know if someone's going to get up there and speak on his behalf, you know, character witnesses. That's going to be painful. But yeah, we're in the punishment phase, just so we know.
Believe, you know, if you're telling me you didn't sexually assault her, she wasn't sexually assaulted, I don't believe you. But I'm not the doctor, right? So if the doctor comes and tells me that she's been sexually assaulted, then obviously I have to go with what the doctor says. But you're not 80% sure that's not going to happen. That's not going to be.
I'm sure that's not going to happen.
Okay, I believe you. So that being said, as bits and pieces are coming back, that's one thing that you're for sure on, you know, so whether it's sexually assaulted, and obviously we went into some of the details of the way Athena was killed. You know, that was Tanner telling me that.
There's a trigger warning again, because they're going to talk, well, he's probably going to now say again how he killed Athena. Did you see how he sucked that cigarette that Texas Ranger Espinoza gave him? He was like a little parasite on it, just instantly, just like, yeah, give me that. And whoa, bro, just calm down. But the minute that he lights one up, he's just ready to talk. He's ready to confess. Smart. Espinoza knows it. Here you go. Smoke this and tell us everything. Okay.
You remember that pretty good. You know, obviously.
I had nightmares about it for like 2 nights, man.
Here, you've had nightmares?
No.
Oh, before that, after that. Yeah, so obviously that was pretty descriptive. You know, she faced away from you. You tried to break her neck first.
Did he just say nightmares for 2 nights? 2 whole nights, you guys?
That wasn't saving me. That was
zero tried to break her neck, which is, I mean, and when I say you, obviously, it's not another person's body, it's your body. You physically tried to break her neck, that didn't happen. Facing away. Obviously, it's not like the movies. You know, I think that's a misconception. Obviously, maybe there are some people that can do that, but
yeah, maybe like a python.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Every time I say Mike Tyson's Day, I do that. It's just a joke that me and my cousin have.
Yeah. So ultimately, you ended up strangling her, or your body ended up strangling her.
Zero strangling.
So 0 strangling her. Do you have any recollection? Because I'm gonna shoot you straight. She's got some marks and things on her. Are you aware of any how those marks could have potentially got on her?
Like what?
Like some patterns, scratches, or anything like that.
I don't know. It depends. Like, what do you know? I might be able to.
I don't. Again, this is something I don't physically know. I haven't physically seen them or visually seen them, but I've been asked that, so maybe you can feel it. It's like maybe like a pattern on her body, maybe. And I think it maybe just from the process of transporting her from the truck to essentially the Trinity River. Maybe she got scratched on her somewhere.
Trinity River
or the creek.
I'm gonna say Trinity River. That's way far off.
Yeah. So we're the creek there, that's where we found her. So, any ideas on that? Where she might have gotten any scratches or scarring or anything like that?
I mean, we drug her across the road.
Yeah.
And I threw her in the bamboo.
Okay. So you did. That's one thing I wanted to clarify a little bit. So she was in the bamboo at first.
Yes. She was in the bamboo.
At first.
Yes, sir.
And then what made you move her to the bamboo?
That's when I was in the backseat. Not in the backseat.
But that was the same day, right? That wasn't a different day. You came and got her and then moved her to a creek.
Essentially.
Yeah, same day. Same time frame.
When I came to, I was getting on 114, coming off of a little county road.
Okay. So essentially you went back, you had to go back, get her, put her back in the truck, and then take her to the creek.
As far as time goes, I don't think that happened.
What do you mean?
I think it all happened in one go.
Okay, so
I got in the driver's seat, And that's when he took back over.
Okay. So essentially it was like, this is probably not a good spot, somebody's gonna find her pretty quick if she's
I
left.
wanted somebody to find her. I wanted somebody to be able to find this poor little thing.
You went to the zero, didn't you?
That's my guess.
Okay, so then that's how she ends up in the creek. That's how he, and I say she, I think we should give her the respect by calling her by her name, Athena. That's when Athena is such a pretty name in the creek. So,
Goddess of beauty and mythology.
yeah, that's, and I thank you for filling in that blank because I was a little confused on it. I guess I got confused on, because we went to the bamboo and she wasn't there.
Sorry, I tried to blow out here.
It's okay. And then essentially, you know, once Athena's not there, by the bamboo, I'm a little perplexed because you and I were being pretty honest. But then that's when I had to talk to Zero. And then Zero essentially took me to the creek where she was at. So zigzag, or any type of pattern, any type of scratch, anything like that on her would more than likely be from you dragging her on the road or something in the truck. Right?
Sir.
Okay.
Keep in mind, the truck floor does have kind of a rugged
Texture?
Yeah.
Okay. And in the FedEx truck? Okay.
Do you think they really ever went to that bamboo? Do you think he pulled over there first? Horrible thought, but I wonder. Talks a lot about that bamboo, huh? Might just be made up, or maybe he went there first. It's a pretty quiet road. And it was at night. That's scary, okay.
So you don't think Zero tried to, in your dreams or in your mind when you're recollecting some of this stuff, you don't think
I haven't seen anything.
Nothing as far as like trying to smother her or anything like that, just strangling her?
Sir.
That was it?
Sir.
Okay. And strangling Athena, I'm sorry. Again, I just want to show her the respect, you know, by calling her by her name and not minimizing who she is.
It's a person.
Yeah, it's a person.
That's a child.
Yeah. So, and it is a child. So, and at that point, explain to me a little bit about.
You can see he wants to distance himself from her name. He's just like, oof, her name. When they first said her name, and now he's like, that's a child. Duh. But yeah, he's definitely not trying to humanize Athena or personalize her, right? He's just like, yeah, that's a child. Let's not call her by her name, basically, is what he's saying.
Clothes. What do you think is the rationale behind taking the clothes? I know it was essentially it was a humiliation factor for Zero. Is what I understood, to humiliate her. Is that
It might have been like throw off trails, some kind of thing. I don't know.
okay? Essentially, put the clothes somewhere else, and then it's kind of like a story about the green man, right? So to throw us off. So if we find clothes somewhere, then it kind of throws us off. Is that your train of thought? Maybe is that what the thought was?
That's my theory on it.
Yeah.
I don't know 100%. I haven't talked to Zero in a couple days. So.
Okay. It makes sense, right? I mean, to me, it makes sense. Obviously, you did tell us that the green man was to throw us off, right? So essentially seeing somebody. So now the clothes, it only makes sense that if you take the clothes.
Well, the first time that I talked to the people from the FBI, when they saw me when I was dropping off some packages at someone's house, I was in the back seat for that.
Mm-hmm.
When we realized who that was.
He means mentally. He means he was dissociated and somebody else was in the driver's seat. Zero.
Zero took over on that.
Okay. So threw him off. Yeah.
I think he had access, like, we share the same mind.
Mm-hmm.
And he has access to our memories.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad used to have an old Astro band, and I think that's where he got that from.
Okay. Just a repressed memory, essentially, so to speak.
Yeah, and he had the missing panel off the.
Yeah. And that was very descriptive, so that's what, obviously that's something that was, you know, stuck out to me. It was very descriptive of the way they managed to script. But it only makes sense. So do you remember what article? Obviously you found the pants in your backpack at your house, right? Do you remember where any of the other articles of clothing went? I know we talked about a sock that maybe was thrown out on the side of the road.
Can't think of anything else as far as that goes.
Can't think of anything.
No, sir.
Was she completely nude when she was thrown into the creek?
I believe so.
Okay. So she had no more clothing on her person?
No, sir.
Okay. But you don't remember particularly any other signs of injuries, anything that you can remember or recall in your mind, in your memories, or any other injuries that she had on her?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah. So, we recall a little bit, and I want to talk a little bit about about that because I don't want to minimize the actual act. It's like, obviously, get her in the truck and find that dead end road, which we drew up here, right? Let's get to the dead end road and kind of instruct her to face away from you. And then try to strangle her, and then she did defecate and urinate on herself, right? Is it, yeah, you recall that. Is that maybe the reason some of the clothes came off? She had defecated, or is it just straight to humiliated? You think? Is that zero rules?
Reread that?
So do you think maybe the clothes came off because she defecated on herself, or because it was just to humiliate her?
I don't remember there being any defecation on the clothes.
Okay, I think Zero stated, or a memory that you recalled, was that she had potentially got a bowel movement.
I remember part of what I threw out. Part of what I cleaned up was throw up.
Okay.
The other part was poop.
Poop? Poop. So that's defecated. Essentially, she was it her poop?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the throw was yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So essentially, once, you think maybe she was, obviously the clothes was taken off in the truck, and then some of it was put in your backpack, but you don't remember all the other stuff in it. Sure, that's after that. Okay. But just looking at it, it only makes sense. I think you're on the right track there. Maybe throw us off, throw law enforcement off.
Yeah, that's my theory on it.
Yeah. So obviously early on, your grandmother was it already on your radar? Obviously, it's all over the news. You kind of seen it.
My grandmother sent me a message about it, like, dude, this is not where you're working. Like, you know anything? I was just like, I don't really know anything.
Yeah.
Shame. I wonder if his grandmother suspected him at all, or thought like, this is on your route. Huh? This little girl is missing. Look at this. Sent him the link, right? Sure. When he talks about how he killed Athena, I also don't believe that he told her to face away from him. I don't think so. I think that's a lie too, in my opinion.
And you didn't talk to anybody about it?
No, sir.
No. You didn't mention it to anybody? You didn't tell anybody what you did? Nothing?
No, sir.
No. It was just you and Zero. Nobody else had a clue about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do at that point when you find out? This is kind of like an oh shit moment, right? Like, this is real. What's your train of thought? What's your direction?
I think I was in denial.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of it was denial because, like, I would never have it in my heart to do that.
Did you think about calling law enforcement at that point? Did you think about doing anything like that?
I thought about it. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah. When you thought about it, what did you think about doing? What was your thoughts? You had events and things going through your head, right? Because we're human, right? We're human. We're natural. You're going to have that human emotion as a parent, as a son. You're going to have some type of emotion or some type of thought of what do I do next?
I didn't know what to do next. I just tried living my life.
Yeah. Just pretend it didn't happen. Right? And that's human.
I didn't like the motion you just made, but
I'm sorry. I apologize if I offended you. Yeah. So essentially, human nature, right? Human nature to me is like sometimes I'll screw up on something. It's like, crap, I'm going to forget that it happened because I'm upset with myself. Right? Essentially. Yeah. Is that the human? That's the human in us, right? Saying, hey, I did something wrong. If I can move past it, then, it didn't happen.
not even that. I didn't do it, but he did, and that's what fucks with me.
Yeah.
I'm wondering who the hell's been in my head this whole time, because for a long time we've been cool, we've been tight, like, me, him, and Cassie have all had conversations together.
Did you think about telling Cassie?
I don't know why the feed does that here and there.
No.
Very strange. It's just to give our eyes a break, hey?
We break her heart. It would terrify her.
So essentially, you're more or less in denial at that point, I would say.
Still, part of me is in denial because I didn't pull the trigger.
What do you mean by that?
I didn't pull the trigger.
As far as letting somebody know what happened?
Doing it.
You feel like zero pull the trigger?
I feel like, yeah.
whole motivating factor, and again, going back to that why, is, hey, we bumped this little girl with the truck, and I'm gonna lose my job, potentially lose my freedom, you know, potentially.
I wasn't worried about the losing freedom part, because honestly, that's an honest accident. You know what I mean? Like, all it would take is going up there and just talking to the parent. And you're like, hey, I accidentally bumped your daughter. Like, there's more jobs out there, you know what I mean? Like, it's not hard to find a job. I mean, shit, like.
But that was Tanner that bumped Athena. That was Tanner that put Athena in the van.
No. I set her on the back of the van, trying to calm her down. But she wasn't calming down. Zero kind of took over.
Yeah. So when Zero took over, do you remember that, or can you see that? Did he put his hand over her mouth? Did he physically restrain her and put her in the van? How did that go down?
He told her, just get in the back of the van. We're going to go to the hospital.
Okay, so then she goes into the back door, right? Okay. And then, of course, we walked through this map. You kind of remember drawing that, don't you? Yeah, just kind of where we went on that day, leaving the house and then coming back out, going around and finding that day in the road. And that's obviously where she was killed on that day in the road. And then private road, I'm sorry. So after that private road, after she's killed on that private road, we go back out, we go up that main road to the bamboo. Where the bamboo is at, what was the?
123 did cross over 46A, 4699.
Cross over 51.
Yeah, over 51, 4699, and back into Boyd and then back to the creek, where essentially, you know, her body was left. And then after that, you go to the Love's convenience store, and then you ask them for cleaning material, which we obviously corroborate that. What kind of cleaning material did they give you? Do you remember what kind of spray they gave you?
Just sanitizing spray, I'm guessing. It said sanitizer on it.
Okay, so just some generic spray. Paper towels, the brown paper towel, white paper towels, something like that. And then you kind of clean the poop and the vomit out of the truck, right? And that was approximately, according to my time. Do you remember what time it was? I think our time, I think we have a time set there, was around 7. 7 when you were there at that Love's. So, and obviously this is a time span, we believe, approximately from about 5:45 to 7. So it wasn't an extended amount, period of time, you know. It wasn't a long, drawn out thing. It happened pretty quick. Do you recall at all any times in your head, or do you remember seeing a claw or anything like that? I know there was a little bit of a confliction there on the phone. Was the phone completely turned off, or did it legitimately die throughout the thing?
I'm guessing that he turned it off. I don't know if it just died or if he turned it off. I only noticed when I plugged it in, it had really low battery. Okay. So it was off at some point within that time frame, and then it was plugged back in and came back on, and you had it. Is there anything else you recall that kind of sticks out to you? I think I can think of.
Yeah. And obviously, Investigator Oliver has been, kind of letting us chat up, and I know he's probably sitting over here thinking of 1,000 things he wants to ask you. Is there anything in particular? I know we covered a lot of details, so you may not have anything you can ask, but.
Not right now. I knew there was some stuff that you kind of crossed over some of these things and crossed them off my list for me. You said that one of the things that got me is that said you're in the backseat sometimes, you're in the trunk sometimes, talk about Zero and everything like that. And Cassie said you have 3 personalities.
And she says I have 3, but I've never personally seen any evidence of the third one.
She given a name to the third personality?
So he wasn't formally diagnosed. It was his girlfriend who armchair diagnosed him by the sounds of it, right? I'm not throwing shade at her. I'm just saying where he's getting it from. He also claims that his fiance has multiple personality states as well. And that he says that the girlfriend, fiance at the time, said that he has 3. Well, we've only heard of Tanner and Zero, okay? Where's the third?
Not that I know of. Does she give any particulars on the third personality? Nice, mean, any just creepy?
Not really. There's been times where she'll just say, hey, you may have a third person up there, right? And I'm just like, no, I don't. Because I figured of all people I would know. You know what I mean? Like, it's my brain. I figured finding there is someone else in there now.
You mentioned earlier too, I guess you're aware of the FedEx cameras, that there's FedEx in that cameras in that FedEx truck.
Yeah.
Okay, and you know how they operate.
Yeah, they operate on, if you make any, they record if it's like you're speeding or if like you may take a turn too tight, something like that. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah. And because you made the comment earlier that we'd be able to see it on the cameras anyways.
Yeah.
I guess you're aware that those cameras can be accessed without any type of impact or anything like that.
That I didn't know.
Okay.
Tanner, do you think Zero told anybody about this? Because you said you did. Do you think Zero told anybody?
I don't believe he did.
You don't believe so?
Is that tattoo on your forearm? I mean,
No, tell me about that. That's actually how we came up with the name for him. So this is a Christian metal band named Under Oath, and the O in Under Oath is, the O with the line through it.
So that's a Christian rock band?
Yeah, Christian metal band.
Christian metal band.
And he did a cover of an Under Oath song on his YouTube channel. Oh, so the O in the band's logo, a Christian rock band that he likes and does cover songs of badly. He makes a noise along to the songs he likes. The O with the line through it, for him that's Zero. That's why he calls himself Zero, okay? That's what it sounds like. Not as creative as any of us thought. Yesterday it's like, it could be this, it could be this. What about that? It's not so deep. He's not that smart. Okay.
Yeah, excuse me. So like, when we were trying to think of a name for that, other personality of mine, I just kind of looked at mine and was just like, Zero. And that's how I just came up with it.
Okay. So essentially that's...
I don't think that's how that works either, right? You tried to come up with a name? Oh, okay.
Something you came up with is...
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's the first thing I saw.
Are they pretty new band? I mean, is it...
Oh, no. Technically, okay, so the first EP came out in like 99.
Okay.
Their second EP came out in like 2002, and then their first full-length album was 2003, and then 2004. Between 2003 and 2004, they switched vocalists because he's going through a lot of like mental problems at the time. He fell asleep at the wheel, and his girlfriend died. It's a big thing, but yeah, they've been around for a long time.
I might have to look them up. I'm gonna have to listen to some of it.
Well, so some of their earlier stuff, it's more like death metal kind of sounding stuff, but they're trying to bring that whole positive spin to an otherwise really negative scene, which I love the crap out of. And then after the first 3 EPs, they went more towards the like emo direction, where there's a lot of singing and screaming like mixed together pretty well.
No, he's fanboying over the bands he likes. Wow. Wu-Tang Alex said the personality asked him to give it a name? Yes. That's what he's saying. Wait, what was I going to tell you? Oh yeah, the good news is there's only a few minutes left of this.
You know what I mean? Then they went more towards metalcore, which is still singing and screaming together, but less on the emotional side. Even though he does talk a lot about like mental health problems and all that stuff. And then they got experimental for 2 albums. On the second of those 2 albums, the drummer left, who was also the clean vocalist, the singer. Then they made 1 more album with the drummer from this other Christian band called Omagene. Then they split up for a long time, and they got back together a few years ago as more of like a heavy rock group.
No one cares. Sorry to the band, but no one in this moment, in this context, cares, dude. Amber Holmes 213 said, Tanner is an awful human. I hate that my husband even knows him. Ooh, tell us more, spill the tea. My email is grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com if you do want to say anything. I protect all my sources. So, wow, what was he like? If your husband knows him, or knew him, what was he like? What does your husband have to say about this guy, right? Also, Candy Temple said, then why cover the camera, liar, liar? Yeah. This guy's got so many sinister actions that he took, but yet he's claiming it's just like, no, Zero did it and this one did that. But then you covered the camera. You abducted Athena, drove around for a bit, and then covered the camera. Mm-hmm.
Almost like,
meaning you know what you're doing.
I don't know how to describe it, but it's definitely a lot more seeing. But when they got back together, they weren't Christian anymore, sadly. But you know, it's their man, their choice. They do what they want.
Yeah, so that kind of explains the name a little bit. It clarifies something for me as far as the name goes.
Sorry, I went on a tangent about that. I like input nothing.
I want to know Tanner, right? I want to know that's important to me. So the tangent, I'm good with. I don't need you on a tangent. Explain things to me that way I can fully understand you, right?
Like all-time 3 favorites are like Under Oath, Linkin Park, and recently Dance Gavin Dance, which weird name for a band, I know, but the singer, his voice is just.
Stop it. What about 21 Pilots? Hey, he did a cover of Under Oath, Linkin Park, and 21 Pilots on his YouTube channel.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. Is Dance Gavin Dance?
I know, right? Like. That is a weird ass name, I know.
You know, I got this on the tip of my tongue before I forget. You know, we talked the other day a little bit about, you know, you spoke to Athena. You kind of remember that, you recall that when I was talking.
Bits and pieces. Like when we were talking to Athena, me and Zero were also arguing.
Over what to do next.
Yeah, like I was trying to be like, you just put her back and forget the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he seemed adamant.
So you obviously asked her name.
Yeah, he seemed a little bit different than normal too. Like, cause normally, like, he's a cool guy. You know what I mean? Like, he's almost like everything I wanted to be. He's like super suave, super like, you know what I mean?
Confident,
yes.
Yeah.
So, but he was a little bit more manic than normal, I guess. And it was kind of weird.
It was a panic mode situation, right?
Yeah.
Are we going to get in trouble kind of deal? Do you remember? And this is more for. Do you remember any of the conversation with Athena? I know you asked her name and she told you her name was Athena. I know that you told her you were going to go to essentially give her help, hospital or whatever. And I know she asked for her dad several times. Do you remember any other conversation with her? Anything else she might have said or anything like that?
I remember there was a point where me and Zero were getting verbal, like outward verbal versus inside the head verbal. And she was kind of like freaking out over it.
How was she freaking out?
Like, she was just kind of looking at us like, why is this dude talking to himself? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it.
Do you remember Athena saying anything during that time about it?
No, she just kind of looked like, what the hell?
She rightfully so, she was terrified, right?
Yeah, if I saw someone talking, like having a conversation, arguing with themselves, like, I'd be freaking out too.
Yeah. So, again, there's some things that are, you know, obviously she asked for her dad, and she was scared. She did ask her to stop, right? I mean, asked Zero to stop, not to do it. Did she say anything like that?
I don't think she knew.
Yeah.
I think she was just more like not knowing what was going on.
Need some more water?
Yeah. Sorry, I think it's more stress than anything. That, and I have to, like, when I ask people for water while I'm in that fucking padded cell, I'm sitting there waiting for, like.
I've had a case of water, so if you want to get nothing, I'll get it.
When I'm sitting there asking people for water, like, they just, everybody there looks at me like I'm a monster. Which, understandably so, given the circumstance.
Okay, he understands. Good, good. Yeah, you are. Absolutely.
Give me just a second, okay? Make sure I'm not smoking. You need anything else? You have right here? You gonna do it? Yeah, let's do it. Hey, it's not my house. I'm gonna respect the rules, alright? That's fair.
So, you never told me what this means.
Hang on a second. Let me get you.
What is the normal line?
Okay.
It's a lot of water.
Do you have further questions to ask Ranger Espinoza?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, let's break for lunch. Your lunch is here, and we'll start back up at 1:15, okay? So we'll enjoy your lunch. All rise.
Excellent. And guess what time it is now? Live, 1:18. We can just skip right over lunch. I love that. I really do love that. I love starting a little. It's always like, oh man, the wait. You know, when we're waiting to start, if we start a little bit later with these live streams, that sucks. But you know, it's so worth it to do the following. Ready? And we're there. Now we're live. Bam, just like that. And they're back. I love it. Thank you so much for waiting to watch with me as well and watching with me. All of you that are here, thank you so much. I'm glad you like it too. Oh man, look at him. He does look a little more self-conscious now, huh? He's definitely trying to read the room. Just a little bit, whoa, what are people thinking now? Monster with a capital M. Also maggot with a capital M. There's no sound yet. We just teleported forward there. Skipped right over lunch break. True crime for me. See, that's what we would have looked at for an hour. So I'd love skipping. Love your tea flap. Oh, thank you so much. Caroline said, let's go. Let's go. So they just, obviously the jury's coming in. Okay. AC 949 said, I do wish they would steer his focus back to the interview purpose. Well, you said where the F is she? They already knew this was after. This was 5 days after they'd found her body. So we've already been over all of that yesterday, right? Yesterday, he said exactly where she was. They found her body. They described that. That's all timestamped for you. So go check that out, right? The real Tanya B said, you're so clever with the teleporting. Thank you so much. Is it you approve? Hey, you like that, huh? Me too. Okay. So, let's see what you guys are still saying here. Barbara Jean said, I love skipping over the lunch hour. And if you ever don't make it on a day, just, you know what I mean? If you're not watching live with us, just check out the timestamps. It's in the pinned comments, in the description box as well. You could also just hover over the video and you'll see everything chaptered out for you, which I do manually. I don't like let YouTube, because sometimes YouTube, there's a little box you can tick to let YouTube do it. No, thank you. Untick a box. Let's do that manually because we have moments that we want to see, right? So, like his foot getting slammed in the door repeatedly yesterday. That was great to timestamp that. There's the judge. I gotta say it in that accent, okay? Your lunch has arrived. This trial is happening in Texas. Fort Worth, Texas. No sound yet. No got sound.
How many times do you estimate during your questioning of him did he come back around and ask you to either present this to a judge or talk to somebody again?
Approximately 5 or 6 times during the first course of that initial interview, he would always redirect asking that question.
And I noticed in here when we were talking about this, you know, he presented what his terms were, his price, I think is what he said, for this, and conditioned it. If he was able to get this, he would tell you the truth. Is that what your understanding was?
Yes, sir. That's what I understood.
And absent meeting that price, he wasn't going to tell you the truth, right?
Correct, sir.
Objection, that's a mischaracterization.
Is it though?
So, once you get done talking about that, you said he redirected you. What types of questions were you asking him when he continued to redirect you to want this deal?
I was mainly wanting to ask why this happened, as you heard in the interview, because we were able to corroborate a lot of the what with physical and digital evidence, so we already knew what transpired. It was more of a why for closure.
Push that microphone back just a little bit. There you go.
So at any point, was he willing to tell you why?
No, sir.
Now, I noticed in here there was a point at which we were talking about, you were asking questions about Athena. And you made a statement that basically she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I recall that statement.
And you made that statement to Tanner Horner, and what was his response to that?
I can't exactly recall what his exact statement was to that, but I believe it was something to the extent of, I guess so.
So let's talk about a couple of things that have now come up in this. I noticed in here that Tanner Horner mentioned something to you about wanting to take her to the hospital. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I recall that.
Okay. And was this the first time that's come up?
Yes, sir, that was, to my recollection throughout the course, this was the first time during an interview where he had mentioned something about taking her to the hospital.
And again, this is Tanner telling you that's what he wanted to do.
Yes, sir.
Now, when we go through this and we start looking at this, we start talking about the pants. And at some point, does he admit that he found he found Athena's pants in his backpack?
Yes, sir. I believe that was a statement that he located Athena's pants in his backpack at his grandmother's residence.
Now, prior to this, if you'll remember, did he deny taking any items of clothing from Athena with him?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, he talked about the pants. Did he mention whether or not he took her socks with him?
No, sir, he did not. The statements made on the socks were varied from he threw them out to he found one in the truck at the Loves.
And did he mention where her underwear ended up?
Initially, he stated that the underwear were on her, and then after that, he stated he could not remember what happened to the underwear.
And let me just ask you, with regard to this whole zero thing and how it came up, was he finally able to explain to you how that it came up and how the name came about?
Yes, sir. As you heard in the interview, I got a few statements from him essentially about the name, where the name originated, which was based off a tattoo, a Christian band. Then also got some clarity on something that he and his girlfriend discussed about her having personalities, him having personalities, and that's how they came up with the name Zero, and that's how they referred to it throughout the course of that interview.
All right. Let's move a little bit, if you will. Now
Quick pause, Feedmaster. Yeah, you said if Athena, according to him, right, was in the wrong place at the wrong time, then it shows that he would do it again if it's the wrong place again with someone else. Good point. I hope the jury picked up on that too, right? He's a major danger to society. Definitely shouldn't, at least the options are not to ever be let out. It's between life without parole and the death penalty.
Done that final interview. Is your involvement in this investigation over?
No, sir.
What types of things are you doing once you've now found Athena's body, you conducted this interview on the 7th? Was there anything that happened in between locating her body on the 2nd and this secondary interview on the 7th?
Yes, sir. Obviously, this is a tremendous investigation as far as moving parts go. There's a lot of key elements that we now got to start focus on, which is one, preservation of evidence, getting the evidence properly stored, figuring out who's going to take what to what lab, and then we also have this digital evidence that we have, which is an SD card that obtains potentially more video. So I have to figure out a way to get the proprietary owner, which basically who owns the software to play that SD card, and figure out a way to preserve that evidence.
Let's back up a little bit, talk just a little bit about evidence. We have the truck in which Athena was murdered in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We have the truck in which he was found in on the 2nd, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do both of those items, are those going to need to be processed, CSI work and things like that done to them?
Yes, sir.
And then you also said that there was a search done at the Horner home in Lakewood, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And in Horner home in Lakewood? And you didn't conduct that search, right?
No, sir, they were just conducted in my direction.
All right. And then we have social media, DNA, things of that nature that are all happening, is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And then, I didn't ask you this before, was there an autopsy performed on Athena?
Yes, sir, there was.
And do you remember who the doctor was that did that?
I believe the chief medical examiner now was Dr. Dwyer.
Okay. And so we talked about evidence, so all of that is, would you say, in process when we're working on that, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, like I said, a lot of moving parts, a lot of things moving forward, a lot of things that we need to get doing. I've literally been working on this case along with the district attorney's office for over 3 years.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the items that needed to be tested. Were you involved in, once the forensic, the CSI stuff was done on the vehicles and all of that was done, were you involved in getting that evidence from Wise County to the lab?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And why would you, being the lead ranger, be involved in getting it from Wise County to the lab?
One, it's chain of custody, so everything that goes in, evidence-wise, DNA-wise for testing, it's one person handling it. I grabbed it, took it to the lab with essentially a submission that says what needs to be tested for what, which would be trace evidence, DNA evidence, and different things like that.
Judge, yes. Ranger Espinoza, I'm going to show you one more State's Exhibit 41. Is that what you were talking about with the evidence?
Yes, sir. This is a chain of custody transfer receipt from the Wise County Sheriff's Office to me.
And is that a true and correct copy of that chain of custody receipt when you took the evidence to DPS?
Yes, sir.
And when did you take that to DPS?
February 21st of 2023, and I can verify that with my signature at the bottom of the page.
Grizzly offer States 41.
Your Honor, we object as this is a police report and not admissible under the hearsay exception.
Let me see, 41. Mr. Staten, what's the relevance of this documentation?
Is the evidence that he took from the lab and then picked up from the lab. It's not a police report.
Doesn't the courtroom, it just looks so bright now, right? I'm just like, whoa, just turn down those perimeter lights, because we've just been looking, we've been in the dark for 2 days, hey? Watching all that body cam, watching the interview, the police interview room with Tanner Horner. This is like, oh, wow. Okay, we're back in the light here now, but it's very bright here.
Right, your objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 41 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Additionally to that, you mentioned, and I think we talked about this a little bit before, mentioned an SD card, and we'll talk to some other people about the SD card, but are you aware that there's an SD card in the FedEx truck where Athena was kidnapped and murdered? Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that SD card. Like I said before, we knew it contained video evidence, digital evidence, because we'd already obtained it. So I was already in the process of going to North Carolina to meet with Velociter in reference to that SD card.
Now let me ask you, when we say an SD card, and I'll show you the card, the evidence here in just a second, but is this what we would consider just to be like a normal, like an SD card, like we would see in a camera or something along those lines?
Yes, sir. Yeah, just your standard SD card you slide into, when you take a photo or when you're collecting in a smaller video camera, that type of SD card.
And it's some.
You know I'm gonna comment on his pen. Sir, you have great taste in pens, huh? These are my favorite. These Energel ones. Yes. He's using one. I always spot those and I'm like, ooh. Okay, moving on. Sorry about that. Just a quick, we love stationery, right? Well, I don't know. Do you guys love stationery? Pens? Whenever I brought that up, you're like, me too, I collect them and all that. Notebooks, pens, everything.
At one point, were you attempting to access that SD card to obtain the video from the FedEx truck?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you able to do that?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. And what steps did you take to be able to view what was on that SD card?
Like I stated before, we knew that we needed to get with the proprietary owner, which is Velociter, and get on their schedule. They do nationwide contracts, so it was a matter of getting them at their headquarters in North Carolina. Numerous times we were working out a schedule, and we finally nailed a date down of January 23rd, and I was able to request a plane through DPS headquarters in the governor's office, and it picked me up in Decatur and flew me to North Carolina, where I met with Jim Becker to preserve and obtain the digital evidence from the FedEx truck.
All right. And I'm not going to ask you specifically questions about what's on it, but let me ask you, so you said something about something being proprietary. Well, what does that mean?
So, yes, sir, I did. So the software that they use for that SD card is basically only for them. If you want to play their videos, you have to have.
Jack, this is all based on hearsay.
You basically have to have their software in order to play that SD card. So we just can't play it. They own it. So in order for us to play that, we have to go and use their software.
Okay. And that's what you mean by proprietary. It's not just a reader that we have on a common laptop. Is that
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And does that particular reader have a name?
I believe it's TrueView, if my memory recalls.
Okay. But we could get Jim Becker to talk about that. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, he's the brains. He provided me the software, provided me the video, and then that allowed us to play it.
And so, and again, I'm not going to ask you directly about it, but once you had the proprietary software, okay, once you had that, did you get that when you were in North Carolina?
Yes, sir. I flew there, obtained it, stayed until we had the evidence, secured it, made sure it played, and then I flew back to Wise County from North Carolina.
So at that point, you got the software, and now you can see the entirety of the video on the date in question. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, approach.
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 116.
I'm getting nervous about this exhibit. The video from the FedEx van. Don't play it all. Don't play an hour of that, right?
Do you recognize this? Can you tell us why?
Yes, sir, I do recognize it, and it does have my initials and a date stamp.
So let me ask you, is this State's 116, is the SD card contained within that?
Yes, sir, and also contained within is jump drives, which the video evidence was actually transferred to by Velocity.
And so all of this, this is what you picked up from Wise County?
Yes, sir.
And then this is what you took to Velocity, and this is what you brought back?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that's your initial and signature on it?
Yes, sir.
So this could be the 2 clips that they initially had, right? They said they initially only had 2 clips and later got more. An hour worth of recording. Meaning with Athena in the van. So we might see, I'm not sure, but we might see the 2 clips, meaning when they could see that Turner Horner put his hand over Athena's mouth and put her in the van, and then her in the van. We'll see.
So it sounds like all you needed was their player. Is that right?
Essentially, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So we've made that happen. You've gone to the crime lab. You're taking the jet to North Carolina, right?
Yes, sir.
So why go to all these links just for that?
Is very important. One, it's to preserve the evidence of what happened. It's all there. And two, it's important for us not to essentially tamper with any type of evidence. Like, I don't know the software. I don't know what it is. It's better to have the people that run it, operate it, and own it do that for us so we can get it back, and the video has everything on it.
Ranger Espinoza, I want to thank you for the last couple of days of your testimony, evidence in this particular case, and thank you for your work. That's what.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Ranger Espinoza, while we're talking about the SD card, who removed and recovered the SD card from the van?
That would be the CSI group, which would be with the ERT and the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And who with Wise County Sheriff's Office removed the SD card?
I would have to check the chain of custody on who actually removed it and placed it into evidence.
So you don't know how many hands that went through before it was placed in evidence?
No, ma'am. Because I did personally not do it.
You had said that you had to go to North Carolina in order to have this card reviewed by the software engineers. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So who at Wise County, or I'll even make it a little broader, who attempted to play that SD card prior to you taking it to North Carolina?
Only to my knowledge, when it was checked out of evidence, it was only Patrick McGuire with the FBI and myself while speaking to Velociter.
But at some point you knew that someone had tried to play that card and were unable to.
I had no knowledge of that, no, ma'am.
And the reason you took it to North Carolina was because it was not able to be played on a regular reader.
That's correct.
I want to talk just a little bit about these interrogations.
They were terrible, right? Okay, sorry, is that not the question? Brianna, thank you so much for spoiling the mods with 6 delicious coffees. Very nice. We've got a team of 6 moderators, and that's a full cup for each. Thank you so much.
When Tanner was first arrested and was first taken to the Wise County Jail, you had the moments in the car where you were talking to him. But at that point, you had not read him his rights, had you?
No, ma'am, I had not.
So even though he was arrested by your brother and placed in handcuffs and put in the back of a car and being questioned about an offense, you did not see fit to read him his rights.
Correct. That falls under
And
the public safety exception, which is an exception to Miranda.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
One at a time.
I mean, let him answer the question, ma'am. Sorry.
Your objection is sustained.
Ranger Espinoza, if you need to expound on something, then I'm sure the district attorney will ask any questions that need to be followed up on, okay? So right now, if you'll just answer only the questions that I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, in fact, I think it wasn't until 16 minutes into that video did you read Tanner Horner's rights.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Throughout these interrogations and throughout the videos that the jury has watched, Tanner asked several times about attorneys. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He asked how the attorney thing worked. You agree with me on that one?
Yes, ma'am.
At one point, Zero is saying we need to speak to an attorney. Do you agree with that one?
Yes, ma'am.
He asked about what happens if I get an attorney.
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
And he also asked, what happens when I get an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so then
He doesn't have to ask any of that. He could just say, I want an attorney and not talk for 6 hours. How about that? Leading detectives on a wild goose chase. Also, ma'am, defense attorney saying, he was arrested by your brother. Well, that was improper to ask the question that way. Both are highly qualified. One a game warden, one a Texas Ranger, the lead Texas Ranger on the case. Who cares if they're brothers? You know what I mean? That was naughty to say it like that.
and that was just in the first 2 interrogations. So now we get to December the 7th, and we have that 4th interrogation, the 4th video. And when you Mirandized Tanner, he told you that he has an attorney. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you didn't reach out and try to find out who that attorney was, did you?
No, ma'am.
And you didn't try to make any contact with that attorney.
No, ma'am.
You didn't even bother to find out who that attorney was.
I actually did find out who the attorney was after.
Afterwards, you found out who it was?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any attempt to contact that attorney and tell him, hey, guess what? I just spent 2 hours with your client talking to him about his case.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Ranger Espinoza, you had testified earlier that Tanner had reached out to you on December the 6th of 2022. And this was about 4 days after his arrest, right?
I received the notification on December the 7th, but you're correct. The actual timestamp, I believe, was 9 p.m. on the 6th.
Were you aware that the night that he reached out to you, he had cut himself in his jail cell?
Yes, ma'am. I believe I asked him what that was on his arms.
Was it a paper cut? Sorry. Wow, okay. So he reached out, but then the Texas Ranger only got that notification the next day and then went and spoke to him for at least 2 more hours. It seemed like more, because we didn't see the end of that. Anyway.
Now, during your interrogations,
is that how it ended? Or I think he probably spoke more that day, right? And he spoke a lot. We saw a lot.
Tanner talked to you about his history of self-harm, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had learned through these interrogations that he had several suicide attempts.
Yes, ma'am. By his statements, I was able to corroborate those.
And the most recent suicide attempt was while in the custody of Weiss County Jail, correct?
You'll have to tell me about the day, or...
So, were you aware that he attempted suicide in the Weiss County Jail in May of 2023?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Throughout the interrogations, Tanner also spoke to you about his suicidal ideations. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
So, you learned that he had previously tried to hang himself.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also learned that he had also suicidal ideations before his arrest. Did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
And you learned that he had current suicidal ideations. In other words, he was still feeling suicidal at the time that you were speaking with him.
Judge, y'all did, that's cause for speculation about what Tanner Horn was feeling.
Sustained.
Well, isn't it...
Sorry to pause with his eyes closed. Sorry about that. Is this helping her client? Does this not help the jury feel better, even though they're not basing their decision on feelings but on evidence? But does it, I don't know how else to say it, does it not help them feel better if they wanted to sentence him to death? Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, okay. Anyway, these questions are quite something. YouTube's not going to like it. Please like the stream and share so that at least others can see it.
True, Ranger Espinoza, that Tanner asked how you can stop him from hurting himself?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that was his statement.
And didn't he also ask you to just shoot him in the head?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, didn't he ask you on several times, can you just shoot me in the head?
To the best of my recollection, he only asked me once to shoot him in the head.
Yeah, we saw him on what we saw from what they showed the jury, the police interview. He asked that once, and then he said, "Please." I don't know if you just saw that. That was yesterday. I think I timestamped that actually.
During your interrogations, Tanner also talked about his history of mental health issues. Is that correct?
I don't know about the mental health issues, but yes, he talked about some of his issues.
Well, he talked about being hospitalized in a mental health facility, did he not?
I believe that was an outpatient visit, is what I believe, which means it was not hospitalized.
And you were aware that he was hospitalized after his suicide attempt where he attempted to hang himself?
I don't recall that one. I believe in May of 23 he was, but I don't know about the other one.
And you did know that he was, had received medications?
Yes, ma'am. I believe we discussed some medications during the course of that interview.
You also learned during your interrogation that Tanner has Asperger's.
I believe Asperger's was mentioned by him, but I had no knowledge that he was diagnosed
Now called high-functioning autism.
with Asperger's.
So you knew by report from Tanner that he had Asperger's.
I don't know if he has Asperger's. He just said he had Asperger's.
He does armchair diagnose a lot, right? Okay.
You learned about the hospitalizations. You had mentioned that he had talked to you about medications that he was taking. In fact, you even asked him about the medications he was taking.
Correct.
And he told you that he was taking Prozac and Strattera. Is that right?
I believe so.
So are you aware that Strattera is used to treat ADHD?
Judge, I'll object. He's not an expert on that.
I'll let him answer it if he knows it.
Were you aware that Strattera is used to treat ADHD?
I'm not aware of that, no ma'am.
And are you aware that Prozac is used to treat major depressive disorder?
I'm also not aware of that.
Are they trying to imply that the brothers were what? Ganging up on poor Tanner Horner? Is that what it is?
During these interrogations, well, let me back up. You testified to this jury that you did not think that Tanner expressed any remorse during all these interrogations. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
But you would agree with me that he told you several times that he felt bad about what had happened. And he may not have said, "I feel bad," but he expressed his emotions about what had happened.
Yes, ma'am. I did not believe him.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustain.
Yes, ma'am.
He expressed that when you had said, he had been talking about what had happened, and you go, "That's all right." And he says, "No, it's not all right." Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. I recall that.
And your response to him was that, no, it's all right for you to talk to me. That's what you were referring to, right? About it being all right?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
And then based on Tanner's response, he was telling you that it was not all right to hurt a child.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's what he was implying.
And later on, when you asked him if he was remorseful for what he did, he told you, and was very emotional when he told you, that I'm a father. I took something away from someone. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
And when you asked him about what he wanted to say to the community, do you remember his response to that?
No, ma'am. I do not recall.
Do you recall that he said, no one deserves this?
Yes, I do remember that.
And then he asked for a month at home. Okay. And he laughed. Okay.
He also told you that the fact that Athena was dead broke his heart.
Yes, ma'am, I recall that.
Objection relevance. He doesn't have one. Sorry.
Ranger Espinoza, you also recognized that Tanner was being remorseful as well, didn't you?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall telling him, I see remorse in you, I see regret in you?
That is part of an interview tack in order to maintain rapport.
So you lied to him?
No, ma'am. Again, that's a rapport. It's a common strategy. If you want to call it a lie, you can, but it's strategy.
It's a strategy, and they're allowed to.
But you did tell him that you saw remorse in him.
Correct, I did.
And you did tell him that you saw regret in him.
Yes, ma'am.
He also told him that he's musically talented, which we know is a lie.
During these interrogations, Tanner was being cooperative with you.
Yes, ma'am.
And at times you even praised him for his cooperation.
Yes, ma'am.
And you even told him that you would be sure to tell everybody how cooperative he had been during the process.
Correct.
Did you tell everybody how cooperative he had been during the process?
No, ma'am, I did not.
In fact, you even thanked him for his willingness to help. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And did you tell anybody, or did you tell everybody that he was willing to help?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You testified on direct that Tanner was not being truthful throughout the interrogations. And at one point you told Tanner that what it was all about was doing the right thing. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And for you, doing the right thing would mean confessing to the murder. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tanner confessed to the murder, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And for you, doing the right thing meant helping law enforcement to recover the body. Do you
Yes.
agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Tanner eventually helped you recover the body, did he not?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
You also stated on direct that Tanner blamed everyone else but himself. But Zero told you the truth about abducting Athena. Is that correct?
Tanner told me the truth about abducting Athena.
And he also told the truth about killing her.
Again, that's Tanner. It's Tanner Horner, not Zero.
So the persona of Zero brought you to Bobo's Crossing.
Yes, ma'am.
So when Tanner is being truthful about those other things, and Zero is being truthful about other things, and Zero is Tanner, doesn't that mean that Tanner was being truthful about what had happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Although you claim that Tanner was not being truthful during the interrogations, he wasn't the only one that was being untruthful. Would you agree with that?
Could you elaborate?
Well, Tanner asked to talk to Cassie, and you told him that you would allow him to do that in a minute. But you never let him call her, did you?
What I meant by that is he'd be allowed to make phone calls from the jail.
But you told him that he would be able to do that in a minute. But you did not allow him to do that, did you?
I'm sure the Wise County Sheriff's Office provided him his phone call to Cassie if he wanted to call her.
But my question is for you, Ranger Espinoza. Did you allow him to make that call?
I did not.
he asked to have a video chat with her. And your response was, okay. Did you allow him to have a video chat with Cassie?
No, ma'am.
You asked about, or Tanner asked about seeing his son, and you told him that you would do that for him. Did you let him see his son?
I don't recall telling him I was going to let him see his son.
Well, the jury heard the video, so they'll remember what you told him.
Mm-hmm.
And so do we, right?
When Tanner made the...
Did he say that? I don't think he promised anything like that. Said he can relay his request to the judge, right?
The request, and I believe it was, your phrasing was that he wanted to cut a deal. You said that you felt that, well, actually what you told the jury was that the deal would be that if he received the deal requested, he would tell you the truth. That's what you told the jury, right?
I believe it's what he stated, yes, ma'am.
But that's not the complete truth, is it? Because, and again, the jury saw this video, so I'm sure they will remember that, and you would agree with me, that Tanner was willing to enter a plea in this case. Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember him telling you that he would be willing to give up all of his defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember telling him that he would be willing to give you any information that you wanted?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you remember him telling you that he was willing to give up everything and go to prison forever?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of this, the plea, the defenses, the information, going to prison forever, was just so he would be able to have a chance to say goodbye to his family.
I believe, yes, ma'am, that's what he wanted.
He asked you to relay all of this to the judge and to the prosecutors. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
You told him that you would do this. Did you relay it to the judge?
I believe I spoke to the judge and the district attorney's office in reference to that.
To the deal?
Yes, just that he wanted to cut a deal.
You didn't give him any of the other details?
No, ma'am.
Did you all have a good chuckle about it, though? Oh, that might be on the redirect. Okay.
When did you speak to the judge about this? And which judge, well, let me back up. Which judge did you speak to?
I believe during the course of that week, I informed everybody about the reinitiated interview, and I mentioned of Tanner wanting to cut a deal where he was released on an ankle monitor with video surveillance, which is not possible, and I told him that was not possible. So,
well, you're not the prosecutor in the case, are you?
no, ma'am, I'm not.
And you told Tanner that you couldn't give him legal advice, right?
Correct. I'm not going to.
But now you're making a legal conclusion about what is and isn't possible. Do you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am. Again, I told him it is above my pay grade. That is a decision for the district attorney's office.
And you said it's a question that you'd have to ask.
Correct.
So the question I have is, and you just said that you talked to the judge about it, which judge did you talk to?
It was mentioned to Brock Smith
When?
during that time frame sometime.
When did you speak to the prosecutors about it?
I believe, actually, the district attorney's office we had a meeting with the district attorney's office that day at the Wise County Sheriff's Office, and I informed them about it.
The question I have is, why wasn't that included in your police report that you prepared for this case?
It was included in the police report.
The fact that he was willing to give up all of his defenses?
Yes, ma'am. There's video evidence of that.
What I'm saying is that in your written police report, you did not update your written police report to include all this information, did you?
My police report says for all the details reference the videos in this report. So yes, ma'am, I did include it in this case.
And the defendant pleaded not guilty all the way up to just 2 days ago. So no, he didn't stick to his word either.
Now, you have How long is your police report?
I believe this one is 75 pages.
And you have other details in that police report. Do you agree with me?
Correct.
And what you're telling the jury is that something as important as he is willing to make a deal, you didn't think was important enough to put into a written form?
Correct. Again, I did put it in a written form as far as reference my report. My report references that all the details are contained within the video.
All right, so let's talk some more about this video.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about Tanner's demeanor during his interrogations. Hold on one moment, I'm sorry. You would agree with me that during all of the videos that were shown to the jury over the last couple of days, that it was obvious during some of those videos that Tanner was easily distracted.
That's a matter of opinion.
Well, you testified earlier that he became distracted and you would have to redirect him. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am. I actually stated that he would interrupt to talk about his deal, and I would have to redirect him back to what we were talking about.
So when he was distracted by the gel that was in your hair, when he was distracted by your shoes, you were able to redirect him back to the information that you were interested in, right?
Yeah, I was definitely able to keep communicating with him. Yes, ma'am.
Did we see the distraction with the gel in the hair and the shoes? Did I miss that? Did we see that part of the interview? Oh, my word.
You would agree with me that Tanner was polite to all the officers?
To the best of my recollection, yes, ma'am.
And, well, I mean, you've sat here and watched all the videos. Was he rude to any officer during those videos?
Not in my presence, no, ma'am.
He said yes, sir, and he said no, sir.
Yes, yes, ma'am, correct.
He didn't curse at any of the officers.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
He didn't threaten any of the officers.
No, ma'am, correct.
Didn't raise his voice in anger at any of the officers.
Correct.
The only time his voice raised a little bit was when he got excited about talking about something that interested him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When he was arrested, he didn't put up any resistance.
Correct.
When you took him out of the jail, he didn't put up any fight or any resistance.
No, ma'am.
When you walked him around the bamboo forest, he didn't try to run or escape.
No, ma'am.
He was respectful to your authority, was he not?
Yes, ma'am.
Ranger Espinoza, you have a Bible verse on your handcuffs, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
That's Romans 13:4?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that Romans 13:4 says, "For he is the servant of God, an avenger who carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer." Is that what 13:4?
It depends which version of the Bible you read, but yes, ma'am, that's correct.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you.
So that was just what, implying something? The brothers and their wrath on the wrongdoer. Well, we wish we could have seen that. Unfortunately, we didn't. We just saw a little bit of it yesterday with the slamming of the door. That was great. We'd love to see more of that, please.
I'm going to try to get through this here. This fourth interview that you conducted, who requested it?
Tanner Horner.
In this fourth interview, when you go in there, you said before that he wanted to cut a deal. And that was essentially, he wanted you to cut him loose on some kind of monitor, and then he would tell you the truth.
Yes, sir.
Now, all of this stuff that Ms. Anderson went over with you about his suicide attempts, mental health, all of the things that are in there, that all came from Tanner Horner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is the same Tanner Horner who told you that Athena's body was in the bamboo.
Yes, sir.
and took you on that 3 or 4 hour boondoggle out there trying to
Objection,
find
Your Honor, to the characterization.
Boondoggle, is that what he said? Gotta write that word down. That's a new word for me. Took you out there on that 3 hour boondoggle. Did I hear it right? Is that what he said? Wild goose chase.
He took you out there and lied to you twice and drug you out there where she wasn't, correct?
Correct.
And let's just go through this. If we're going to talk about a little bit about the things he's telling you, you don't have any knowledge whether anything he's telling you is true, do you?
I have knowledge that it's all lies based on evidence that I had.
Well, let me back up. Anything that he is saying about himself, you don't have any evidence that that in and of itself is true.
No, I don't have any medical records. I don't have any history of that.
That's what he's telling you.
Yes, sir.
But he also told you that that he backed into her with the truck. Is that true?
No, sir.
He also told you that at one point that she was deceased when he put her in the truck. Was that true?
No, sir.
He also told you, additionally, that he didn't take off her clothes when he dumped her body. Was that true?
No, sir.
He also told you that her body was next to the bamboo forest. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that true?
No, sir.
So essentially, you told him several times when during these interviews that you had faith in him and confidence in him and he was telling the truth. You remember that, right?
Yes, sir.
When you told him that, do you really believe he's telling the truth?
I know he's not telling the truth because I've already seen the video and I already have physical evidence. I know that he's lying to me the entire time.
So when you're telling him that, is that just to keep him talking?
Yeah, that's called maintaining rapport, so I don't lose the rapport and then essentially lose finding Athena.
So
Oh, hold on.
when we're talking,
No, sorry, I just wanted to pause. I wanted to pause him with his eyes open. Sorry about that. Kathleen said earlier, oh, stop it. You know, when they asked, oh, you lied to him, the defense said. And Kathleen said earlier, oh, stop it. Anyone that has, at the bare minimum, watched a few cop shows knows these are interrogation strategies, right? The defense was making us like shocking. You lied to him. Well, it's a strategy. Interrogation strategy. I do like the word boondoggle. You guys are all saying it in the chat now. Haven't heard that before. I learned a new word today.
About this, and we're going through this bit of information. You asked him if he felt remorseful, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
You had to ask him what it was he would say to the community, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
And at that time, that is when he did not answer and say that he was remorseful. He just said he was a father.
Yes, sir.
Twice.
And that he said that no one deserves this.
Yes, sir.
But he didn't say, I kidnapped her, I killed her, I'm sorry.
No, sir, he did not say that.
And he might have been talking about himself when he said, no one deserves this, for all we know.
So when we talk about whether or not Tanner Horner was truthful about what happened, you were asked a minute ago if he was truthful in telling you that she was placed in the bamboo. Is that right?
No, sir, he's not truthful about saying that.
You were asked if that was truthful. Is that truthful?
No, sir, it's not.
As far as whether or not there were any clothes taken from the scene, was he truthful about that?
No, sir, he was not.
So how are you to believe anything about him as a person if literally the entirety of his statements to you have been lies?
I couldn't believe anything that he was saying.
And in fact, when he's lying to you throughout this, you said you knew he was lying.
Yes, sir.
But you kept him talking.
Yes, sir.
And throughout the entirety of all of this, yes, he is being cooperative.
Yes, sir.
Except that he's lying.
Yes, sir.
He is being cooperative, except he's trying to divert you from the truth.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
But it is true. Now, I think I need to go to Texas, and then we need to combine our words, right? He boondoggled his way all the way into the dwang. Huh? He's in the dwang now. Look at him go. Sure, El Guapo death penalty, hey? Oh, my word. In the dwang means basically in the crap. Yeah, okay. So, a lot of you guys from Texas obviously know the word boondoggle. And a lot of us that aren't from there, we learned a new word today. Stefan says, nice one, Stanton. I mean, this is a good redirect, right? Very good.
When you sat down with him in that fourth interview, he wanted you to pay a price to buy his
Objection,
truth.
Your Honor.
Let me hear the question. Go ahead.
His statement to you was that was his price to get the truth.
Yes, sir, that was correct.
Objection, that is a misstatement of the testimony. He
Jury.
never said the truth.
The jury will recall the testimony.
So throughout all of this, the only thing that he told you that was the truth was that she was deceased. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, leaving.
Overruled.
The rest of that stuff you had to learn on your own.
Yes, sir.
That's what it's about.
Ms. Anderson.
Just a couple of things. After Tanner told you about being at Millwood and taking medications, did you attempt to confirm that information?
Yes, ma'am. That's information that was passed, and at some point, either Watts County Sheriff's Office or the District Attorney's Office would attempt to make or obtain medical records.
And so, knowing that they were able to obtain medical records from Millwood, it wasn't a lie then when he told you that he was at Millwood.
I actually don't know what medical records were actually obtained. I wasn't privy to them. I just know that the medical records were requested.
And earlier you just said that they obtained medical records. So if they were able to obtain medical records, you wouldn't be able to obtain them if they weren't there. Would you agree with that?
No object to speculation. He said he doesn't know about these records.
Sustained.
But you don't obtain records for somebody if no records exist, right?
Same objection calls for speculation.
He can answer that one.
Basically, what we do is an overall. It doesn't have to be from a specific place. Usually when we have a defendant, we try to find a medical history. So it may not be for that particular, but the District Attorney's Office would obtain all records. It does maybe not these particular ones we're talking about, but all records would. If there's some there, we're going to try to obtain them.
All right, so if you were able to obtain records from Millwood, you would have obtained records from Millwood.
Correct. If the District Attorney's Office would have obtained records from Millwood, they would be privy to the District Attorney's Office.
And the way the District Attorney asked the question, he characterized that Tanner's price for telling you the truth was that he received the electronic monitoring. Do you recall him asking you that question?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's what he said.
But that's not quite accurate, is it? Because it wasn't the price for telling the truth. Tanner's price was for entering a plea in this case.
I believe the underlining purpose of the deal was to tell the story or the truth and then get the deal for the monitoring.
Well, actually, that's not quite what the video showed, is it?
But that's what he wanted. He's not like, let me plea. I'll plead no contest, okay? No worries, and tell you everything. Tanner's entire goal was to get out for a month, which I don't trust that. He was a huge flight risk.
I mean, the video said that he would be willing to enter a plea, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then he'd be willing to give up his defenses, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then he would be willing to go to prison for life, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he would be willing to tell you everything you know, or everything that you would like to know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Which he already told all the important things. And if he got all that, what did he want? What was his price? To get out. Just let me out for like a month and just monitor me.
So it's just not telling the truth. There was a whole list of things that he wanted. And that was what he was willing to do if you were to speak to the judge, speak to the prosecutors about the possibility of electronic monitoring.
Let's ask what he's willing to do right now while he's in jail, just to get a pizza or like a cold drink, huh? Sure he's willing to do a lot. We don't want to go there.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Mr. Singh?
Just a couple of questions, Your Honor. Thank you. I didn't hit on this before, and I apologize, Ranger Espinoza. When you initially detained Tanner Horner on scene there at the corner of Faith and Hope, you had testified before about your basis for doing so.
Correct.
What was that basis?
Objection, Your Honor. Miss Ranger Espinoza did not detain him on. That was his brother.
Sustained.
Once you got to the scene and Tanner Horner was there in cuffs, what was the purpose of your question?
So the purpose of the questioning fell under the public safety exception, which has an exception to Miranda, which is exception to rights, which is basically preserving life, which means I don't have to Mirandize him. If I'm looking for a kidnapped child that could potentially be alive, Miranda does not apply.
And your questions to him at any point prior to the time that you Mirandized him, did you ask him what happened?
Yes, sir.
Prior to Miranda or after Miranda?
After Miranda. Pre-Miranda, there was no questions about any details of the case other than where's Athena? Take me to her.
And in fact, he attempted at some point to tell you what had happened, and you stopped him from talking.
Objection, Your Honor, this leading.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
When you got in the truck, what did Tanner attempt to tell you about what had happened?
At that point, when I asked him, as y'all saw the video, he attempts to say something or tell me something. I said, stop. We'll worry about that later. We just need to find Athena, which falls within the parameters of the public safety exception and the exception to Miranda.
And at that point, was he under arrest or just detained?
At that point, he was detained.
And then once you read him his Miranda rights, at that point, was he under arrest?
He was.
House witness.
Ms. Anderson?
No, Your Honor, I'm done.
May Ranger Espinoza be excused subject to any potential recall?
Fine with the statement.
No objection.
Thank you, sir.
Look at him. He's like, that was a lot, right? Texas Ranger Espinoza, 2 days, well, a day and a half of, wow, right? What a great job he did, and his brother. And their mama should be so proud, right? You guys were all saying that yesterday. Definitely raised 2 very amazing sons. Look, even the judge is like, damn, we reached that finish line. Look at the judge's face. We made it, huh? The judge has a bit of a snarky brow too, huh? Like there. Okay. And there he goes with his lovely hat.
And that was first.
Kathleen said, yes, please give him a break. Shame, that was exhausting. Okay, we'll wait to hear what's going on. But Tanner was so well behaved. Such a gentlemanly criminal. Such a polite child killer. I don't think that's working for the jury at all. The jury's like, okay. Punk Gopher said, thank you, Ranger Espinoza. I hope you guys will leave some nice comments for them afterwards as well, in case they don't look at the live chat replay.
Taylor Page.
Taylor Page.
Taylor Page. Who's that? Who's that? Do we know that name? That doesn't sound like Cassie. Can we put Cassie on the stand? I'd be so curious to hear from, even though I know it'll be difficult for her, I think it'll be interesting to hear from Tanner's former fiance. I don't know if they're together still or not. I would assume not.
Your Honor, I do need to put a couple objections on the record.
I'm sorry?
I need to put objections to the testimony on the record.
Sir, the judge says, I'm sorry. That defense attorney, really? You gotta speak up, sir. He's like, sir, I do need to, a couple of objections. What? The judge, I'm sorry. Couple of objections to some evidence? Okay.
What's the approach to do that?
Do you do it in the presence of the jury or outside?
I don't think it'll hurt. It's whatever you want to do. If you want me to approach, I can do it.
Go ahead. No, you can go ahead.
Your Honor, I think I would like to renew the objections we made at the 702, 705 hearing. In addition, I would like to object. There are 48 potential FBI agents involved in this case. The FBI, per their policy, we requested those personnel records, which could be potentially exculpatory. They denied access to all of those. I believe that's a violation of the Michael Morton Act. I would ask that the court refuse to allow any of the FBI agents to testify in this case based on that. They require a 2E letter for you to get their personnel records. We went through the process of doing that, and they denied us any of those records. Obviously, with any Texas law enforcement officer, we would get those records directly from the district attorney, but the federal government just doesn't do what the states ask them to do.
Why? What did they have from Uncle Google? Do tell us. What did the FBI get, hey? Oh.
They don't have to, and we can't make them.
All right. Your objection is overruled. You may have a running objection.
Your Honor, I think there'll only be one other agent testify, but I would ask for the same.
So the same objection would apply to the second agent?
Yes.
Okay. Just remind me when that agent comes in.
Thanks, Your Honor. The other issue is when he testified at the 702, 705, I believe his testimony was that he did only perform.
Your Honor, I'm going to object us to having this discussion in front of the jury about things that happened in the hearing outside the presence of the jury.
Go to your room.
The judge is classic. Go to your room. Oh, I love this judge. Judge Gallagher. No, we also want to hear. So, we're not going to hear it? Oh my word. Why can't we hear it?
Before you do,
The outrage.
please witness.
Mr. Berry.
Yes, sir. Mr. Page, would you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the court?
Yes, sir. My name is Taylor Page, spelled Taylorpage.
And what do you do for a living, Mr. Page?
I'm a special agent with the FBI in Dallas.
So Special Agent Page, can you tell me a little bit about your background as far as how it was that you became a special agent with the FBI?
I've got a bachelor's degree from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Worked in private sector for about 10 years before coming over to the Bureau. Nothing law enforcement related, but the Bureau has a history of hiring folks from a lot of different fields. So I went through the application process, and then everything that I've learned through the academy, and then since I've been an agent, obviously brought me to this point of being an investigator with the FBI then.
So I'm guessing the judge overruled those objections from the defense, because here we are with the FBI special agent on the stand. They were like, we don't want any of the FBI agents to testify. Well, here they are. Sorry about that. Okay.
You talked about the academy. Where's the academy located?
Quantico, Virginia.
And what does that entail? What kind of process?
It's about 5 months from start to finish at the academy. There's legal training, tactics, self-defense, firearms, everything that you would expect kind of in a police academy. Same type of things for FBI academy as well.
And were you a field agent before you do what you do now?
So I'm still a field agent. I'm assigned to the Dallas Violent Crimes Task Force. So it's going to be agents and task force officers from surrounding agencies that investigate primarily violent crimes, so carjackings, bank robberies, kidnappings. There's about 20 or so of us on that task force that specialize in those types of offenses. And then in addition to that, I have a certification within the FBI for the cellular analysis team. And so part of my role is to serve in that capacity as well.
Okay, and the cellular analysis team, does that have some type of a special acronym that goes with it?
Yeah, so Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, you'll hear it often referred to.
Okay, and tell me how, what do? You said that you work with these different types of violent offenses, including kidnappings. What does the Cellular Analysis Survey Team do?
So the CAST unit is different than the Violent Crimes Task Force. So I happen to be a CAST asset that just sits on that Violent Crimes Task Force. But this CAST unit within the FBI, again, there's about 100 or so of us spaced throughout the country. We specialize in the analysis of cellular records. And oftentimes, to your question, if there is something like an Amber Alert or a mass casualty event or something that requires a big law enforcement response, if there's something that's going to have a cellular component to it, a lot of the times you're going to see a CAST asset that gets dispatched to that command post or that location.
And we're talking about command posts. Explain what you mean by a command post.
So a command post is oftentimes set up by law enforcement in response to usually a threat to life type situation that's occurring. It's oftentimes set up in an area very close to where the actual crime may have occurred. So while our office is in Dallas, if there's a situation that occurs in a different part of North Texas, we may send a command post or establish a command post in an area nearer to that so that the law enforcement response can be centralized to that immediate area.
And
so you guys are saying, is it maybe Google searches coming in now? I think it's going to probably be cell phone pings, just to corroborate that Tanner Horner was there at Athena's house on November 30th of 2022, and at what time? And then where did his cell phone travel? Where did it get switched off? Where did it get switched back on? All of that. I think that's what they're going to show now.
How is it that you do that? Do you pitch a tent out there? How does it happen?
So the FBI has a mobile command post. Several agencies I know around North Texas also have mobile command posts. It's a giant semi-trailer that we'll pull up to the scene, and it allows us access to some of our equipment and technology that we would otherwise have at our headquarters division, and that isn't necessarily always available right there in the field. But again, it's a good centralized spot for the law enforcement response to be concentrated.
And when a crime occurs, like a kidnapping, and there's somebody missing that you're trying to locate, what kind of things do you do to try to make that happen?
There's a lot of things that can be done from a law enforcement perspective. No two situations are the same. Certain, again, mass casualty type events, things like that where the subject of that may already be deceased. Sometimes the law enforcement response is to uncover what was going on with that person before they committed that mass casualty event. If it's something like an Amber Alert or a missing kid, the number one priority is to find the missing kid. And especially from the CAST perspective, a lot of times there's cellular records that can become relevant, especially in a world where most folks have cell phones. If it's able to be determined what cell phone may be of relevance to that investigation, we're going to try to help identify that device and then locate it with the expectation that maybe that missing kid is near that device.
And were you called to come to the scene where a girl by the name of Athena Strand went missing on November 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was the second CAST agent that went there. One of my colleagues, Mark Sedgwick, was the first CAST agent that responded to the scene, and then I arrived, I think, the second day to help him out.
And when you arrived that second day, so you say the second day, did you arrive on December 1st or December 2nd?
I believe I was there December 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so the day after, and then if the arrest took place on December the 2nd, would that be correct?
I think that sounds correct.
All right. So as agents, you and Mr. Sedgwick, or Special Agent Sedgwick, are you collecting certain information that you can then analyze?
Yes. Again, it's all dependent on what's happening in that particular situation. If, again, there's cellular records that appear that they're going to be of relevance, we will reach out directly to those cell providers, so Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and try to explain to them, hey, here's what we've got going on, and we'll make what are called exigent requests for information. So things that are not accompanied with a warrant at that time. There is an immediate threat to life that's going on, and we're trying to mitigate that as best we can. So we make the request in good faith to those cell providers that, hey, we believe these records could be helpful in locating or identifying this missing person.
Now, in this particular case, was the child still missing when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
And was there any knowledge one way or the other as to whether the child was still alive or not?
We had no indication of her status at that time.
So did that qualify then for these exigent requests that you're making to different phone companies and different social media carriers, things like that?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, there's a commonly known or a common term that's out there called geofencing. Can you kind of explain what that means?
Yeah. So geofencing, just the general concept of a geofence is that there is a particular area where something happened, and then if you draw basically a radius around that, say 400 meters, you could potentially identify devices that fall within that radius. It's done in order to identify possibly unidentifiable persons that may have been present in that area by way of cellular connectivity oftentimes. Certain geofences are not only related to cell phone connectivity. There's other types of geospatial geofences that can be done that may be GPS related. But the general concept of it is just that there is a known quantity or a known event and then a radius that you want to establish around that area to identify the devices that were present in that spot.
And are you able to limit that to certain times and parameters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do that in this particular case?
We did.
Okay. Now, when you go to the scene out there, or really any scene of a missing child, who are the first people that you are often tasked to look at when you look at their mobile devices?
Usually it's the parents or close family that may be living with that person. So a lot of times it's not even necessarily that that person is a suspect per se, but you also want to get corroboration for statements that those folks may be making to law enforcement. So if a parent says, I was at work all day, if you get the phone records for that person, you could pretty easily identify, depending on how far away they live from their work, you could potentially identify that, yes, they were at work that day and their statements are consistent, as opposed to someone whose phone was not near their office that day, then maybe the statements that they made that they were at work could be more concerning.
And was that done in this particular case with regard to the missing child, Athena Strand?
Yes, sir. I believe Special Agent Sedgwick started that process.
Okay. Now, when you got there and you became involved in this process, was there another phone number that was identified as being a potential point of interest that y'all wanted to obtain some records related to?
So there were a couple things that took place. We did a geofence to T-Mobile, and there was a device that was identified within that geofence. That device became of interest for us. Second to that, there's a phone number for Mr. Horner that was also identified, and that became more relevant as the command post situation started to unfold.
Okay. And with regard to that, did you obtain these exigent records related to that phone number for Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based upon reviewing those records, are you able to determine whether the device that is generating those records is moving or not moving based upon your analysis of that device?
We can usually get to a pretty quick conclusion about whether a device is movement or stationary based on those records. Yes, sir.
See, Tanner, they're gonna get you anyway. Elena Bonilla Abad said, every little contribution helps. Thanks, Gia. It certainly does. Thank you so much. Every little contribution helps to also make sure I don't have to have ads on these long streams, you know? Otherwise, you get ads every 6 minutes. Who wants that? No one wants that. So thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it.
In regard to this particular device, did you find that this device was at times stationary?
We did.
And that then it would move some and then be stationary again for certain periods of time?
That particular device associated with Mr. Horner, yes, as well as the device, the second device that was within that T-Mobile geofence. We saw consistent movement and stops for both of those devices.
And are those?
Guess we're gonna know if he went to the bamboo, huh? Because he could have gone there to the bamboo field first and then to the creek, right?
Those two devices moving at the same places and stopping at the same place?
Generally, yes. That would be my overarching conclusion, that they were generally moving together. There are subsets of information within there where there would be gaps of information for the phone number associated to Mr. Horner that the other device in that T-Mobile geofence could kind of fill in the gap of what those movement times might have been. But generally, for the time period that we were looking at, both devices appeared to be moving together.
Now let me ask you this. If a person turns off their...
Yeah, we approach.
Yes.
Oh. They're unhappy. Sorry, they want to approach. Let's go here a little bit. We're only 4 minutes behind the live feed. We were live after the break, but then, you know, we talk a little bit in between, right? Jennifer, thank you so much. You said, gee, I can't tell you how appreciative I am that you don't have the commercials. Oh, thank you so much. Italiana said, this agent is excellent in his explanations, right?
Now, if one of the types of devices that you may be looking at, cell phones.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There are also sometimes GPS or cell phones even that are embedded within vehicles.
Modems, more to that point, yes, sir.
Okay. So explain to the jury what a modem is.
So a modem could be something that's got, in this particular case, cellular connectivity. So it's a mobile modem to provide internet access, but that internet access is provided via the cellular network. So it's not a hardwire internet connection like you might have at your house on your home router. It's transportable. It's usually a battery-powered thing, but it connects to the cellular network in the same way your phone does in order to provide internet service to a particular device. So it's not a phone, but it provides internet to another mobile device.
So if my car that I'm driving down the road has one of these modems in it, and I also have a cell phone while I'm driving down the road, are both of those essentially going to be moving at the same time?
Your phone would very likely have its own SIM card, but yes, you would see movement on both devices.
And if then I turned off my phone, or I took the SIM card out, or whatever it was that I did, would then that keep that particular device from communicating with the cellular network?
Yes, correct. If a cell phone were powered down, you would see a gap in communications with the network during that time period.
Okay. But my car, unless there's some way I disable it, would continue to connect?
I would expect that it would, yes, sir.
Right. And is that the type of thing that you're talking about?
In this particular case, it's a modem, and yes, that device maintained connectivity.
Even though the phone stopped communicating?
That's correct.
All right. And so, based upon the information that you were receiving for these two devices, were you able to determine potential points where maybe searches might need to be done based upon areas where these two devices were stopping and stationary for some period of time?
Yes, sir, we did.
And were you familiar with the location? I'm not asking you to give an address, I'm asking if you know the location where Athena Strand's body was ultimately located.
I don't know the exact address, but I am familiar with it. Yes, sir.
And based upon the information that you had from these two devices, did you target that location as a place that needed to be searched?
We did.
Okay. And was that information communicated through the command post to officers in the field prior to her body ever being located?
It was.
Now, many officers were all called to look in a particular location during that same period of time, correct?
That's my understanding. Yes, sir.
And so was there enough bodies to then go out and look at all these different areas where you're saying we need to look here, we need to look here, we need to look here?
It can become a big strain on resources when you're trying to dispatch law enforcement to multiple spots. So to answer your question, I don't know exactly what personnel were assigned to which area, but again, we did identify the location where her body was ultimately located as one of the areas to be searched.
And that location was actually identified in advance by some period of time of when she was actually located. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But because the resources were diverted to a different location, that area was never able to be searched prior to her body being located. Is that right?
I don't think it was searched thoroughly. The area that we identified was a body of water, and obviously if the body is not readily viewable on the top of the water, and especially given certain times of day, darkness would be a factor in that as well. So yeah, if you don't have adequate personnel to do a proper search of that spot, you may not find what you're looking for at that initial search.
So if officers had been available to thoroughly search that location.
Objection, speculation.
Let me hear the question.
Is it your opinion that if officers had been available to thoroughly search those locations, that her body could have been located earlier in the day?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
With regard to your work, you said you were working with Mr. Sedgwick, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he is also a member of this CAS team.
Yes, sir.
And then, does the CAS team often, in preparation for a trial like this, or to sort of analyze the data that you have, do they prepare something called a CAS analysis?
We do, yes, sir.
Okay, and tell me what a CAS analysis is.
It's oftentimes going to be centered around cellular records, as you might expect, but then it's going to have information related to activity of the cell phones that are cellular devices that are being analyzed, and then that activity is going to be mapped in concert with known events related to a particular crime. Just because the mapping of a phone or a cellular item itself isn't necessarily meaningful unless you have locations of relevance as it relates to the crime that's being charged.
And are there potentially other devices that could be used to corroborate the modem in the vehicle as well as the cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would package scanner potentially be something like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would geolocation data on a video be something like that?
That would also assist in that, yes, sir.
And so if those things also corroborated those points of data you already have, that would be something that might go into the CAS analysis.
Yes, sir.
Objection.
Don't lead your witness.
Now, with regard to this particular case, was a CAS analysis done?
It was.
And who was the officer that did that CAS analysis?
Special Agent Sedgwick.
And with regard to your part in that, did you act as a technical reviewer of that?
A peer review, yes, sir.
Okay. And but it would be Agent Sedgwick that would be the one to actually present that analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good.
afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Good to see you again.
Yes, sir.
Just one question. So, as far as that analysis goes, your contribution was to request the geofence data from T-Mobile.
So the initial geofence request was done by me, and then once the phone number was identified as the result of that geofence, as well as the phone number associated with Mr. Horner, both of those exigent requests were also made by me to T-Mobile.
Okay. And then you're talking about from this command center, you're comparing data as it comes in with Agent Sedley.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Nothing further, please, Your Honor.
May Agent Page be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Okay.
Are we going to see Special Agent Sedgwick next then to present, you know, all the evidence, all the analysis that they had? You see?
I need a break. Okay. Give me 15 minutes and we'll start back up at 5 minutes to 3. Okay?
7 minutes for us. TJP, welcome. The judge, I need a break. Okay, so we have that. Now tell me, wait, let's do this. Please tell me if you can hear this. Can you hear this clip?
Birthday to Athena. Happy 5th birthday to...
Can you hear that? Shame. That's Athena's mom that posted this video. I put that one on the right hand side there. I've got some clips for you, perfect for our 5-minute break, right? I just want to check that you can hear it. That's all. Tell me if you can't. I'm going to keep playing it, okay? Ready? You can hear it. Okay, cool. Here we go. I've put some clips together for you.
Birthday to Athena. Happy 5th birthday to Athena. Happy 5th birthday to you. Love you. Love you.
Shame. So that's when she turned 5. She was only 7 when she was murdered.
The search? Exhausting. Horses, dogs, drones. And their compass is one simple question. Where is 7-year-old Athena Strand?
We have been searching since about 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
The little girl vanished Wednesday evening from her father's home in Paradise. Strand's stepmother phoning police saying she couldn't find the first grader after getting into an argument with her, that she went to make dinner and then found Athena's room empty.
We do have a lot of concern because we haven't been able to find her over this 24-hour period.
Wise County Sheriff Lane Akins says the discovery...
So I just made a compilation of clips from the case since it happened. This was when Athena was obviously still missing, and there was an Amber Alert, and she was reported missing on November 30th of 2022. Nobody at the time knew she was already murdered within an hour of being abducted.
Discovery happened at roughly 4:45 p.m. that the stepmom went looking for the little girl, but didn't call police until about an hour later. That's when police searches started. On Thursday, hundreds of volunteers combing 5 square miles. The sheriff says it's possible the little girl wandered off, even possible she was abducted. Meanwhile, the stepmom and biological father cooperated per investigators.
Stories aren't adding up.
But Strand's aunt, Keelan Kulbeth, has questions. She drove in with Strand's biological mother from Oklahoma Wednesday night. They say Strand wouldn't wander off, that she's afraid of the dark. The sheriff also telling us the little girl's flannel jacket left behind in her room despite the cold temps outside.
We definitely don't believe Athena ran off. We're not sure if she's been abducted or not. I'm scared and I'm hoping that we find her.
Volunteers heading home Thursday night, law enforcement staying on scene, hoping to use thermal imaging from the air. And for so many, this is a puzzle.
So you can see what retired Sheriff Aiken testified to, just how much of the community arrived there the minute that Amber Alert went out to look for Athena.
Kulbeth wants it to finish with her niece alive.
I just want her home and safe, and won't have to worry about this anymore.
Good evening. I'm Lane Aiken, Sheriff Wise County.
I think I put this clip together of the original press conference, so I'm just going to go forward a little bit. I can't even remember what all I put in these clips for you. Just wanted to show you that, and then, oh yeah, this, okay, this. Wait. Here we go.
The agent in charge.
That's his title?
Yes.
Do you mind spelling his last name if you know?
Okay.
All I've ever wanted to do is make a difference. And we didn't do what I hoped we could do. This will be my last term, and one of the reasons it'll be the last term is because of this case. I just feel like I've seen enough.
This was footage from the FedEx truck. It was a very short clip, as you can see.
Is because of this case.
Okay, sorry.
I just
Retired Sheriff Aiken.
I just feel like I've seen enough.
Here, FedEx truck that Tanner Horner was driving after they detained him. And this was a post that Athena's mother made. You could see the beautiful casket they had donated. There was a company that donated that for Athena. And Athena, she had a funeral in this casket, but she was cremated after that, right? So she, Athena's mom said on, sorry to cut the picture off like that. Sorry about that. Like this. On Wednesday, November 30th of 2022, Athena Presley Monroe Strand was kidnapped from her father's property by a FedEx driver, and later we learned that she died within an hour from being taken. Athena Presley Monroe Strand's body was recovered on Friday, December 2nd of 2022. In just over 48 hours, my entire life changed. I didn't know what to do or who to call. I've never been in charge of planning a funeral, and neither had Athena's daddy. All we knew was our daughter suffered a brutal death. All we knew was the very basics of what our daughter underwent during her time leading to her departure from this world. To say I was and still am devastated and broken is a huge understatement. Words cannot describe the confusion and pain I feel. My world went very dark in under a minute. There are monsters that live among us. The monster that took Athena from us is one of them. But in the last month, I've learned that there are also God's soldiers. The people of Soul Shine Industries are some of those people. I'm not sure who or how, but somehow Trey and his wife found us when we were all but lost in the dark. When I met with them, it was very clear that Trey sent us a blessing. Soul Shine Industries learned of Athena's beauty, her likes, her personality, and all the possibilities she could have been through her dad and myself. Within just a few blurry short days, Trey and his wife drove all the way back to Bridgeport, Texas, to Hudson and Tori's family funeral home to deliver Athena's eternal bed and meet with us again. We sat and talked for hours. They watched Athena's memorial slideshow with us. They mourned the loss of Athena and all her light taken from us. Soulshine Industries has a foundation that you can donate to in order to help the team continue to bless families the way they did mine. No one asked me to post this or anything I've shared about these wonderful people and what they do. However, what they do is amazing and humble, and I feel inspired to share them with the world and the community that has formed around me after losing Athena. So I'm asking the world and my community of support to donate to their foundation if God calls you, if you're able. The how and where is below. This is from her Facebook page, as in Athena's mom, right? From her Facebook page at soulshineindustries.com. I just wanted to show you that and read you her post. I can't imagine. That was posted on December 30th of 2022. And then, they're not back yet. We'll go to the court as soon as they're back. I have this, I think the next compilation I have here for you is the FedEx drivers.
Says she knew no hate. She was...
Now we're too far forward. Sorry, just wait for it a few seconds.
Now, people who knew Athena say she knew no hate. She was friends with everyone. Athena loved flowers and, like I mentioned, the color pink. And that's why so many people were gathered around the Wise County Courthouse last night wearing her favorite color. Her elementary school at Paradise ISD was also covered in pink. And yesterday, motorcyclists, again in her favorite color, rode in Athena's honor to raise money for her funeral.
We live a mile down the road. My kids were playing outside when she was taken, so it does change everything.
Nothing compares to the pain that they're going through. We will support them and we will remember Athena every time we even see pink. Because we will always say her name. She will never be forgotten in this town.
The Cottondale Volunteer Fire Department, lit up in pink too.
You had pretty much everybody in Wise County looking for her. I mean, we all came together as one.
Seeing the FBI trailer right here and all that stuff was a shocker.
We just want to show the community that she's not going to be forgotten and that we do care.
Her mom. We just want her mom to know that she is not forgotten.
We will never forget her, ever. Even if 25 years down the road, it will always be Athena.
There was a memorial ride for the 7-year-old. About 1,000 people on motorcycles traveled along Highway 199 through Springtown. You can see it here. Proceeds from this ride will benefit Athena's family.
We've had drivers been called murderers over Ring cameras. Children have ran away from us in fear. They're all scared. They're very, very scared. The drivers, even from all over, have been saying, you know, that kids have came up to them and said, "Why did you do this?" Or "We can't trust you anymore."
Listen, drivers from UPS, FedEx, and Amazon and more are sharing their own grief on social media and pleading to be vigilant to keep anything like Athena's murder from ever happening again. They want parents to trust them.
Shame, they all felt so bad. You know, the people like, what? Like, just don't trust any FedEx drivers now or any delivery people, right? So there was this trend that was going on, especially TikTok, hashtag your babies are safe with us. And so your babies are safe on my route was also one. And so I had to obviously take the song out, but this is a compilation of all the delivery people from different companies that made these clips, right? Your babies are safe on my route. They were all impacted by this. Sorry that there's no music now. Shame. Little Athena.
Probably one of the most difficult moments of her life, to see the person who killed her daughter. And it's a moment she's thought about for a long time. I suppose it's surreal in some senses, but it was of just grave importance for her to be there.
And that was when Tanner Horner was arraigned and Athena's mother had to see him in the courtroom for the first time, right? To be like, that's the person who killed my daughter. Okay, so I saw the judge, so he just walked in and sat down. They said they're coming back at 5:02, right? It's now 3 o'clock in Fort Worth, Texas, if you're watching live with me. And we shall see who the next witness will be. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying. Let me just quickly catch up here. I just want to see something here. Okay. Marie Cowie, did I say that right? You said that's a shame, but how could children trust after this? Yeah, no, I just... children must always be careful of stranger danger, right? Everybody should. I just mean, I understand how all the delivery people reacted, but everybody got to stay safe as well. But it wouldn't be fair for one rotten apple to just ruin everybody, you know what I mean? Because they said that kids were running up to some delivery driver and saying, why would you do this? And would you ever do this? And Sherman, they had a hard time, which 99% of them would be just really hard workers, and would never do anything like that. 99.9%, right? And then there's Tanner Horner, who talks about work ethic. Wow. To the police. 5 days after they found Athena's body. Work ethic? Wow, my goodness. Valerie Frankie said, I hope the stepmom has support as well. I feel so bad for her. I hope so too. She said that the case affected her marriage. So her and Jacob Strand are divorced. I think she's been through a lot, and I think a lot of people blame her, and I think it's unfair, in my opinion. You know, she was making dinner, kids play outside. You know what I mean? I don't know. I know everybody feels different about that, but I just think, sure, I think she's been through enough. And really, the person to blame is Tanner Horner, right? Okay. Over there yet. Judge, sir, hello. Let me refresh this for you quickly. Right. There. Did the judge want to say 523? Are they going to do that? Oh, okay, everybody go home early again? Or what? It was like such a surprise the other day. Like, oh, okay, off we go. See you tomorrow. We were like, wait, what? Who's next? I think it could be Special Agent Sedgwick, huh? From the FBI. FBI Special Agent Sedgwick. Maybe to present... Maybe there's a presentation? Show us the maps. And the cell phone activity. Oh dear. Again, thank you so much all for watching this trial with me. I know it's a tough case, heavy case, difficult. So I really appreciate you being here, and I really hope that we will see justice for Athena. Thankfully, we will, based on the outcome is between two options. You know, he's not walking. He pleaded guilty. It's a death penalty case. The jury will only decide, is it life without parole or the death penalty? That's what they're going to deliberate on. And I do not mind what the outcome is. How about you? Some of you said, just like with Burgos Aviles, you know, LWAP and Gen Pop is probably worse. Okay. Let us quickly see. Just Mandy said exactly, G. Amanda Cupcake said, Tanner is at fault. Children should be safe to play in their own yard or street. But especially in their own yard as well, right? Beautiful property, acres and acres, favorite tree, animals, horses. Okay. Anita said, thank you, G, for bringing this trial to us. Thank you for being here. What are we waiting for? Like, we could do something else, but I don't want to start something because then they're going to come back, right? This will probably be the afternoon break. Let me have a sip of water. I feel sorry for the people who have not yet watched Tanner Horner's police interview. They're going to go through that all for the first time. We've been through it. We made it through to the other side of all that, eh? That was a lot. That was intense. I found it interesting to watch, but I don't want to watch it again. Although if you want to watch it on replay, feel free. Okay. I mean, I could show you something. Let me do this. You know how it is? I'll read you something and then they'll come back. That's how it's going to go, isn't it? So let's fetch something. Okay, wait. That's not it. Is it this? Okay, wait. I'm going to find this one. I think that's a good one. All right. We could actually use this one. Okay, what do we have here? There we go. So, thank you to Grizzly Cat for sending me all these PDF files of the news articles throughout this case, right? So this is for immediate release May 9th of 2022. No, 2023. Wait. November 30th, 2022. Yeah, that must be 2023. Okay. Austin, the Texas House overwhelmingly, it says Texas House passes Athena alert bill. So if you haven't heard of this before, that means you didn't watch the trial prep. Hope you'll check that out. But they said the Texas House overwhelmingly passed an Athena alert bill on Tuesday, allowing law enforcement to quickly issue a regional alert when a child goes missing without confirmation of an abduction. The legislation, named in memory of 7-year-old Athena Strand, who was kidnapped and killed by a FedEx driver last year, is intended to close the gap between the time a child vanishes and a statewide Amber Alert may be issued. It's just like the in-between, right? When they can't prove an abduction has occurred, they can at least send out an alert that will let people be on the lookout. It would allow law enforcement to activate an alert in a regional area within a 100-mile radius to adjacent counties of where a child is believed to have gone missing or was last seen. House Bill 3556, authored by Rep. Lynn Stuckey, or Sanger, now heads to the Senate. It will be carried by Senators Tan Parker and Angela Paxton. So this did pass. It says if passed there, it will make its way to the governor's desk. It did. It did do that, right? Let me just make sure. I just want to make sure I refresh this feed. Hold on. We don't want to miss it.
Sherman.
See, they're back now. So this did happen. This bill has been passed. The Athena alert is in place. Okay, so there we go. Now we've summoned the judge. Welcome back, sir. Let me just fetch it for you. Hold on. Okay, my goodness, if I could just see my own. This one, that one. Okay, and yeah, they literally just came back 30 seconds ago. Here we go. Okay. Please like and share if you haven't yet. At least I didn't show you Tanner Horner's YouTube channel, hey, in the break. You wouldn't have liked that. Sunny Way said, back for a few minutes. What song did they play during those clips when drivers posted those? I'm not too sure. If you're looking for the song, you could just look for the hashtag. The hashtag is your babies are safe on my route, and you'll find the song they all used. I can't play the song because of copyright issues on YouTube. But I know that Sunny Ways, you might be asking because you're looking for the song. Just go hashtag your babies are safe on my route. That's what they were using at the time.
Rule of evidence in effect says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. Once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes, sir.
First and last name for the court reporter and spell it for her, please.
Bruce Sherman, BRUCESHERMAN.
Ms. Dool.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
How are you, ma'am?
Do me a favor, push that mic back just a little towards the way. Yeah, there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you go ahead and tell the jury how you are presently employed?
I'm a lieutenant with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And what do you do for that?
I'm in our Internal Affairs Division. We call it the Office of Inspector General.
Okay. Now, back in December of 2022, how were you employed?
I was a Texas Ranger for the Department of Public Safety.
So the same overarching thing, but a little bit different.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How did you become a Ranger?
I started with the Department of Public Safety in 2007, and as a highway patrolman out of the academy, and I was a trooper around several places in Texas. I started out down in the Beaumont area, and then I've been in North Texas since 2008. I worked in Denton for a little while, and then I was in Rockwall before I went into the narcotics service in our criminal investigations division. And I conducted investigations into drug trafficking organizations for about 3 years before I went to the Rangers.
And how long were you a Texas Ranger?
From 2017 to 2023.
So not long after this case, you made a move.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How did you initially become involved with the investigation and the search for Athena Strand?
Yeah, the initial call that I got to be involved was really for a support role. I got called by one of the Ranger lieutenants. It was actually not from my area, but covered the Wise County area. And he just requested for me to come out and offer some sort of support. And so I responded to kind of the command post, if you will. I don't remember the exact location, but I remember there were a lot of people doing a lot of different things.
Is that normal for, I guess, a large scene to have multiple Rangers involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about how many other Rangers were out there?
You know, when I got there, just a handful. I would say, you know, somewhere between 4 and 6. But I know that there were others out in the field that were tracking down, you know, potential leads, following up on things. Some of them had gone home to take a little break because they'd been out there for countless hours. And so just the ones that I saw, there was a handful of us out there.
Was this an all hands on deck situation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned a lot of people. Was that a lot of other law enforcement agencies besides the Texas Rangers?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who all you saw when you arrived?
Yeah, I know the Federal Bureau of Investigation was out there. A lot of what appeared to be civilian personnel, people who were out there just waiting for an assignment. They wanted to help, and they were there to just offer any kind of help that they could give. But a lot of civilian support, but also a lot of law enforcement support as well.
Athena Strand went missing on November 30th of 22. What day did you actually get involved?
December 2nd, 2022.
And when you were asked to come out, where did you specifically go first?
I went straight from my duty station out in the Garland-Rockwall County area, straight to that command post again. I don't remember the address or even what city it was in, really. I can see it in my head. I just don't know exactly where it was at.
And when you arrived, were you given a task by a ranger or anybody else at that command post?
Yeah, initially I wasn't. I was there just kind of waiting for a lead to follow up on or some support role. But after a short period of time, there were some developments that were made, and I could tell just by kind of body language and some information that I was getting, things were rapidly evolving as far as the leads that were coming in. And at that point, one of the ways that I assisted was by using social media and working with our intelligence and counterterrorism division to try to locate potential online leads and efforts to preserve any information that could potentially be evidence.
And at this point, was that lead that they had a suspect who was a FedEx driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what were you asked to do to preserve any evidence within social media?
Yeah, one of the things that we did, certainly it involved online leads, social media leads, but it was involved parties that were associated with the person of interest, which I think at that time, that's what we would probably call them, was the best lead, and based on the evidence that had come in with that lead, we were just trying to find out common associates with him, you know, any of their online accounts, if there were any abnormalities, things like that. And then, of course, our analysts with the Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division were helping me with that. They actually have a lot of better resources than I do. So we were collaboratively working to locate and preserve some of those things.
And you said with him, so at this point, you were looking for persons of interest associated with Tanner Horner.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were taking anybody that you found associated with Tanner
Horner leading?
What were you actually doing with the persons of interest of Tanner Horner that you were speaking about?
Yeah, we were finding any digital fingerprint, if you will, of them that existed publicly online. And so, you know, some of the most common ways that is maybe a Facebook account or an Instagram account, Google accounts, things like that that are publicly available. And then obviously, if we found something of interest or more interest, then we would use our Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division to look into those things further.
And did you start your search with Tanner Horner or with someone else?
With Tanner Horner.
And what did you do to preserve any accounts?
Yeah, so the way that works with most of our social media and digital evidence, if you will, those don't require a formal legal process, if you will, through the court system. We're simply asking those digital online platforms, if you will, Meta, Facebook, Instagram, Google, places like that. All we're asking them to do is say we've identified an account of a person that we believe is the owner or user of that account, and based on our criminal investigation, there could be evidence there, and we're just asking you to hold that or preserve it so that it can't be deleted or tampered with. And so as we would identify those accounts for Mr. Horner, we would just ask those platforms to preserve it so it couldn't be deleted or tampered with.
I want to dumb this down, but is this essentially a form that you fill out somewhere?
Digitally, yes, ma'am. So what we do is there's what's called a law enforcement portal, and so once these platforms have confirmed and vetted us as law enforcement investigators, we have a portal we can go into, and we can use that portal to tell them what kind of crimes we may be investigating, but the accounts that could be associated with it at our request to preserve it.
This puts a hold on the account where it preserves the information. Is that what you're trying to use?
It's the same. Rephrase your question.
What is the actual? What is Facebook, Meta, Google, whomever you're sending these to? What are they actually doing to preserve anything?
Yeah. So As far as like, we'll just use Mr. Horner because that's the example we're using. He would never know, nothing changes for his account, doesn't freeze, it doesn't hold. It just means that if he goes in and tries to delete or tamper with some sort of potential evidence that's there, it can't disappear. It's there. And so if we followed up within a 90-day period with a legal process, which would require probable cause, then we would still be able to have that evidence that can't be tampered with.
So with the preservation request, does that allow you to receive any information?
No, ma'am.
And what would you need to receive any information?
A search warrant or an order from a judge, a district court.
And you were not the person to get any search warrants in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
No, ma'am.
At some point, you were asked to do something different, a different task, if you will. Can you tell the jury what you were asked to do next?
Yes, ma'am. So at some point, as that information was coming in, the leads had evolved. I was asked to go to his residence, or the residence of his family. So we went out there, and I conducted surveillance, along with several other law enforcement, between DPS and I believe there were some other agencies as well. But we were in unmarked vehicles, wasn't a marked presence, and we just basically were there to ensure or keep an eye on the residents for anyone that came or went, if you will, while we were waiting for a response from our SWAT team, if you will. They call it a special response team.
And you say our SWAT team or special response team. Who is the our?
Texas Department of Public Safety.
Now, is this a Texas Ranger SRT team or a DPS SRT team?
Both.
Okay.
So the Ranger Division, it encompasses our SWAT and special response team, but both are under the DPS umbrella.
Okay. And at some point, did they arrive on that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you at that time?
I was within sight of the house, and just kind of kept a visual on the house when they went in the home to look for Athena.
Was this Tanner Horner's house?
Yes, ma'am.
You said when they went into the house, was an exigency search performed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain what an exigency search is?
That means that there's, in this case, imminent threat to serious bodily injury or death. And so we're trying to locate a physical person to ensure their well-being and locate that person.
And who was the physical person you were looking for in this case?
Athena Strand.
Was Athena Strand found in this home?
No, ma'am.
Were there any other people in this home when the search took place?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was in there?
Mr. Horner's mom, his grandma, and his brother.
And what did you and y'all's team do with those individuals?
We had them basically walk outside. So they didn't stay in the home. They didn't come outside. And then I was one of the people that actually spoke with them and just did kind of an informal interview, if you will. It was a recorded interview, but it was an informal interview outside during the exigent search of the home.
And why is it important to remove them from the home?
Well, it kind of goes back to preservation of potential evidence. And so we had reason to believe Athena was in potential harm, serious bodily injury or death. And so that's the purpose in serving that exigency search for her. And because of that, we wanted to preserve the scene. If there was any potential evidence related to her being missing or her being hurt, or in this case, her death. And so having them come outside with us is just a way for that team to be able to execute a thorough exigent search, maintaining the integrity of a potential scene.
I wonder how Tanner's grandma felt in that moment, because she'd already sent him a link to an article about Athena being missing, like, isn't that on your route? And now, oh crap, now they're searching her house, you know what I mean? Sure, she must have been like, interesting at that point. Hilarious. Thank you for being a member for 54 months. That is amazing. Oh my goodness, you are an OG and a lighthouse. Thank you so much.
And at that time, the exigent search was only looking for Athena. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you mentioned you were speaking to the family members. Did you do anything else with the family members regarding their phones?
Later that afternoon, we did.
And what did you do with those?
I did a cellular extraction of each of their phones with each of their verbal and written consent.
We do like the sound of that. And what did you find, sir?
And after the exigent search, what was your kind of role at that point on the house?
Yeah, so some time went by. We basically, again, it felt like, now that I'm talking about it, it was a night of preservation on my behalf, between potential digital evidence, cellular evidence, and then the home, the residence. And so, in talking to the occupants of the residence, we kind of learned a little bit about the structure of the residence, where folks lived, and the home, and a separate piece of the home, if you will. But basically, after that exigent search was conducted, we figured out that Athena wasn't there. We preserved it, and so we kept Mr. Horner's mama, grandma, and his brother outside with us. Of course, I was visiting with them for a long time, and we helped facilitate get their animals into a safe location so they'd be okay and not run off. And then we worked on, with another ranger, procuring a search warrant to be able to go back into that a residence, and process a potential crime scene.
And why did y'all need
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
a warrant?
No. We're only trying to click with his, pause it with his eyes open. Thank you so much. I wanted to answer Rebecca Wright said he has admitted to it, so why is his lawyer still trying to make a legal case? One, because it's her job. Two, because it's between life and death for him, literally. This is the punishment phase of the trial, so it's still very much a trial. It's just phase 2. And every little bit of cross-examination they can do, every bit that they can try to get some sympathy, for Tanner Horner, their client, maybe they could spare his life, because the jury has to decide between life without parole or the death penalty. So, yeah.
Because based on the information that Ranger Espinoza was receiving at an off-site location. So that's another kind of piece of this, if you will, is that while we're at the residence, Ranger Espinoza is nowhere close to us, to my knowledge. It certainly didn't feel that way. And so, we're getting bits and pieces of information from his end with Mr. Horner. And so as we're getting that information, one of our other rangers was having to procure a search warrant in order for us to go search that residence and process it.
You mentioned Ranger Espinoza. At this time, so we kind of understand the timeline, Ranger Espinoza is with the then suspect, now defendant in this case, interviewing him.
Yes, ma'am.
And you and your team are at his home.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did y'all get that search warrant?
We did, and so that kind of what we're talking about. This encompasses several hours, so this didn't happen fast. The surveillance that we did lasted for a good while. The search team was able to get together, respond, execute the search. These interviews were conducted. There's a lot of things that are transpiring at a pretty rapid pace, but it happens over several hours.
And Your Honor, may I first witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this photo taken by you?
I think this picture was sent to me, but that.
Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Oh yeah, yes, ma'am.
And is that how that looked on the day and night that you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
And so is it a fair and accurate depiction of what's in this photo
Yes,
as
ma'am.
you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit. No objections.
State's Exhibit 52 is admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh dear, what is it? Okay.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That's the front of Mr. Horner's mom, grandmother, and brother's residence. There's a separate structure to the rear where Mr. Horner and his child's mother were living.
And so when you, as we're doing surveillance, I think was the word you used, on the home, were you guys just kind of sitting outside the house looking at it?
Yep, so as you're looking at this, if you can imagine to the left, there's just a driveway on an empty lot, if you will, just down a block or so, and that's where I was backed into watching the residents, you know, to the left, if you will. But then there were other units, unmarked units, I remember being down the road to the right as well. And so we were trying to stay in communication with each other throughout our surveillance while we were waiting for the SRT to get there.
And once your SRT team got there and the other ranger came back with the warrant, what happened next?
Yeah, so the Federal Bureau of Investigation had a unit or a team come out and begin processing the scene. We're canvassed. Again, they're in communication directly with Ranger Espinoza or the folks that are with him, relaying information, which I'm not privy to. He would best answer what those things were, but I know that they were back and forth in communication, and so they knew the things that they should be potentially looking for while they're searching and processing this residence. So they're canvassing for potential residents based on the information that Ranger Espinoza has and knows. And then during that time, Ranger Don Stoner and the FBI group had identified several cell phones in the residence. Come to find out, that was for Mr. Horner's mom, grandmother, and his brother. They all provided verbal and written consent for those. And so while FBI was processing the crime scene, at that point I did digital forensic extractions for their phones.
So it's at that point that you and the other team, I guess, take the family's phones out of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
So they did not have them on them when they originally left the home?
That's correct.
Okay. So while they're doing their CSI stuff inside the house, you are doing the extractions. Is that kind of the timeline?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this point, did you have any other role in this search or investigation?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions. I'll pass.
Ma'am.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Ranger Sherman, how you doing?
Good, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. The way that you describe this search and the way that you describe the approach of the SWAT seems like it was just another day at the office. But wouldn't you agree with me that it was just a little bit more than that?
Oh, it was a lot more than that.
Well, let's back up to...
Look at his face, look at his face. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a lot more than that. Just another day at the office? I don't think so. Amber Alert, hello.
The search, all right? You said that you were working on the street, that you were down the street surveilling the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you were waiting for the, what did you call them?
The SRT, Special Response Team.
And describe for the jury the SRT arrival at the house. What did they arrive in?
As you would expect, almost, it's a tactical unit, right? And so they're going in there prepared to encounter any threat, if you will.
So this tactical team arrives in basically an armored vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
So you basically intimidated my client and his family. Is that so? Is that right? Okay, sorry, I could just imagine it going there.
And they're rolling up the street in this armored vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
How many are there?
A team. It's
So,
not
okay.
like
Look at his face. He is loving it. Look at that smirk. A team. It was cool, huh, sir? We want to see that. I want to see that. Can we see a video of that?
he said, it's not a normal day at the office.
So you have more than one armored vehicle riding up this residential street
Yes, ma'am.
with how many people in each vehicle?
Ooh, I don't know.
Were the
And how big were their biceps? And did they have like handcuffs? It just sounds like, how could they do that? Just like roll up to this little grandma's house with my poor client, who was so, what did she call him earlier? Polite? So gentlemanly. Here come all these armored vehicles.
officers just in the vehicle, or were they also hanging out on the outside of the vehicle?
I don't recall that.
Okay. But you have these officers rolling up, and they are in, and they're wearing body armor, are they not?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're wearing helmets.
See.
Yes, ma'am.
And they have automatic weapons.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you have this tactical team rolling up this residential street to this small house, and then the officers swarm the house. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
They did knock and announce and say, please let us.
They swarmed the house, covered in body oil. I mean body armor. How dare they do such things?
And they just broke on in.
Yes, ma'am.
And when they broke in, they're screaming, there's yelling. Would you agree with that?
Those would be assumptions. I didn't hear those things from my location based on the way exigency searches would go with an SRT. That would be fair to say.
But sir, were they not thundering in there with their loud voices and their armored vehicles?
And
hollering.
he said that they found his mother and grandmother and brother in the home. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And these officers, when they came in the home, pointed these automatic weapons at the members of his family. Is that correct?
Let me hear the question. Now, what's your objection?
Yeah, I mean, it would be speculation. He's already said he was not there with the team, so he doesn't know if they pointed guns at anyone.
It's the same.
So do you know if they pointed guns at them?
No, ma'am.
And you said that they were escorted out. Are you the one that did the escort outside?
No, ma'am.
Did they put a leash on my client? How was he escorted out? Was he carried?
Or were you aware that the grandmother was in a wheelchair?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you have officers breaking into the house wearing tactical gear and pointing guns at an elderly woman in a wheelchair.
I don't know if they pointed.
We don't know where the elderly woman was at the time. It could have been Tanner in the wheelchair, you know, in his diaper with his baby bottle, being extra creepy.
Judge.
He was getting ready to answer. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I don't know. I don't know what transpired inside of the home.
Okay. With regards to exigent circumstances and the warrants, or let's try that again. With regards to the exception to the warrant that we call the exigent circumstances.
Yes, ma'am.
That's really not a free-for-all for officers to search, is it?
Agree.
And that there are limitations on an exigent search.
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree with me that when performing an exigent search, you are not there looking for evidence of crime.
Agree.
The only purpose of that is to determine whether or not the person that you're searching for is in the home.
Correct.
So if an officer finds something that they believe might be evidence of a crime, they would have to go and get another search warrant.
They would have to get a search warrant. Yeah. If you're talking about like in plain view, if they saw something in plain view during the
Correct.
exigent. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so in the case of a missing person, like I said, the exigency involved is to find that missing person.
Yes, ma'am.
And hopefully find them alive.
Sure.
And if a person is presumed to be deceased, then that particular exigency would disappear, would it not?
I don't know if that presumption was there. That's information that I don't have.
But let's just go back to my question,
Okay.
that if a person is presumed to be deceased, then that exigency no longer exists, does it?
I think that would be dependent on circumstances. That would be a case-by-case basis, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
When you had Tanner's grandmother and mother and brother outside, you know what, Judge? I've got nothing further. Thank you, Officer. Or
Bruce. Bruce.
Oh, Bruce. Thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Bruce.
You bet. Yes, ma'am.
That's my dog's name.
Oh, no, stop it. That's my dog's name. Okay, sorry, that's Karen.
I'm flattered.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Sherman be excused subject to any potential recall.
I like Texas.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
I will have to visit Texas one day. I like it a lot.
Thank you.
Who do you have next?
FBI's Kurt DeRoss.
I'm sorry?
FBI Kurt DeRoss.
Kurt DeRoss. Your Honor, may I have a question? Yes.
Let's go. We are 2 minutes behind, so we can go a little forward here. Looks like they're having a little sidebar there. Wow. Okay, a few minutes of sidebar. Interesting. So there'll be another FBI agent now. Samara said he could have had anything in that house. They came prepared, right? I mean, they would have to. But they were intimidating him. He probably was intimidated, actually. Like, holy crap. Shame. Just put grandma, fiance, brother. Ooh, put the brother on the stand. I'm sure he's willing to throw him under the bus, right? I would think. Put him on the stand. Let's hear everything. He's horrible, right? Tanner Horner is horrible. Okay. Texas is lovely, I can imagine. Marie says, I love Mr. Sherman. What is happening now? Hello. We're all caught up. We're waiting. And did they say it was, I think it was Kurt Ross. Kurt? It's either Kirk or Kurt, I think. We shall see. Danielle said, I've been to Texas at least 15 times. Okay. Interesting. Two Taylor said, bless your heart, was what his face was saying as he looked at the attorney. Oh, man. Okay. Interesting. Tiff Knox said, my hearing, FBI curtain rod. Well, you might be right. It's not like my hearing is the best either. Yeah, no. So, we'll see what it will be. They'll have to spell it out for us, right? Tiger Lily said, he can't stop smirking at her. You guys are all inviting me to Texas. Thank you so much. Wu-Tang Alex said, put Zero on the stand, Primal style. Yeah, let's talk to Zero. I mean, Zero might get on the stand. So let's not actually wish that upon ourselves. Please not. We don't want to be there for 4 days, right? Watching Tanner and Zero on the stand. Sir, excuse me. What kind of break is this? What is going on here? Did they take another afternoon break or what? Am I supposed to be reading something else? What am I supposed to do? I thought they're just bringing on the next agent. Okay. Right now, if you're watching live with me, the time is 3:42 p.m. They go 9 to 5. And they also have court on Fridays, apparently. So we will be having court tomorrow as well. I don't know how long. How long do you think that this penalty phase will last? The state said a few weeks. But the trial was originally supposed to be like a month, so I don't know. Is it a week? 2 weeks? When does the state finish? And how long will the defense put on a case? Because I think that could take even longer. Put on all the sob stories, shame, and all their experts to, I don't know, to try to minimize culpability, which is impossible for Tanner Horner. Justine, this is a question we've had every day since day one. I don't know. Since the minute they mentioned it in opening statements, every hour somebody asked that, and we don't know yet. I don't think I'll be playing it. If they play a full hour of the FedEx recording, that's too much. That shouldn't be in the public, you know. No Biz here said, thank you for this channel. I can listen in the background on most days, but these last few days completely glued. I think I was a spoiler on the day he pleaded guilty. I haven't watched court TV since because I freaking love you guys. Oh my word. Thank you for being here. No Biz here. Thank you for your sticker as well. I feel like they're taking a break now. Are they? If they are, I could summon the judge again by just starting to read something, right? Where's that I had? Okay, I've just pulled up some random news articles that I had downloaded earlier. So I just want to see what this one says. Oh, this one is 5 pages. Okay, let's quickly see this one. This is Maitland Gandhi statement, Athena's mom, right? Good morning. Thank you all for being here. My name is Maitland Gandhi, and I'm the mommy of Athena Presley Monroe Strand. On November 30th, a FedEx delivery man drove onto Athena's father's property to deliver a package of what is supposed to be a Christmas present for our daughter. This is the package, a package containing You Can Be Anything Barbies. Athena was robbed of the opportunity to grow up to be anything she wanted. And this present, ordered out of innocence and love, is one she will never receive. Athena's favorite holiday was Christmas, as it is for many children everywhere. The joy Athena gave her family and the joy she felt on Christmas is something we will never feel with her again. That delivery driver admitted to kidnapping and killing my innocent, free-spirited 7-year-old daughter. He admitted on Friday, December 2nd. At the time of Athena's abduction, she was staying with her stepmother and father in Paradise, Texas, doing what kids do, playing within the bounds of her father's property, on the same land that he grew up on and played on. The same land that for 20 or more years, he, his siblings, and all of their friends had been safe. I was supposed to bring Athena back to our home in Oklahoma after the Christmas break. Now instead, Athena will be cremated and come home in an urn because I'm not even close to being ready to let her go. I will never see her bright blue eyes or her ornery smile again. Is that what it's supposed to say? Is that the word? Okay. I will never be able to hear her say, I love you, mommy. I will never be able to do her hair again or hold her while she sleeps. I was robbed of watching her grow up by a man that everyone was supposed to be able to trust to do one simple task. Like he literally had one job, on my word. Deliver Christmas packages and leave. Tomorrow will be the last time I will see my baby. After tomorrow, when the silence sets in, Athena's family, including her 3 young sisters, will start the journey of all the firsts without her. Her little sister's 3rd birthday, then my 27th birthday, our Christmas Eve tradition, the first time in 7 years of not hearing and seeing the excitement of Athena opening gifts from Santa and Sissy. I ask everyone to hold your littles just a little tighter for me. I want to take a moment to thank the community for the outpouring of love and support from the moment that she went missing. This community flew into action. They did, right, and they've not stopped. I felt your prayers, read your messages and letters. I see your pink everywhere. Pink was Athena's favorite color. I'm wearing a pink necklace, some pink eyeshadow, and I had a pink mug as well in honor of Athena. Okay, so There are no words to express how thankful I am for the first responders, law enforcement and responding agencies, volunteers, churches, businesses, and all the others I have failed to list. I'm also grateful to the media for keeping Athena's story alive. I want everyone to know Athena. She was an amazing little girl who loved dancing, singing, and all animals. Dogs, cats, horses, lizards, and chinchillas. Hold on. Please excuse me. I have seasonal allergies, okay? I moved to Switzerland 2 years ago and I met Birch. And Birch kicks my ass. So you read along to yourself. I don't think I have a voice anymore. I will try. Crystal, I showed this in the break right before this break. So yes, I've seen that. Thank you so much. Okay, let's try it again. She also loved school and all of her friends in the first grade who are now also struggling with their senseless murder. Shame, man. Her poor friends. Athena also loved flowers, but she was also not afraid to get down in the mud with the boys. She was her father's daughter. I know Athena's death will not be in vain. I'll spend the rest of my life fighting for her so that no other family will endure such unbearable pain and grief. A monster attempted to take Athena's voice. We are her voice. Screening and hiring policies must be put into place so that monsters wearing delivery uniforms don't show up on our children's doorsteps. I think we can all agree on that, right? There must be background checks. They won't catch everyone, but it might help deter some, all right? Please help me keep Athena's light shining, she wrote. Tiff Knox, we can be Birch buddies. Anti-Birch buddies. You said Birch is my #1 enemy. Gee, mine too. Punk Gopher said, I hope you feel better. Take your time. No, it's going to take months. Birch is around for a while. It's going to take a while. So, just bear with me, okay? Let me just quickly see this one. Oh, yeah. This was when they donated 2,000 Barbies to Cook Children's Medical Center in memory of Athena Strand. There's so many amazing things that happened, you know, where the people were showing Athena's family and friends just how much they cared about her and helping other children as well, right? Don't worry, I'm monitoring the court feed. I'm sure the judge took a break without telling us. Sir, listen, I just said I like Texas, okay? Could you maybe just communicate that to us? We want to know what's going on. All we know is that there's another witness that they're expecting. Okay, let's quickly look at this. Mattel donates 2,000 Barbies to Cook Children's Medical Center in memory of Athena Strand. Mattel donated 2,000 Barbies and other toys to Cook Children's Medical Center in Fort Worth on Thursday in honor of 7-year-old Athena Strand. Athena was kidnapped and killed by a FedEx driver delivering a package of You Can Be Anything Barbies to her father's home in Wise County. After hearing about the tragedy, Mattel contacted Varghese, is it Varghese or Varghese? Varghese Somerset Injury Law Group, which is representing Athena's mother, Maitland Gandy. Mattel wanted to make a Barbie donation in honor of Athena, said Benson Varghese, managing partner of Varghese Somerset Injury Law Group. We asked Maitland if she had some place in mind, and she immediately said Cook Children's Medical Center. Of course, it made perfect sense when she told us her reason. In September, Athena became ill and was hospitalized for 3 days at Cook Children's Medical Center. During her time there, she was given a pink prayer bear. The prayer bear, oh, don't say that too fast. The prayer bear brought her joy and quickly became her favorite stuffed animal. The prayer bear was in Athena's pink coffin during her funeral service last month. By selecting Cook Children's as the recipient of Mattel's Barbie and toy donation, Maitland hopes that thousands of children will feel the same joy, oh dear, there goes my voice, that the prayer bear gave her daughter. Okay. On Thursday, Maitland and her legal team helped a 6-person group from Mattel set up Barbies and toys for a You Can Be Anything event organized by Cook Children's Medical Center. Afterward, Maitland interacted with the patients as they came down to select a toy, have a snack, and complete crafts that focused on the children's future and goals. This was a very special event in memory of my daughter, Maitland said. I'm grateful for everyone who helped make it happen. That is so special. Megan Hodges-Cook, Community Program Coordinator at Cook Children's, said Thursday's event was incredibly important to the emotional well-being of the patients and families they serve. The generosity of Maitland and Mattel is overwhelming, said Hodges-Cook. Mattel provided all of our patients' favorite toys, including Barbies that represent all of the different patients we serve, Little People, Imaginext dinosaurs, Hot Wheels, and even a Fisher-Price cell phone toy for infants and toddlers. Shame. They did not leave a single child's age or interest unaccounted for, and they brought our most needed toys. In serving our patients, it's not unusual for us to distribute 50 to 100 Barbies every month, hundreds of Hot Wheel cars, and 40 or more handheld infant toys every month. I can't imagine the number of patients that will be touched by the donation that Mattel made in honor of Athena. It is truly amazing. We're almost done with this article. Let me just quickly check what's going on there. As a judge, I can see you, sir. I see you. We're going to switch to that in a moment. Nancy Melenda, Executive Director of the Mattel Children's Foundation, said their purpose is to empower the next generation to explore the wonder of childhood and reach their full potential. They said, "We are honored to be part of this event and to help bring the power of play to the patients of Cook children," she said. Okay, so shame. That's what we have there. Here's a... How do I... Wait. I want to make this picture. There we go. Shame. Okay. So now let's see what this judge is up to. Me saying it like he's being naughty, but he's not. Okay, hold on. Let's bring the sound back in and the court feed back up, shall we? And let's carry on. No, there's no sound yet. Judge, what are they telling you? We want to know. He's like, okay, so should I send them home or what are we talking about? Okay, we've got the banner ready. Punkover says, "Sir, you unmute right now." Was it said in that tone? We want to hear. We want to know. Maybe they're thinking, shame, the poor jury, they're exhausted, let's send them home. I wouldn't blame them if they sent them home like, you guys go rest, because that was quite a wild 2 days. Excuse me, we'd like to hear. HokutoTube, please tell me if I say your name right. You can email me, grizzly2crown@gmail.com. Do I say it right? HokutoTube said day is almost over. Yeah, right now the local time it's 5 to 4 in the afternoon. Stefan said, "Where's the hot mic when we need it?" I know, right? It looks like they're gonna keep going. Well, we'll see. Jadzia said, "Is he sending them to their room?" That was such a good moment. Actually, I wrote down the timestamp so I can make sure to timestamp that for you. When the judge is like, "Go to your room," to the jury, because the defense they had some objections and they were arguing that, and then the state's like, we object to this being done in front of the jury, and then the judge looked at the jury and said, "Go to your room." Yes. Everybody stand, please, said G. You need to teach them about standing. I love the way you say it. That was from Tennessee. Can they say too? Mel said, whoa, whoa, whoa. I just got zoomed back to the beginning of the stream. Like, what is YouTube doing these days? You know what I mean? YouTube needs to learn one little phrase. If it ain't broke. I should say that in a Texan accent. Hey, if it ain't broke. Listen, YouTube. I know you're ambitious, but you can slow down with all the changes, okay? Anyway, okay. Barbara Jean said, probably waiting for the jury. Who thinks they're going to be sent home now? And who thinks they're going to continue? Italiana's already put a vote in. You said, I think that they're going to end the day. Let's see. Let's see. I'm starting to get a hunch as well. Sis, SP said, you don't want to come to Texas. It's awful here as well. When you say as well, what does as well mean? As well, What's the other as? Because Switzerland is not awful at all. I'm never leaving Switzerland. I'm staying right here. So, unless I visit Texas, okay? Yeah, Kathleen said YouTube loves messing with things that are fine. Hey, YouTube, are you listening? Gemini? Gemini is the AI that monitors everything. Gemini, if it ain't broke. Quote by Grizzly K on April 9th of 2026. Damn. Kim Dracula waking us all up. Thank you so much for the 3 delicious coffees for the mods. Stefan agrees. Yes, YouTube, if it ain't broke, don't even fix it. They're fixing a lot these days. I can't even make you guys those nice, you know those YouTube shorts? That I make with like the split screen? It's broke. They broke it. If it ain't broke, they did something that broke it. Okay. Oh, you guys talking about the allergies. At this time too, right? Obviously, spring. Do you got birch there? So Texas is amazing, just not the allergies. Okay, cool. I'll have to visit in winter. Sorry, at this time of day, my brain is probably a little bit slower. Catching on a little later. It is 11 p.m. And yesterday we streamed the full trial day. And right after that, the Sherman update. Which went until 2:30 in the morning for me. So, sorry. A little bit of brain fog. Criminal Med said, how much longer is this trial expected to last? We don't know. You know, sometimes even when the prosecutors say, you're going to be here for, I don't know, the next 4 weeks. And then the trial, that's like the state rests after 4 days. We've seen that. What trial was that? I'm trying to think now. It wasn't Brian Walsh, was it? No. There was one trial where they're like, this is going to last, I don't know how long. And on day 4, it was on day 4. It was Brendan Banfield. It was Brendan Banfield's trial. The state was like 3 to 4 weeks. And then they're like, day 4, we rest. What? So who knows? I really don't know how long this phase 2 of the trial will last. It's the penalty phase, the punishment phase. They have to show the jury a whole lot of evidence so that they can go and decide, should this guy be put to death or should he get life without parole? And they will have to decide unanimously on that, give their recommendation to the judge. It's ultimately up to the judge, but usually, you know, what the jury votes for unanimously carries a lot of weight. I could just picture the defense attorney when I said which trial ended with a state rest on day 4. And I'm like, there was that defense attorney that went on and on and on. Mr. Carroll, wasn't it? That was Brendan Banfield's trial. Yes, and he took the stand. Does anyone think that Tanner Horner will take the stand? SGLD Film said, I love your shorts. Oh, well, thank you. I wish I could make some the way I used to be able to. YouTube, stop breaking things. Okay. DC said, can't hype because it's live or you're out of hypes. Or because I live in Switzerland and that feature's not available. And apparently once you get over 500k, it's also not available. I'm not there yet. We're not there yet. Excuse me. Yeah, 489,000 Grizzlies. Amazing. Judge, I can see the top of your hair, okay? I'll see it. Now, what are you doing? What is going on? What are we discussing? Is it a Daubert hearing? We don't want to see one of those. That was one of the most painful trial moments for me still. It's just in my memory was, and I do think it was the Burgos Aviles trial.
The FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, they're just carrying on. Could we maybe see? Oh, is it going to be an undercover cop and they're not going to show us? Hopefully. Hopefully then we'll just see the banner. I'm just saying that based on the last trial. Corey Richards, right? That was bad. Stefan said, Tanner is I'll take the stand guy. I think so. Buckle up. He really could be, hey, full of stories. Okay, here we go.
And do you go by any special title with the FBI?
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
Okay. So if I refer you as special agent, that would be appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long have you worked for the FBI?
21 years.
And what's your educational background before or during the FBI?
So before the FBI, I graduated from Texas A&M, class of '99. I was an environmental science major and did environmental consulting for 4 years before joining the FBI in 2004. And when I joined the FBI as a special agent, stationed in Washington, D.C. for 7 years and moved back to Texas in San Antonio. I was then back to our headquarters and then back here to Dallas in 2019. The whole time I was as part of our evidence response team, our hazardous evidence response team. So I've been doing evidence response for at least 18 of those 21 years.
And to be a part of the evidence response team, do you have any specific training?
We do. So as special agents, we have some basic crime scene training in our new agents class, but we then can volunteer to be a part of the evidence response team, which is an ancillary duty that we can take on with our normal day-to-day jobs. But in order to be a part of that team, you do have to go through a 2-week basic class that teaches you evidence collection, fingerprinting, DNA, photography, alternate light source, and some other techniques that we use, a little bit of computer forensics, not much, we have specialists for that. And then we can go to advanced crime scene courses as well, so advanced fingerprinting, we go to the body farm, which is to recover bodies, and we can go to some outside of the FBI classes as well.
Have you been to the body farm?
I have not, no.
Have you done any of these other special or advanced trainings?
So I have done, like I said, I'm the team leader for our hazardous evidence response team, so I focus a lot on collection of evidence in hazardous environments. So I've done some extra latent fingerprint lifting and some DNA training as well.
Now, how did the FBI get involved in the, search and investigation for Athena Strand?
Sure. So typically when the FBI gets involved in a non-federal case, we're invited by whoever the executive authority is for whatever agency, whether it's a sheriff's office, like in this case, or a police chief of a police department. We're asked to assist, and we have a method for doing that from executive to executive level. And then one thing that the FBI provides, the ERT at the FBI Dallas, we have 3 teams of 8 to 10 people. So that's 30 personnel. Some of them are still in the process of training, but I would say probably at least at the time of this, especially over half of them were fully certified with advanced training. And so we would be kind of a force multiplier. So anytime there's a scene or a crime that spreads across multiple crime scenes, lots of police departments don't have the crime scene capability to handle 3 or 4 crime scenes at a time, and so we can provide that supplemental crime scene processing.
So the FBI in this case was an assisting agency because there were multiple crime scenes?
Correct, yes. Okay. Yeah, it was a state warrant that we were assisting on, so they provided that warrant, and then we provided the trained personnel to conduct the search.
And I think you mentioned you were a team leader. How does a team leader work in these teams?
Correct. So with a team leader, it's my job to assign roles within the search. So we have various roles on each search. We have obviously a team leader. We'll have an assistant team leader. We'll have a photographer. We'll have a person that does sketching. We'll have an evidence custodian that is in charge of making sure the evidence stays clear and is labeled properly and is packaged properly. And then we have usually several searchers that will then go out into the scene and do various searches, just depending on what we're doing. If it's a forensic search, then we have certain techniques that we utilize there. If it's just a document search, it might not be quite the same as a forensic search. So it's my job as the team leader to decide what steps we conduct that search, what personal protective equipment needs to be used to both protect the agents or the professional staff, the ERT team, and then what personal protective equipment needs to be worn to protect the crime scene as well. So we have our suits, Tyvek suits that we wear. You've probably seen them, on TV or something, but they have hoodies, we have booties, we always wear gloves, so that keeps our forensic fingerprint, our DNA, our fingerprints, our hairs, our fibers out of the scene for a forensic scene. So it's my job to not only assign those tasks, but to decide how people are going to enter that crime scene.
You mentioned the Tyvek suits. Are those a certain color?
Typically they're white, yes.
And in general, are there certain standard policies and procedures that the FBI ERT team follows when going into a crime scene?
There are. So we have a set order of how we process a crime scene, and first step is to conduct a kind of a one-on-one turnover with whoever initially had that scene. The FBI ERT is never, I feel confident saying never the first one on scene. Typically, the local police department was there, or maybe our FBI SWAT team, or in this case, the Texas Rangers, SRT. So if there's another agency that's there, it's my job as the team leader to liaison with them, figure out what kind of situation, see if there's any evidence that is obvious and possibly transient that might disappear. We may need to collect quicker. Sometimes electronic evidence such as phones or computers can be perishable, so we need to react to those quicker. So all that would be discussed in the turnover. And then once I have that turnover from whatever agency was holding the scene until we got there, I would then go ahead and walk the scene with that person, and while the rest of the team is kind of setting up a little base of operations area, just simple table, chairs, places that we can bring out the evidence to, getting sign-in logs started and getting some of the other admin logs started about like what time we got there, who was there, other things. So we would then walk through the scene as carefully as possible with the proper PPE on to preserve the scene itself. Like I said, as we're walking through, I'm noting, I'll have a sheet from time to time of noting certain evidence as we walk through, just depending on how big the scene is and how much I can and can't remember. So we'll walk through the scene completely, and usually we're with the photographer too, who is also one of the first steps we do in that walkthrough is we take initial photographs of the scene before we do any searching. So they're called entry photos. It's to show how we found the scene. It's not necessarily how the scene was before anybody got there. It's the scene as we found it when we showed up. And it starts with the front door, hopefully getting the address numbers in the picture, and it's usually walking through into the house, if it's a residence, around the house, and any other outbuildings that may be on the property itself. So those would be the entry photos that get taken as we're doing the initial walkthrough.
And at some point, your ERT team was called out. Where were you guys called out first to?
We were called out directly to the residence. It was 7628 Somerville Place Road, Fort Worth, Texas.
Was that the defendant, Tanner Horner's residence?
From what I understand, from when I was called out there, yes.
Okay. And when you arrive on scene, what did you see?
Sure. When we arrived, there were multiple law enforcement personnel already there, multiple Texas Rangers, a couple of FBI special agents from the squad that was assisting Wise County, and they were kind of there holding the scene until we got there. At that point, the Rangers had already secured the scene from any kind of a threat, like a person threat at the house, so they cleared it, and they were just kind of waiting for us to show up. And so I got there, and the rest of the team got there a few minutes later, and we started to do all the things that I just described, kind of set up a little base area and start with our entry photos.
And so I think you said when you got there, the Rangers had already secured the house.
Correct, yes.
Did you receive a warrant, like a search warrant for the home when you
Yes.
arrived on scene?
Yes, we did from the Rangers.
Okay. And earlier you said part of your procedure is to do a walkthrough. Did you do a walkthrough with the Rangers in this case?
I did, yes.
And after you did that walkthrough, what did you do next?
So after that walkthrough, we identified a couple of things that looked like they were possible items of evidence outside of the residence, around behind the shed, which was later identified as the defendant's quote-unquote bedroom or place where he stayed. And then we were able to see in there, and I could see that the area inside that shed where the defendant stayed was very messy, very much in a disarray. There's lots of trash, so I knew from there that the search was going to be a little bit more difficult because of the nature of that residence. It was separate than the main house. The main house was a little bit more orderly, and I kind of divided up. So from that walkthrough, I decided we're probably going to tackle this in kind of almost like two teams, one in the main house and then one focus. It just wasn't big enough. The shed wasn't big enough for multiple people to be in there. It's really big enough. We search in teams of two, just for checks and balances to make sure we always have two of our ERT folks together. So I saw, after that walkthrough, I saw what was identified as children's clothes back behind the shed in the grass. Typically, and in this case it was no different, when I see evidence like that could have trace DNA on it outside at night, I tend to collect that as quickly as possible, but still following procedures. I don't want the weather, the wind, or somebody else trampling through there to mess it up as we see it. So we started moving forward. Once the entry photos were done, I would have instructed the photographer to go ahead and get in-place pictures of those items, and then we would label them with our evidence tints and then go ahead and collect them so that they were out of the elements and we could secure those as quickly as possible.
And so you noticed these items yourself on your initial walkthrough?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were there any other items, I guess I'll call it evidentiary value that you saw that were ultimately collected?
There were in his bedroom, I believe, I believe on his bed there was a FedEx shirt and a hoodie that during this whole search we had been talking to the Rangers, and that turnover, like I mentioned, they were telling us kind of what kind of clothes we might be looking for, what they were interested in. I believe they were interviewing him at the time of our search, and so little tidbits of things would come out from that interview, and so one of those was a FedEx shirt, and so we collected that FedEx shirt, and then a hoodie that was also found on his bed.
So during this search, you were getting information that was being provided by the suspect, and were you also providing information back to others for the interview with the suspect? Yes,
yeah. So as we located items that appeared to be, as we started photographing them, they fit the description of the victim's clothing that she was wearing that day. We told the Rangers, and they were able to phone that back to the interview team.
So that's so Ranger Espinoza would have updated information while he was interviewing the suspect?
Correct, yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sultry Jasmine Nights. That sounds like a naughty name. You said, are they going to put his girlfriend and wife on the stand? I hope so. Put anyone on the stand who will throw him under the bus. But you never know if the defense will. We don't know yet. That's the answer, but I hope so.
I'm going to show you what are marked as States Exhibits 53 through 82. And prior to you sitting here, have you gone through all of these photos?
I have, yes.
And can you tell me what those are?
So these are crime scene photos from the residence that night, starting with our entry photos, and then there are some photos of the actual evidence taken both in place and when we process forensic items of evidence, we usually have to stretch them out to get a good idea of what they are. We don't want to leave them balled up. We do that on a clean sheet of brown kind of butcher paper that we just unrolled and cut. And we do 2 sheets, one on the ground, and we do another sheet, and we place the items on top of that sheet. We take photos of both sides of the item, and then from there, we wrap that sheet, that brown sheet, over the items and package that so that if anything had fallen off while we were moving the items, it still gets collected within the bag and can be processed by the lab.
You can take a look if you don't recall what are on those pictures, but if you do they all fairly and accurately depict the actual residence and all the evidence collected as you personally saw it that night?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 52, 53 through 82.
Any objections other than in addition to those previously given to the court?
No, I don't recall that, but someone in the chat said that Tanner Horner, said in his police interview that his grandma's house was a mess. Did he say that? I don't remember that, but now it sounds like grandma's house was in order. It was his shed that was a mess. Okay.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Then your previous objections remain overruled and State's Exhibits 53 through 82 are admitted. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. And may we publish?
Yes.
Apparently he was complaining about his girlfriend not doing anything around the house. Oh my word. I just remember him complaining so much about the dogs. That I remember. Anyway, okay, let's see some of these exhibits. Shame. Poor grandma.
We're talking about how one of the first things you do is do a walkthrough, and then you do, I guess, what we call initial photos.
We call them entry photos.
Entry photos? Mm-hmm. Okay. Is that what these photos that we're going to be looking at are?
Correct. Yeah, this would have been probably the first photo that was taken because our first photo tries to incorporate a house number as well as the front door of the house, which this photo does.
And so in this photo, does it have, I guess, the address in the photo?
It does here on the mailbox post, 7628.
So this next photo, what are we looking at here?
What exhibit number are we looking at?
This is.
Be sure to identify them by exhibit number.
So this would be 54.
Okay.
I'm showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit 54.
So that's the front of the residence.
And now I'm showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit 55. Is that just kind of a slightly different angle of the residence?
Yes. Yeah, we try to take all sides of the residence before we enter.
Okay. And this is State's Exhibit 56. What am I looking at now?
So this is, if you were looking at the house, the right side of the house, and then the shed over to the right side of the photograph is the shed where the defendant was, I assume, living. There's a bed in there, and that's where his clothes were.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 57, what do we see in this?
So now on the left side of that photograph is the same shed where the defendant was living. and then the building on the right was just kind of like a storage building. And then if you walk in between those buildings and around the back of that shed on the left is where we noted the child's clothing.
So State's Exhibit 58, it looks like this is a closer-up view to that shed. Are we seeing anything else in here?
I mean, there's...
Wow. And then he was complaining about what? That his girlfriend wasn't doing enough cleaning for him? That grandma's house was not in order, really? And here, look, you can see he's a musician, you guys. He makes noise along to his favorite songs. Okay.
There's items, trash, looks like recent trash outside the item. There's a guitar that may or may not have worked, but yeah, it's just kind of the front-on view of that shed.
The guitar may have worked, but his vocal cords did not.
And State's Exhibit 59?
Similar, just a closer-up version of that.
And is it standard to kind of take kind of further out and then kind of go closer in photos, or how do y'all normally do that?
Yeah, for evidence, absolutely, but even for our entry photos, if we decide sometimes when there's a lot going on, meaning there's a lot of items in there, then we'll kind of approach that scene. It's the photographer's training to make their photography look as if you're walking up to a door that you're going to then go in and search. And so, yeah, different angles is pretty common.
This is State's Exhibit 60. This is just a slightly different angle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think noting, so lots of times we want to use even our entry photos can also show evidence in place. So with the bed being there, our photographer would have tried to get as much as she could have on that bed without actually walking in.
I'm showing State's Exhibit 61.
Same thing. So she just approached the door a little bit closer, took another photograph.
And State's Exhibit 62.
Similar. So she probably stepped, just a little bit into the shed, and.
So she's kind of right at the door frame now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now State's Exhibit 63. What are we looking at here?
So this just would have been another angle within the shed. It's still the shed where that bed is that you saw before.
Is this kind of more the left side of the shed compared
Correct.
to the
Yeah, as you walk in the door to the left. And as I said, these are entry photos, so this is the condition of it as we found it. And just by looking at it, it was already in that kind of disarray when we found it.
So this disarray.
My goodness, and he had the audacity to complain. Hey, he made a baby in there. He had a baby living there. Okay, that's scary.
It was not done by your search.
No, this is before we've done any searching.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 64.
Same, just getting our training for entry photos typically teaches us to take a photo from each corner of the room. Because of the amount of stuff that was in here, we couldn't do that without completely moving everything, which we weren't prepared to do at that time. We needed to get our in-place photos. So I remember having this conversation with the photographer that let's just get, from the center of the room, let's just get pictures panning around.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 65.
So similar, now she's looking back at that front door. So she's doing that kind of 360 look as she pans around.
In State's Exhibit 66.
Same thing. Now she's turned to look at the bed and take that entry photo.
Now, was there any floor space for you to walk on, or?
Very little. Yeah, there was a lot of trash, dirty clothes, some kids' toys, just other items that were kind of just all over the place. Yeah.
Sure, it's wild. Hey, I like cleaning. I feel like I want to clean now. Bye. Peter H. Pretoria said, "You don't need money to be clean. regtig, which means really. No excuse. Jy is 'n slordige vark. Which means you are a slordig. Is it like sloppy, huh? Sloppy pig, huh? Is that what that is? Slordige vark. It just sounds nice to say, huh?
State's Exhibit 6.
So just noting the items on the shelf here, I think she would have just, like we said, we don't know what's evidence at that point when we're doing our entry photos. So when we see a shelf like that, she would have easily recognized that as maybe a place something could be. So she wants to get it in place, picture of it. And, in this case, there's some children's toys, there's, Tide Pods and just other stuff on the shelf. I believe there's a game console up there, so she might have been trying to get that in there as well. If you can see at the top shelf, that white box is the game console.
Is that a pizza box?
On the floor?
Uh-huh.
Yes, yeah.
And looks like we're moving back outside. Talking about, I guess, the inside of the shed, was there any type of smell?
From what I remember, yeah, it smelled like kind of old garbage, like you hadn't taken out your garbage in days, and probably a mixture of dirty clothes as well. It smelled pretty bad.
All right, I'm going to show you.
Kim Dracula, unfortunately, yes. I can't picture it, but you said, was he living there with his partner and baby? Apparently, yes. I worry for the child, right? Now, can you believe someone will talk to me like this? You like cleaning? What kind of psycho are you? Not a psycho and a clean person. Yes, I like things clean, don't you?
State's Exhibit 68. So slightly different angle. So what are we looking at here?
So this is, now that she has gotten the photos of the inside of the shed, she's going to work her way around the outside before we start doing any evidence collection. So that's part of this process, is taking another photo of that angle as she's moving down that area between the two buildings. And I would have been right with her as the walkthrough. We would be behind her and she would be taking pictures, and then we'd walk and picture and then walk.
And State's Exhibit 69.
Same thing, just continuing that walk. You can see we're getting closer to that trash can if you look back at the other picture.
And now we're looking at State's Exhibit 70. Now orientate us between those two. Are we between those two buildings? Where are we at now?
So now we're kind of over behind the shed,
okay,
in that building. And this is the area where the ranger said they thought they saw some children's clothes, specifically a little girl's clothes. So we kind of keyed on that and wanted to get a picture of it before we walked back there and started messing with anything. But it's really hard on the screen, but you can almost see dead center, a little bit bottom of center. There is what looks to be like a little sock. Yeah.
Okay. What else did you find in all this? Like, I mean, is it connected to any of the cases? Wow. SPQL4WO says, I thought he said earlier the baby was with her family. That's true. I think he did say that. Because initially, you got to follow all his lies, huh? Initially, he implied that he lived there with his fiance and the baby. But I do think he said the baby was with her family. Yeah. Because I was thinking it's just like begging, let me out for a month. I just want to spend Christmas with my son. But like, you don't even live with your son, dude, is what I was thinking at that time. So thanks for reminding me of that. Makes me feel better for the baby. The baby cannot live there. Shame.
So that's the first thing that we noted, that from what we knew of the victim seemed to match.
And is there also, it looks like maybe a cigarette package there to the left?
Yeah, it could be. There was a lot of garbage just buried in there too. I think at one point they were just, it seemed like whoever, whether it was the defendant or other people who lived on the property were just kind of dumping trash there.
All right, and this is State's Exhibit 71. And what am I looking at here?
So kind of that, you can see down in the bottom of this picture, what's labeled number 1 from our evidence tent is that sock that I initially mentioned. And then as you got closer to that sock, you kind of looked around that other building. You could see, if you move up to number 2, it's looks to be child's underwear, from that distance. And then if you move on to where number 3 is, over there, just to the right of the number 3 are small in size, looks like little girls' blue jeans.
And
were they the blue jeans? We're all asking, right? Okay, let me try this one. I speak English, eh? My first language, my native tongue, everything is English. I know you guys think, some of you think I'm from South Africa and therefore I speak some exotic language, but speak English. However, had to take some Afrikaans in school, so let's try this. Tot die kokkerotte, that means till the cockroaches. En weerluise. Now I don't know what that is. It lice, huh? Hardloop weg. O nee. Ek wil nou gaan stort, G. Groete, Erica. Did I do it okay, Erica? You want to go shower now? Yeah, I'm feeling itchy, hey? Me too.
so kind of for orientation purposes, can you see that count? So where we originally saw the sock, kind of the front part of that trash pile, now we're seeing those clothes are kind of just all in line, the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, kind of around that other outbuilding that's next to the shed.
And it looks like there's a little tent there. Can you explain what that is and why y'all do that?
So
this is State's Exhibit.
State's Exhibit 72.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge.
So our procedures when we collect evidence is we take an in-place photograph. So that would have been that first one you saw that didn't have any label on it. And then we take a medium shot of it. So that would have been the one where you saw all 3 evidence tents. And then we do a close-up in place as well. And so since this will be item number 1, the tent suggested it's item number 1. And it's the close-up of the item in place where we found it.
We'll find out now if it was Athena's, right? Lynn Brown said, is this where Athena would know? She was not visiting here. You said showing these photos, how are they relevant to her being abducted? This is Tanner Horner's grandma's property. He lived in the shed they just showed us, right? The shed that he was saying that he lived in the shed because his grandma's house was so messy. Well, that is another lie. Athena wasn't visiting here. She was on her father's property, abducted November 30th of 2022. And the relevance of showing these photos, if it does turn out to be Athena's sock, underwear, and jeans, is because he took her clothes off. He said tossed her into the river, or the creek, right? So he left her body in the Trinity River, and then said in his police interview, oh yeah, he found her pants in his backpack, which does say that they found, because they did also say earlier that they found her clothing at his residence. Are we about to learn that now? That's frightening. If it's on this pile of trash and everything, yeah, I'm sure they did, but had a good dig through all of that to find, are there other little girls' clothes in there? You know?
State's Exhibit 73. And so what are we looking at here?
So that's that sock, item number 1. You can see it written there on the butcher paper. This is that brown paper that I was referring to earlier. So we always take a close-up with scale as our next photo. So we have the scale there, and then we have the photograph to show size. And then this item after this picture would have been packaged up with that brown paper into a paper evidence bag.
Okay. And so what is the sock is laying on that butcher paper you spoke about earlier?
Correct.
Okay. And you can go next.
Yeah, once we identify it and take our pictures close up, we can then move it from that location.
All right. Yeah. So once y'all do that, and you scale it, you put, I think it's that number 1. Why do you write that number 1 on there?
Just so in the photograph we can remember which one it is, in case there's multiple items that are similar in style or nature.
Yeah. Is that number 1 also how y'all label your evidence log?
Yes, in this case it is, yeah.
And you're on the approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. And do you recognize this item?
I do. Yeah, this is our packaging and our labeling style. And this would have been one of our evidence items, number one.
And what was in evidence item number one?
It's listed here, child's light blue multicolored sock found behind shed on ground.
And is that the same piece of evidence that we're looking at here on State's Exhibit 73?
It appears to be, yes.
And are there any other identifying marks on this bag?
Yeah, we have 7 items that we put on all of our evidence bags. So we have the item number, we have the date, we have a case number, an FBI case number. We put the address, and then we have 2 initials. The initials are the collector and the assistant.
And is that bag still sealed?
It is sealed with evidence tape, yes.
And are there any marks on this bag that are not yours?
So the Wise County Sheriff's Office sticker, that would have been possibly for their evidence folks. And then these 2 labels might be, lots of times the lab that it's taken to will put their own markings on it, so it could be from that. We don't, with the FBI ERT, we don't process any evidence. We're collectors, and it goes to the official either FBI lab or state crime lab for processing.
So you collected this item, but then it will go off to a lab to be processed for
examine, yeah.
DNA or anything else that
sure.
needs to be looked at.
Yeah, in this case, it would most likely be DNA. Sometimes it's fingerprints. Sometimes it's computer forensics.
Hopefully not computer forensics on
No.
In Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 83.
I can't imagine how difficult this must be for Athena's mom, dad, family, sitting there seeing that. Because I think it's obviously going in the direction that was Athena's sock, underwear, and pants, right? Otherwise, why are they showing it and bringing it into evidence and all that, right? Oh my.
All right. State's Exhibit 83, they are overruled, and State's Exhibit 83 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 74 here on the screen. And what are we looking at here?
So in the previous picture where you saw all 3, 1, 2, 3 items, this would be the second item in that row, which appears to be a child's underwear. Looks to be female underwear.
Now I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 75. And what are we looking at here?
So this would have been a picture close up with scale of those underwear after they were removed from the location that they were originally found, as per our standard procedures to take those scale photographs on that same butcher paper like I was talking about.
And is there a number listed on that butcher paper?
There is number 2.
And did that correspond with the yellow tint that y'all had next to the item?
It does.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 84. And do you recognize this item?
I do. Yeah, this is our Once again, our packaging, our labeling system, and it says item 2, and it's child's white Hanes underwear found behind shed on ground. So it would have matched the description of what we're seeing in the photograph.
And other than
I don't think it was a trophy. I thought so before when he said he took the pants home in a backpack. I don't think so. Because it's not like keeping, you know, let's say like Rex Sherman, the serial killer. Now he's pleaded guilty, you know what I mean? He's now the Long Island serial killer. Okay. We don't have to say allegedly anymore. Keeping like locks of hair, or let's say, you know, if serial killers keep jewelry or little magazine cutouts, they keep it nicely because it's a trophy to them. This is like just trashing it. I think he was just a use and discard kind of guy. You know what I mean? Just lazy. Just maggoty. That's what he is. You know what I mean? I don't think he's collecting anything. Did you see the state of that property? Well, especially his shed. Wow.
Then the lab processing, is it sealed? Is there any?
So once again, there's a Wise County Sheriff's Office sticker on there. We wouldn't put that. That would be Wise County that would put that. And then a couple other markers that look like could have been from a state lab or something that would be used for their processing.
Other than that, has it been altered in any way to your knowledge?
No, it looks like it might have been opened and resealed by the lab. Other than that, no.
Your Honor, at this time, the state...
Okay, it makes it even worse the way that he threw Athena away and then throwing items away like that as well. Just like trash. It's so bad. I'm glad the jury's seeing this as well, right?
Offers into evidence State's Exhibit 84.
Same objections to Mr. Gold?
Yes, sir.
No, right. Those are overruled. State's 84 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 76. What are we looking at here?
So in those 3 items out behind the shed, this would have been the third one in that order. It appears to be a pair of small blue jeans. At the angle we're at and everything, it kind of fits the description, but we're not sure. But we went ahead and labeled it item number 3, took photos of it in place so that we can then remove it and better examine it.
And you said fits the description. At this point, was there a description? Did you have a description of what the Athena Strand was wearing when she was kidnapped?
I believe we did. It was a pair of jeans with some flowers on it. We didn't have a picture or an exact knowledge, but it was blue jeans with a flower pattern on it.
And what are we looking at here?
So as with the other photographs, we would.
That's her pants. Yeah, you can see the flower here. Oh my word. Firstly, what a dumbass this guy is, really. What an absolute idiot. I don't even have to explain. I think you all understand. Like, hello, the FedEx, the van is recording everything. You can cover it, but there's still audio being recorded. All of that, the cell phone, the dropping off the package, everything. But then you're going to take the victim's clothing home with you and just put it on the pile of trash, just in plain sight. Like, one absolute idiot.
Would have removed it from that area to better examine it, get it out somewhere where we can.
Thank goodness.
Spread it out on the brown paper, the clean brown paper. And I just want to reiterate, the brown paper gets wrapped up with each item, so it's a new piece of brown paper each time we take this photograph.
And just to be clear for the record, this is State's Exhibit 77 that we're looking at right now.
And it's labeled item number 3 on the paper. It has scale, so we can add size to it. And this would have been obviously the back side of the blue jeans.
And I'm showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 78.
So this would be the other side, the front side of the blue jeans. And from this, I told the Rangers that were out there, I can't remember exactly which Ranger, and they were able to see it and relay that back to the other investigative teams that were either talking to the family or talking with the defendant to see if that's an accurate description of what she was wearing at the time of the abduction. So, and we also note when we saw this, you can see there's something in that leg, the pant leg, so looks like a sock, which it turns out to be a sock.
Now I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 79. And so what are we looking at here?
So these are the blue jeans with the sock removed. We would have packaged these together since they were found inside, since that sock was found in there. So we removed it, photographed it with scale, and then we'll wrap it up into that that brown paper.
So one sock was found separately out
Just
in
by
the
itself,
car,
right.
but one sock was still inside her pants.
Inside the pants, yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
Kathleen said he took the stuff to his regular dump to get rid of one evil slob.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this one?
I do. It's our packaging, our labeling system, our item number, and the description of the item is youth denim jeans with flowers on pocket and one light blue multicolored sock and pant leg found behind shed on ground.
Does that also show that it's item number 3?
It does, yes.
And kind of like the packages before, other than the markings and resealing from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
Yeah. Nope, just the additional markings from the lab and the Wise County Sheriff's Office sticker label.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 85.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes, sir.
Those are overruled and State's Exhibit 85 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. We're now showing on the screen what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 80. And what are we looking at here?
So this was a FedEx shirt that was found in the shed on the bed. That we did our same procedures of collecting it with scale and identifying the number. So it would be item number 4.
And it looks like State's Exhibit 81. Is this just the front side of the shirt?
Correct, yes.
And were you given information of why to take this specific item, or?
We were, because at that point we had determined that she was taken in the FedEx van from the defendant wearing his FedEx uniform or clothing.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86. And do you recognize this item?
Yeah, it's labeled item number 4. Same labeling system that we use, and recognize the initials. Extra large black and purple shirt with FedEx found on bed in shed.
Other than the labeling and the sealing from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
Nope, just the Wise County label and the marks from the lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers the evidence. State's Exhibit 86.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes, sir.
Notes are overruled and State's Exhibit 86 is admitted.
Judge.
Brookle 312. Brookal? Brook LL? How do I say it? 312. You said I missed it. When does he say he cleaned her poop? He said it twice. He said it in the December 2nd, 2022 interview, and they asked him again about it in the one they showed today from December 7th. But there's no evidence of that on the clothing item, so either he's lying, or the other horrifying thought is she was naked, right? When that happened. Because he said he cleaned up her poop and his vomit. That's what he told the police at the back of the van.
Now showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 82. And what are we looking at here?
So dark colored hoodie. I believe at the time we were told that you might have been wearing a hoodie as well, so we went ahead and collected that as part of the evidence.
And does this also have a number on it?
It does, number 5.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. And do you recognize this item?
I do. It's our labeling process, and it's item number 5. Large tech gear, gray and navy hoodie found on bed in shed with those additional Wise County labeling and lab.
I'm going to have Mr. Barry here. Can you zoom in on what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 82? And does that read large tech gear sweatshirt?
Yes.
So does that match the item?
Look, what are we hearing in the background, right? Some talking in the background? Not? Anyway. Donna says, Donna Lazar said that's where he wants to go for Christmas? I was going to say, well, maybe he meant to where his child was staying, like his fiance's family. But no, he actually did describe. He said, well, you've seen my grandma's house. I could just be there with an ankle monitor. So yeah, that's where he wants to go. Wanted to go for Christmas in December. He wanted to go there in 2022, right? Wow. I think, so he missed his filth? Because at that point, a jail cell would be cleaner, right? Spearhead said, this so-called person deserves pure justice from the devil himself. Thank you so much for your sticker.
That's listed in that bag.
It does.
And other than the any type of resealing or labels from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 87.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, those are overruled. State's Exhibit 87 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Carrie, you say you should be made to exist in worse conditions, not better. I know, right? He's in better conditions now. That's a horrifying thought. Put him in Gen Pop. I'm voting for Al Wop in Gen Pop. How about that? How are you feeling now, Tanner? Complaining about Grandma's house not being tidy enough, huh? Look at him living in that filth. Listen, Judge, don't do that. Okay, actually, camera person, we want to hear when the judge excuses them. We can't just have this happen every day when it's like lip reading and then ta-ta and then the court fee just ends. Hello? I mean, we can read the room. The judge is like, all right, we're going to pause here for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, come back and looks at the clock. I don't know, 9 a.m. We're guessing now. Fiesta balloons, welcome. Look, man, stop doing that. Just stop it. They've done it every day now. Just suddenly, we're staring at the seal. Jury's leaving. Clearly, we could see that, right? They're coming back tomorrow. But why mute that? There's no reason, okay? Approach, sidebar, put the audio back on. I don't think we're asking for too much, are we? The day is over. I mean, it is now 4:56 p.m. I do like the way the judge runs this courtroom. He runs a tight ship, huh? Pernille said make him clean toilets every day. In Gen Pop, yes. Because when if he gets sentenced to death, isn't he more... He's segregated, you know? No, I think he needs to be with everybody. And he needs to clean toilets. I agree. I think they're going to end the day right there. Okay, so hold on. I don't know if they're going to say anything more. I quickly want to set up tomorrow's stream for us. Make it public for you. And then I will say here for you in chat. Look here. Day 4 next, which is tomorrow, I would assume. There we go. If you want to click on that in the meantime, you can. Go there, click notify me, and I will see you there. I'm just quickly going to set up our little automatic teleport for those who have the auto toggle on. Let's hope YouTube works to do that. And then you can wait for the outro to finish and it should send you there automatically. Judge, sir, we're done. Done. Just like that. Done. All right. So thank you so much, everyone, for watching day 3 of the Tanner Horner trial with me, which is the penalty phase of the trial, as we know. If you're new to the case, go check out the trial prep video, which is on the playlist. The playlist is linked in the description box and will be linked in the pinned comment. I will also be doing timestamps for you now, and every single day is timestamped. So if you missed out on day 1 or 2 or now 3, then just look at the timestamps and go find what you want to see. Because I will literally timestamp which witness arrived at which time, and if there's items like they showed now, like, you know, Athena's sock, I will timestamp that for you. And also good moments, like when his door got slammed, foot got slammed in the door, right? Spears' head said, why are we even wasting our tax dollars on this individual? Well, because he has the right to this process, isn't it? Thank you so much for your sticker. Really appreciate it. Thank you, mods. I think we're all going to rest well tonight, eh? Well, that was horrifying evidence. I just mean, like, based on yesterday's trial day, the LISC update, today's trial day, and I'll see you tomorrow for Friday, day 4 Tanner Horner trial day. Bye, everyone.